Hi everyone. Novel Crack brings you a new chapter of this novel. If you like it, give it a like, and if not, comment to know if you continue uploading it. This novel, together with the others on the channel, do not belong to me, they belong to their respective authors. Well, let's get started. When the village chief said that Luffy was still a pirate, Garp was very angry at the time, seeing Luffy's joy disappear, and directly led Lin Tian to the huge mountain range behind the village. One greater than fiction equals less than equals less than. Originally, the village head was also going to go, and he kept saying that he should educate Lin Tian. But he just happened to ask for something, so he had to leave temporarily. Along the way, Garp walked toward the depths of the mountains, with an angry expression on his face, while Lin Tian, holding his head in his hands, with the same speed, followed Garp with ease, looking at the face of the mountains in front of him. The look of expectation appeared. In the words of the village chief, Lin Tian knew that this mountain was called Rebirth Mountain, a dangerous mountain that was steep and wild beasts haunt, but these were no problems for Lin Tian and Capu. But this route is really difficult to walk. Follow Garp all the way, walking around in this forest full of lush vegetation, until the sun goes down, the moon is in the sky, and there is no destination. Lin Tian said to the leader Garp in front of him, "Hey, old smelly man, how long will it take? How come I always feel that we are turning around, so I can just fly you directly over?" Garp didn't turn his head back, still leading the way, and said, "Smelly boy, you are tired at such a short distance, and your physical strength has dropped a lot recently. This is not a question of enough physical strength, but a simpler way. Why are you walking over here with such a waste of energy?" Lin Tian retorted. "Really?" Garp's tone was full of unbelief, and he looked up and said, "However, you don't need to fly over now, because it's already here." Following Garp's gaze, Lin Tian looked up. Now they are at the foot of a small hill. A little light on the hill is so dazzling in the dark night jungle, and you can vaguely see the approximate shadow of a house. It seems that this is the house of the bandits in Rebirth Mountain, where Luffy and Ace grew up. Following Garp, Lin Tian walked slowly towards the upper house. Climbing up the hill, the thief's house clearly appeared in front of Lin Tian. It was just an ordinary house. There were some exercise tools outside the house. There was also a hammock hanging between the two big trees in front of the gate. The window was shining with a dim yellow light, and the door was closed, but some laughter could be heard faintly from it. Obviously something interesting was going on inside. Garp put his hands behind his waist, strode forward, and walked towards the door, raising his hand to open the door, but when he heard the conversation inside, his face went black in an instant. Under the shining of several lights, the whole cabin was extremely bright. A low wooden table a few meters long was placed in the middle, and it was filled with exquisite food. Although I don't know how it tastes, I know the taste is not bad from the outside. A large group of people sat around the long table, vying for food on the table. Among them, there were these two little ghosts at the table. These two were Luffy and Ace. Luffy picked up a piece of barbecue, took a bite, and said to the woman who was standing next to him quietly, watching everyone eating their own food, with a smile on her face, and said, "Mukino, your food is so delicious. The food these people cook is much better." Hearing Luffy's words, all the bandits at the scene stopped and looked at Luffy, who was obese, who looked like a fierce and violent man, said viciously, "Luffy, since you said that, don't come to eat with us next time. There will be no place for you in the future." Luffy stuck his tongue out and said, "If you don't come, you won't come. Anyway, I can eat barbecue every day." She was short and dark green, wearing a headscarf, with a gentle smile on her beautiful face. She waved her hands and smiled and said, "It's okay for everyone to like it, and I will come here often when I have time. But, Luffy, you can't confront the village chief next time. This time you angered the village chief again." Mukino bent over and pointed at Luffy with his fingers. Luffy was not convinced and said, "But every time the village chief came, he told us to teach us, and that we should not be a pirate, but I want to be the man of the pirate king." Ace, who had been eating with his head down, raised his head, raised his fork in his hand and said to Luffy, "Hey, Luffy, it's me who became One Piece, only I can become One Piece." With a cry, Luffy stood up directly and said to Ace condescendingly, "Ace, I have already said I can become the One Piece." With a snap, Ace put the fork on the table, stood up, fixed his eyes on Luffy, and said without showing any weakness, "Is it? One Piece didn't say that you can be it. You can't beat me, so I can become One Piece." "Who said I can't beat you? That was yesterday, and I can definitely beat you today." "No matter if it is yesterday or in the future, you can't beat me, because I can become One Piece. It's only me to become One Piece. It's me." Seeing the two men quarreling again, Makino couldn't help but show a wry smile on his face. The two are usually fine, but as long as this issue is involved, they will quarrel. The rest of the bandits were no strangers to this, and regardless of the two people's quarrel, they lowered their heads and continued to fight against the delicious food on the table. Suddenly, he smiled and looked at Makino, who was arguing with Luffy and Ace, covering his mouth with a shocked face, watching Cap, who suddenly appeared and opened the door curtain, appeared at the door. Makino did not expect Cap to appear. "It's here." Everyone immediately noticed Makino's big movements. Looking at Makino's shocked expression, everyone agreed, looking puzzled at the door. "What?" A burst of exclamation sounded. Seeing Garp appearing at the door somehow, his face was gloomy, his fists clenched, and his nostrils were still exhaling. Many bandits looked at Garp and fell back in shock, and quickly retreated toward the corner. Luffy, Ace, and Adam watched this scene, and 3 words came to mind. "It's over." With 2 muffled bangs, Luffy and Aston fell to the ground, with a Venus staring at them, with a big bag shot on their heads. Garp raised his fist, looked at Luffy and Ace, who fell on the ground, and said, "Ah. You two have been thinking about being a pirate after so long. I told you both. You both have to become a Navy soldier." "Then." The Dan stood up quickly, came to Garp and said, "Yes, Garp-sama." With a bang, Garp punched him, and the Dan also fell to the ground, with a big bag. "I gave you 2 years. You haven't educated these 2 little ghosts. They still want to be pirates. It seems that you didn't complete the task I taught you." After reacting, Luffy and Ace looked at each other, and one of them got up in the air. Before standing still, they walked from both sides of Garp towards the door. After being beaten by Cap so many times, Luffy and Ace have realized the truth. Cap is too terrifying. How they fight back, it is impossible for him to be his opponent, but he will be beaten badly. The best solution was to run away immediately, and ran into the forest, and he had no choice. All this was just a moment of life. Luffy and Ace rushed to the door, opened the curtain, and ran outside. Garp didn't panic when he saw it, and didn't chase it out. He turned around and said loudly to the door, "Smelly boy, get the 3 of them back." Hearing Garp yelling at the door, everyone's faces flashed with puzzlement. Didn't Garp come alone this time? He also brought someone else. As soon as the voice fell, the door curtain that had not stopped swinging floated in towards the room, and 2 figures flew in from outside the door and fell heavily to the floor. "What's the matter?" Luffy rubbed his aching chest, stood up, and said in confusion, "But when I thought that Grandpa was behind him, I didn't even want to run towards the door again." Ace stood up quickly. His face was filled with caution. Although he was not clear about the situation just now, at the moment he went out, he could probably see an afterimage appeared, and then felt a huge force coming from his chest and his body. Couldn't help it. Fly out. Looking down at the faint footprints on his clothes, Ace understood that Garp had brought a master to stop them outside. Seeing Luffy continue to rush towards the door, Ace quickly stretched out his hand and said, "Luffy, danger, there are people outside, don't go out." But Luffy didn't hear it at all, and still rushed outside. Not long after, Luffy's figure flew in from outside again. Upon seeing this, Ace took off and appeared in front of Luffy, hugged Luffy, and the two fell directly to the floor with a loud noise. The people in the house had been stunned by this scene a long time ago. What was there outside? Luffy and Ace flew in as soon as they rushed out. Luffy slowly got up, wondering, what's the matter, why I flew out as soon as I went out? No, I can go and take a look, there must be something very interesting outside. Saying that he was about to run outside, Ace quickly leaped and pressed Luffy to the floor. Idiot, there is someone outside, why are you running out? Tap. The sound of footsteps sounded from outside. One hand grabbed the door curtain and slowly opened it, and Lin Tian's figure slowly appeared in front of everyone. When everyone saw that there was also a kid who came in, they couldn't help but exclaim. At the same time, they couldn't help but wonder, who is this kid? Lin Tian, who walked in, glanced at www.com, everyone present. On the right side of the door, the one covering his mouth, with a shocked face, a dark green head and a headscarf, should be Makino. On the table, with a broad body, a rough face and a bit fierce face, it was the bandit leader Kuluden, who was also the foster mother of Luffy and Ace. On the ground, the boy about his age who was bent over and pressed tightly against the other person was black, with ever-colored skin and freckles on his cheeks. He looked at himself cautiously. This should be Ace. And the one who was pressed by Ace, with a straw hat tied around his neck, kept struggling, and his upper body was light blue t-shirt. He was very cute. The one who kept shouting, Ace, let go, was Luffy. This is the future One Piece. In just a few seconds, Lin Tian clearly distinguished everyone. In the incomprehensible and curious eyes of everyone, Lin Tian introduced himself with a smile. Hello everyone, my name is Lin Tian. I am a student of Garp and also Navy. Navy! Luffy and Ace looked at Lin Tian in shock. To be continued. Lin Tian's appearance, like a stone thrown into the lake, shocked the entire peaceful bandit house. A novel greater than less than equals. Everyone did not expect that Garp would bring his students here this time, and everyone was not shocked by Lin Tian's naval status. Garp is the Navy, and it is very normal for him to be the Navy as his student. In fact, everyone is shocked at Lin Tian's age and strength. Although everyone does not know how old Lin Tian is, it can probably be seen that he should not have much experience with Ace, and that he is actually a Navy at such a young age. Among them, the Dan, who knew the identity of Ace, was shocked and puzzled. He was puzzled as to why Garp brought such a small Navy. Ace was the son of Pirate King Roger. Garp knew this, why did he bring a Navy here? Although it was his student, wouldn't it be easy to put Ace into a dangerous situation? How could Garp do this? Hearing Lin Tian's introduction, Ace looked at Lin Tian nervously and cautiously, not only because of his sensitive identity, but also because of his dream of becoming the king of pirates. The pirates and the Navy were originally irreconcilable and hostile relations. Just after meeting, Ace realized that this person was very strong, how much taller than he did not know, and he didn't even show anyone else, so Lin Tian kicked him back. What, you are actually a Navy? An exclamation sounded, and Luffy, who was unresponsive, also reacted, and Aston had a black line. After that, Luffy started to struggle again with his mission and shouted, Ace, let me go, I want to fight him, not counting the front, I want to fight him openly. In this regard, Ace just increased his strength to hold down Luffy, and he was abused when he went up, let alone Luffy. Garp said, boy, you are embarrassed to say duel. After staying for so long, you still want to be a pirate. I told you that you can only be a Navy, an Ace, you still want to be a pirate. Pirate. Ace just snorted, did not answer, lowered his head, his eyes flashed with firm gaze. This matter must be done by himself, he just wants to show the whole world. Grandpa, I won't be a Navy, I want to be a pirate, but I want to be the man of the Pirate King, Luffy reiterated. The silhouette flashed, and the furious Garp appeared directly in front of the two of them, and his fists hit them directly. Under the fist of Garp, the two flew out again. I have said that you two can only become naval soldiers, not pirates, let alone the Pirate King. After speaking, Garp glanced at the two of them and said with disdain in his tone, besides, with the strength of the two of you, you still want to become One Piece. If you want to become One Piece, you don't just rely on your lips. Ace said, smelly old man, of course I know that to become One Piece requires strength, so you don't need to worry about it. Anyway, I won't be a navy. One day I will step out with strength stronger than that person. Step. When talking about that person, Ace showed a hint of resentment on his face. The resentment towards that person was the main reason why Ace wanted to become One Piece. Hearing that person, Garp couldn't help being shocked. His anger gradually turned into helplessness. How did Garp know that person in Ace's mouth? As an outsider, Garp didn't know what to say between the two of them. Luffy got up, raised his fist and said, Grandpa, I am very strong now. I killed the giant tiger in the forest. One day I will become the One Piece. Really? Garp asked rhetorically. Of course, Luffy replied firmly. With a smile on his face, Garp asked, do you dare to do something with me? What's the matter? Luffy asked incomprehensively. Ace was also puzzled. Normally, at this time, Garp beats them severely, so why do you want them to do something today? Garp turned and walked outside the door and said, this matter can let you know that your strength is not yet qualified to be the One Piece. Hearing this, Lin Tian seemed to understand something, smiled meaningfully at Luffy and Ace, and walked out of the door behind Garp. Ace, what do you say Grandpa wants us out to do? Luffy asked Ace inexplicably. Shaking his head, Ace said in a puzzled way, I don't know, I can tell what he wants us to do by looking out. Speaking of walking towards the door, Luffy quickly followed, no matter what Grandpa does, I will definitely become the One Piece. When Dad and Makino and others saw this, they followed behind them and walked out the door to see what Garp was going to do. Lin Tian asked from behind, old smelly man, you are sure you want me to fight them, because they have no chance of winning at all based on their strength. Nonsense, if they have the chance to win, I want you to fight them for what? Then you have to do your best to abuse them, don't do anything else with me, let them realize that they will be cut off as soon as possible based on their strength. The mind of a pirate. Okay, do what you say. Outside the house, on the open space, the moonlight shone down in the sky, making the earth seem to be sprinkled with a layer of silver clothing, and everyone came out and stood here. Garp looked at Ace and Luffy ahead and said, aren't you two going to be pirates? Yes, Grandpa, I want to be the One Piece, Luffy quickly replied. Although Ace didn't say much, his eyes already represented everything. Pirates have to run into the Navy. If you want to become the king of pirates, the Navy is a must on the most basic level. If you can't even pass the Navy and you are called the king of pirates, don't be the Navy. Ace seemed to understand something. Old man, what do you want me to do, is it? Yes, Garp nodded and said, pointing to Lin Tian next to him, he is my student in the Navy. Today he is your two opponents. He is as old as Ace, if you can't even beat him, then don't talk about becoming a pirate. Luffy said with a look of joy, is it possible that I can become the One Piece if I defeat this Navy? Garp thought for a while and said with a smile, of course, if you can really beat him, the Navy alone will not be able to stop you in the future. Lin Tian is hailed as the strongest genius of the Navy. If there is no accident in the future world, the Pinnacle Master must have Lin Tian a seat. Really? Grandpa watch, I will defeat him and become the One Piece, Luffy said confidently with his fist raised. Ace grabbed the excited Luffy and said cautiously, Luffy, be careful, this person, called Lin Tian, is very powerful, wait, Luffy. In Luffy's puzzled gaze, Ace suddenly ran towards the house. Not long after, a long object flew out of the house. Luffy caught it. This is a waste pipe. Ace also rushed out with an identical old water pipe. Coming to Luffy's side, Ace said with a high spirit of war, Luffy, let's go together. Okay, Luffy responded with a low voice, and Ace took the old water pipe and rushed directly towards Lin Tian. Seeing Luffy and Ace rushing over, Lin Tian just smiled, still standing there quietly, without any movement. The two rushed into Lin Tian a few steps quickly, and at the same time leaped high, holding the old water pipe, then slammed down towards Lin Tian. Seeing that Lin Tian didn't hide, everyone on the side couldn't help exclaiming that if this was hit on the spot, Capu students would be seriously injured. Lin Tian slid gently, dodged Luffy and Ace's attacks on his side and looked at Luffy and Ace with a close smile. Ace's face was on one side, and he knew that Lin Tian was very strong, but he didn't expect Lin Tian to avoid the attacks of the two of him so easily. He lifted the fallen water pipe vigorously and then swept towards Lin Tian's waist one by one, and Luffy on the other side also leaped high again, holding the old water pipe in his hand towards Lin Tian. Lin Tian didn't rush, stretched out his hand and grabbed the water pipe sweeping to his waist. When Aston felt a huge force coming, he looked up and saw that the water pipe was firmly held by Lin Tian. Ace hurriedly tried to withdraw the water pipe from Lin Tian's hand, but how could Ace's strength be Lin Tian's opponent, and Lin Tian raised the water pipe to block Luffy's attack. With a bang, the two water pipes trembled violently under the tremendous strength of the two of them, and the air vibrated in the water pipes, and there was a continuous buzzing sound. Luffy felt the huge power from the water pipe to his arms. Not only his hands, but his whole body could not help shaking, and he flew out in a second. He clenched a fist with his left hand and directly met Ace's flying kick. A punch directly knocked Ace out and fell to the ground. All this seems to be a long life, but in fact, it was only a few seconds before Lin Tian had easily cracked the attacks of Luffy and Ace and solved both of them at the same time. This is because Lin Tian left his hand and didn't use his full strength, otherwise Lin Tian could kill the two of them in an instant, instead of falling to the ground without incident. Now Luffy and Ace are not as strong as in the future www.com. At this time, they are only facing some ordinary beasts and rogues, or fighting each other, so it is difficult to improve their strength. After just a simple matchup, Lin Tian had a general understanding of the strengths of Luffy and Ace. Simply put, their current strengths are much worse than that of Sabo, and both Luffy and Ace are very low. Only when they go out to sea can they meet real masters and experience real life and death battles. Then their strength will increase sharply, and they will become masters of the famous and great root in just a few years. How about it? Rats know how big the world is, just don't be a pirate, because of your two strengths, and even called the Pirate King. Garp left at the side at the right time. At the same time, he secretly said in his heart, Lin Tian stinky boy, this time he did a good job, just to torture them in this way, so that the two of them will break their minds of becoming pirates. Pirates are not suitable for them. Ace snorted and picked up Luffy's old water pipe. Lin Tian snatched his old water pipe. He was lying at the foot of Lin Tian and attacked Lin Tian again. Luffy, use your ability to attack him. Ace shouted loudly. To be continued. Rubber pistol. Luffy suddenly shook his fist, looking at Luffy's extremely stretched arm. Lin Tian's face finally changed, revealing a curious look. 1 novel equals less than shave. Lin Tian's figure disappeared in front of everyone in an instant. Luffy and Ace's attacks were all in the air. In everyone's curious eyes, Lin Tian suddenly appeared in front of Luffy. Luffy was startled suddenly, took a few steps back, then stretched out his arm and fired a rubber pistol again. As far as Luffy's current attack level is, it is like a snail crawling to Lin Tian. Even if he closes his eyes, Lin Tian can accurately avoid it. When Lin Tian dodged Luffy's fist on the exact side, Luffy roared again and shook his arm quickly. Rubber shotgun. Facing this constantly flashing fist, a hint of surprise flashed across Lin Tian's face. He gently stretched out his hand and yelled for imprisonment. What's going on? Why can't my hand get back? Whether it was the fist or the arm, it was all still in the air, even if Luffy's mission pulled back, but it only stretched his arm. Ace, who attacked from behind, saw this scene and thought to himself, this person, like Luffy, is a demon fruit-capable person. The Dan said softly to Garp, Chap, what happened to you this time is a bit unfair. This Lin Tian should be the one known as the strongest genius of the Navy. Dan knew about Garp's position in the Navy and some secrets, so after reading this news in the newspaper at that time, Dan had already remembered the name Lin Tian. Yes, Garp nodded and replied, he became my student 3 years ago, trained in the naval headquarters for a year, and spent 2 years on the Great Sea Route. Now he has the rank of Commodore, and the combat power has reached that of Rear Admiral. S. Hearing Garp's words, the Dan couldn't help but breathe in cold air, looking shocked and furious at Lin Tian, who was fighting Luffy and Ace in the field. I thought he was hailed as the strongest genius of the Navy, and with Garp's teachings, Lin Tian should be very strong, but he didn't expect to be so strong that his combat power reached the Rear Admiral, and he was still 13 years old. No wonder the big bosses of the Navy headquarters and the world government regarded him as the strongest genius of the Navy. After thinking about it, the Dan whispered, with such a strong strength, you actually want them Luffy and Ace to defeat him, how can their current strength be his opponents? Garp replied with some seriousness, it is precisely because of this that Lin Tian abused the two of them so much that they cut their minds of becoming pirates. After a pause, Garp continued, I left the two of them here just because I didn't want them to take the road of Shanghai thief, but now things have evolved like this, I sometimes wonder if this is fate. Hey. The Dan sighed slightly and put his eyes on the cord again. No need to say more about what Garp was thinking, she could already guess it. Feeling the sound of breaking through the air behind him, Lin Tian gave a backhand punch and directly met the two crossed water pipes in Ace's hand with a flesh fist. There was a buzzing sound. Like Luffy, Ace's whole body trembled under Lin Tian's power, and his figure flew upside down, almost unable to hold the old water pipe in his hand. Luffy, take help! Ace shouted loudly, still facing Luffy, with an old water pipe in his hand, and with a bang, his body fell heavily and slipped several meters on the ground. Luffy took a leap, caught the old water pipe, and quickly backed away until he couldn't stretch his arms far. Looking at Lin Tian in front, his feet loosened, and he flew towards Lin Tian. Rubber rocket launcher. Look at my trick! Luffy raised the old water pipe in his hand and shouted loudly. Behind Ace also got up and attacked Lin Tian. Flanking back and forth. Space sword. Lin Tian gently squeezed his right hand, and a dark black long sword slowly appeared in his hand. At this time, Luffy and Ace had also come to Lin Tian. Leaping high and attacking Lin Tian. With a scream, only a cold light flashed by, and everyone hadn't realized what had happened. Lin Tian's figure had disappeared from the position just now, and he was already in front of Luffy again. The black sword in his hand was placed on Luffy's shoulder, and the sharp black blade was close to Luffy's neck. Seeing this scene, Ace immediately carried the old water pipe and was about to rush up, but before he got up, something was wrong. The weight of the old water pipe in his hand was wrong. Looking down, it turned out that there was only one section of the water pipe in his hand. The smooth incisions from the fractures all showed these were made by Lin Tian with a sword in his hand. Lin Tian slowly withdrew the black sword in his hand, and with a light wave, the black sword that appeared suddenly disappeared from Lin Tian's hand very suddenly. Instead, he said something that shocked everyone. I lost. This is a duel with no fairness, so I lost. Lin Tian, who had been torturing him, suddenly withdrew his weapon and said something like this, and everyone was blinded. No one understood why Lin Tian did it. After a pause, Lin Tian said with a smile, in this kind of place, it is not a stage for the two of you. The sea is the stage for the real powerhouse. Remember, I will be waiting for you on the Great Route. Although I don't know why Lin Tian did this, Ace also showed a smile on his face and confidently said, don't worry, I will go to the Great Route. I won't be in this situation when I meet. Luffy also said quickly, I will go back too, but I am going to be the man of One Piece. I will definitely defeat you by then. Really? Lin Tian asked himself in secret. Lin Tian was looking forward to his identity with a avian meeting them on the Great Route. "You three rats," Garp's angry voice came from behind. Lin Tian had a swelling in his heart and said, "It's done." Just now he only cared about his own thoughts and almost watched what Garp had explained to him. I wanted Lin Tian to abuse them so that Luffy and Ace had no choice but to retreat. In the end, Lin Tian, a stinky boy, would have such a few words encouraging them to become pirates and saying what is on the Great Route. At the meeting, Garp's anger can be imagined. Feeling the strong murderous intent behind, Lin Tian didn't think much about it and immediately hit from the side at a speed twice as fast as shave. There was a loud bang. Just now, where Lin Tian was standing, Garp's squatting figure appeared. The entire ground was shaking violently under Garp's power and huge cracks appeared on the ground like a spider web. It seemed that Garp's figure flashed at the direction Lin Tian was avoiding, and he chased Lin Tian in an instant, and it was discovered that Garp was catching up. Armed and domineering, seeing and hearing domineering, Capute Fist slammed into his head immediately behind him, and Lin Tian, stunned and suddenly turned around, raising the black fist, covered by the domineering, and facing Capute Fist. Compared with power, Lin Tian is definitely not Garp's opponent. Lin Tian also knows this, but Lin Tian also knows that Garp's degree is several times his own. It is difficult for him to escape Garp's attack, only to face up. Boom! Boom! As if a meteor fell from a high altitude, two fists slammed together. When the fists collided, the powerful force was vented into the void, and the surrounding air violently collided. Under the collision, the electric charge of the air sent out a series of lightning, accompanied by a series of thunderous booms. At the same time, a powerful shock wave scattered in all directions, and the thick trees surrounded by the two of them were instantly broken into countless pieces, and the original dense jungle suddenly fell in pieces. The shock wave came to Luffy and the others at an extremely fast speed, and Luffy, who stood in front, was blown away at once. Ace quickly stretched out his hand and grabbed Luffy by the collar, and the two were blown out together. Ace quickly grabbed the few roots of a big tree, hiding behind the huge few roots, avoiding the impact, and pulling hard, pulling Luffy behind the few roots. The bandits at the back were not as strong as Luffy and Ace again, and they didn't even stay hit, they were blown away directly. Satan knew Garp's strength, and when he saw that the situation was wrong, he quickly pulled Mukino to the trees and protected Mukino with his body. After all, Mukino was just an ordinary person. Fortunately, Lin Tian and Garp also knew that the two of them were too destructive, and the place where they fought was a little far away, otherwise the power of the two could not be blocked by these big trees. The shockwave dissipated, and the avoiding Luffy and others slowly walked out of the hiding place, standing on the hill, and the scene of the two fighting underneath was panoramic. In the hurriedly green forest, an empty circle with a radius of tens of meters appeared. The entire ground was hung with several layers, pale black soil and rocks, very deep in the soil. Seeing this scene, the four of them couldn't help but sucked in air conditioning and looked surprised. Mukino was so scared that she covered her mouth with her hands. This scene was very shocking for an ordinary person like her. While in the field, Garp's figure stood in the middle of the field, while Lin Tian was beaten by Garp and lay on the ground, unable to even speak. "Hey, Luffy, let's go quickly. This old man is too strong. If we stay here, we will definitely be worse," Ace said softly. Luffy nodded and hurriedly followed Ace and slid to the side, but how could their movements escape Garp's eyes? HMPH, these two brats want to take the opportunity to slip away, Garp snorted coldly. With one foot on the ground was under this foot, and immediately cracked, and countless cracks appeared on the ground like spider webs, with this reaction force. Garp flew high and landed exactly in front of Luffy and Ace. Ace and Luffy, who were slipping away, were frightened by this. When he saw that it was Garp in the smoke, the shock on their faces turned into fear, and the two rushed to the back. Garp let out a rough breath and followed directly, and a scream suddenly sounded. "Ah! Grandpa!" Boom! "Ah! Stinky old man!" Boom! This miserable scream stopped for a few minutes. He glanced at the three people lying on the ground. Garp clapped his hands, put his hands on his waist, and walked to the bandit out above. You three rats, just lie down here tonight. To be continued. S. Lin Tian raised his hand and slowly fumbled for something in his clothes. He accidentally affected the wound, causing pain to breathe in the air. Greater than a novel. This time, Garp didn't show mercy, he just wanted to beat Lin Tian. Sin, Grandpa hits so hard every time, but how come I am a rubber man, it hurts, Luffy complained while lying on the ground. Luffy didn't know why, but Lin Tian could know that it was Garp secretly using domineering, otherwise physical attacks like fists would not have any attack power for the rubber man Luffy used for good malleability. Although Ace didn't say anything on the other side, the frowning brow and the slightly distorted face all showed that Ace was also very painful. After groping for a while in his clothes, Lin Tian took out a small glass bottle which was exactly the kind of medicine specially used by Tian Lindgren. Lin Tian had already used up the bottle Hancock gave Lin Tian. But in the last time he robbed the sky of gold, Lin Tian got dozens of bottles at once. With so many medicines, Lin Tian could not carry with him only 1 or 2 bottles with him. The rest, together with the things that belong to him in the sky, will be transported to the Chambered Islands by the Revolutionary Army and will be handed over to Shiakai, and then Shiakai will be given time to Hancock. Although what I get is only a small part of the heavenly gold, there is so much heavenly gold, and a small part is also a very large share of wealth. So many things are very troublesome to hide. After thinking about it, in the end, Hancock was the most suitable. Now Hancock is the king of the daughter country. Recently, the Navy headquarters is also beginning to discuss whether to make Hancock one of the 7 seas. Carefully pour out a little bit, apply a few serious places, and cover the lid. After all, this kind of thing is very precious, and I also carried 2 bottles with me. Lin Tian was about to take it back. After thinking about it, he glanced at Luffy and Ace, who were equally painful on the ground, and lightly threw them towards Luffy on the ground. Feeling something is flying, Luffy quickly reached out to catch it, but the movement was too big, and he couldn't help but scream in pain. Ace had noticed Lin Tian's actions a long time ago. Lin Tian threw something to Luffy and wanted to remind him, but Luffy had already received it, and Luffy had nothing to do, so he didn't say much. The pain subsided. Luffy opened his palm and took a look. It was only a glass bottle. Looking at Lin Tian, he asked in confusion, "What is this? I thought it was delicious." Lin Tian couldn't help but smile, and Luffy was really nervous. At this time, he still thought about eating. He sat up and said, "This is a medicine. After applying it on the body, it can quickly relieve the pain." "Really? That's amazing," Luffy said while looking at the vial in his hand. "I didn't take any precautions. I opened the lid of the glass bottle and slowly applied it to my wound. It didn't take long for a cool feeling to spread from my hand, and the pain from the wound was reduced a lot." The effect of this medicine was so good that Luffy quickly applied it to the remaining wounds. After the application, the pain in all parts of his body was relieved. Throwing the medicine at Ace, he said eagerly, "Ace, use it. This thing is really useful. It doesn't hurt anymore." After taking the bottle, Ace did not look like a Luffy, but after thinking about it, he opened the bottle cap and applied the medicine. For Lin Tian, Ace still had a precaution in mind. After applying the medicine, the pain in the whole body really disappeared, and Ace returned the medicine bottle to Lin Tian. Embarrassed and said, "Thank you." "It's a little thing." Lin Tian smiled slightly and waved his hand gently. Luffy asked, "Hey, Lin Tian. You are a grandfather's student. You said you came from a great root. Is it true?" Shrugging, Lin Tian said with a smile, "Of course, I have stayed on the Great Root since I came to this world." "That's amazing, you were born on the Great Root and you still stay there," Luffy exclaimed. A hint of surprise flashed in Ace's eyes, but he did not expect Lin Tian to live on a great root. Lin Tian did not explain the two people's misunderstanding that they were born on the great root. Not only the two of them, but everyone believed that the person who claimed to be possessed was born on the great root. Knowing that Lin Tian was born on the great root, Ace was also curious and said, "Lin Tian, what is the great root?" For most people in the East China Sea, the Great Sea Route is a terrible place. It is also called the Pirate Cemetery. There are countless pirates there every year, but nothing comes back. The Great Sea Route has only one entry channel from C6, and it can only pass through the Windless Zone or Route 6, like some powerful pirates can pass through the Windless Zone. Moreover, the pirates who enter the Great Route will either die on it or become stronger step by step and continue to move towards the end of the Great Route. After thinking for a while, Lin Tian rested his chin and said, "That's a place where the strong can stay. It gathers the strong from all oceans of the world. It belongs to the stage of the strong. Only the truly strong can make a place there and continue to move towards. The one who conquered that ocean will become the One Piece and stand on top of the world. For so many years, the only person who has done this feat is only one person, Gordy Roger. One Piece. One Piece, it is really exciting, but I will definitely become the next One Piece," Luffy said with a look of expectation. Goldie Roger. For Luffy's words this time, Ace didn't refute, but repeated the name in a low voice several times and fell into contemplation. The tone contained countless emotions. Ace changed it. Lin Tian immediately noticed, and at the same time he could understand that, after all, he is the son of One Piece brother D. Roger. Perhaps in Ace's heart, he didn't want his father to be a well-known One Piece, but rather an ordinary person, so that his mother would not die for himself, and he would not be an orphan when he was born. Luffy asked, "Lin Tian, you have been living on the Great Route. Have you ever heard of Shanks?" Some were uncomfortable. Lin Tian moved his position and said with a curious look on Luffy's face, "Of course I have heard that Shanks is famous on the Great Sea Route. Everyone on the Great Sea Route has heard of this name." Luffy looked excited and said, "Ace, let me say, Shanks is a big pirate, and I want to see him soon." He pressed the straw hat on his head. "Wait for me, Shanks. I will definitely go to the Great Route and become the One Piece, and I will return this hat to you." Turning his gaze, he looked at the straw hat on Luffy's head. "Luffy, can you show me the straw hat on your head?" "Yeah." Luffy nodded in response, gently took off his straw hat, and handed it to Lin Tian. Luffy reached out and took a closer look. It was just an ordinary straw hat. If you bought it, it was only 10 dailies. It was a little shabby and had some obvious repair marks on it. It's just such an ordinary straw hat, starting from Roger, one of the 4 emperors, to Red Shanks, one of the 4 emperors, and now in the hands of Luffy. His master is not ordinary. Anyone who can wear this straw hat, he is a strong man who is qualified to change the world. After reading it, take it. After watching for a while, Lin Tian returned the straw hat to Luffy. Careful Ace has been observing the changes on Lin Tian's face. After seeing the huge changes on Lin Tian's face after seeing Luffy's straw hat, he couldn't help but become curious. Does Luffy's straw hat have any meaning? By the way, besides being the stage of the strong, what else does the Great Route? Luffy took the straw hat gently, put it on, and asked. Yes, the Great Route is still a magical place where there are all kinds of strange things and creatures, and even events. Ace said, "Wonderful, what are the specific magical places?" Holding his chin for a while, Lin Tian introduced, for example, a mermaid with a fish in the lower body and a human in the upper body, as well as a long-handed race with 2 elbow joints, long legs and feet, and a small human race with a thick thumb. The giant's tens of meters high. "It's amazing. I didn't expect the Great Airway to have such a magical thing," Luffy said with a look of excitement, and the expression on Ace's face was not much worse than that of Lin Tian. Lin Tian smiled and continued to introduce, more than that, you may spend 4 seasons in a day on the Great Route, and there is an island that will thunder. Amazing. In this quiet night, the 3 teenagers talked to each other. The more they talked, the farther and farther they talked. In the end, they didn't even know what they were talking about, but from time to time there would be 1 or 2 cheers and laughter. During the conversation, the feelings between the 3 are getting closer and closer, and there is no such separation and vigilance between each other. A young navy and 2 young men who will become big pirates in the future have begun the first step to get acquainted, www.com, although the brotherhood between life and death has not been reached, but the first step has been taken and friendship has been formed. And above, on that hammock, a figure sleeps on it. This person is Garp. Garp did not enter the thief's hut, but lay there all the time, just like this, throwing these 3 people into troublesome little ghosts. Together, Garp can't rest assured. The 3 little ghosts stood opposite the navy and the pirates. This was also what Garp worried about. It was difficult for people with different positions to get along. But unexpectedly, the 3 people began to talk slowly, and the more they talked, the more they happier. The worry on Garp's face gradually turned into a smile. For these 3 people to form a bond with each other, this is what Garp is happy to see, and it is also what Garp hopes to see. Garp brought Lin Tian here this time, so that the 3 can know each other. Even after the time comes, the 3 of them can help each other, for the bond between them. The identity of the 3 is unusual, and the future will not be normal. Seeing the 3 people chatting happily, Garp made a secret decision in his heart. To be continued. In the early morning of the next day, the morning sun illuminates the earth, and the fog in the forest has not yet completely dissipated. The sun shines through the gaps between the leaves and sprinkles in the forest. Equals 1 novel. Less than equals. Equals less than less than. Less than. The new day arrived, and the early birds had already flew up on the branches and screamed. The dewdrops on the leaves dripped on the pool with a plop, followed by small ripples. A cry of exclamation sounded, and a swarm of flying birds was instantly alarmed. What, smelly old man, you don't take me away, you want me to stay here for a year. Yes, I thought about it all night yesterday, and I still think it's good for you to stay here for a while, Garp said firmly with his arms folded across his chest. Yesterday, Garp thought for a long time before making a temporary decision. There are several reasons. One is that Lin Tian, Luffy and Ace get along very well. It is better to strike the iron while it is hot. Let them get along for a year and increase the number of 3. The fetters between. The second is the matter of Tian Shangjin. The Navy and the world government have found something wrong. They are investigating the Navy that knows the plan. Keeping Lin Tian here can also keep him away from this whirlpool. The third is that Lin Tian has been on the Great Sea Route for 2 years and has gained a lot of fame. There are also rewards from the underground world. I don't know how many people are staring at his head, and he can't be by his side at any time, and he can stay here at ease. It can also make Lin Tian calm down. In general, Lin Tian's stay here has more advantages than disadvantages, which is why Garp decided to stay here. The news of Garp was really shocking to Lin Tian. Lin Tian never thought that things would turn out to be like this. To be honest, Lin Tian did not reject Garp's proposal very much. But I have things to do, both the inside and Hancock's side, and those treasures of the heavenly gold have to be handled by themselves. After thinking about it, Lin Tian chose to stay here for a year. These things can be resolved later, but it is not possible. You can also communicate through phone worms. One more thing, even if he didn't want to stay here, Garp wouldn't agree. In that case, it's better to agree. Garp said, "Smelly boy, don't think that you are here for a year on vacation. It's not a vacation, what are you doing? Do I have anything to do here?" Lin Tian looked puzzled. Does he have any tasks here? Of course, brat, stay here for a year. You have to give them 2 good examples. Let them know that it is much better to be a navy and be a pirate, than to be a navy is their dream, Garp said with a serious face. He turned his head and said to Luffy and Ace, you know, you two, if next time I come, you two will still say that you are a pirate, I will not spare you two. After finishing talking, Garp didn't say much, turned around and walked down the mountain. Lin Tian suddenly remembered something and quickly said, smelly old man, I didn't bring anything here, why do you want me to stay here? Garp waved his hand, didn't turn around, still walked down. Don't worry, when I get to the naval base, I will send someone to it. Then you can get it from the owner of the banquet bar in Foxia village, Mukino. Seeing Garp walking away, Lin Tian turned his head and looked at the Dan with a smile on his face. I will live here in the future, please take care of me. Stop. The Dan quickly raised his hand to Lin Tian and said in that rough voice, Cap, you said to keep you here, but we didn't agree that you live with us. You go find another place to live. Right. Got it. The stinky old man Garp just said to leave himself here, and he didn't explain the rest. He patted his asterisk and left, and what should he do? At this time, Luffy happily proposed. Hey, Lin Tian. Why don't you come with me and Ace? I still want to hear you talk about great roots. Lin Tian agreed to Luffy's proposal, but Ace didn't speak, and Lin Tian couldn't answer for a while. Ace thought for a while and nodded in agreement. Lin Tian's enthusiasm, talkativeness and help left a good impression on Ace last night. Yes, Lin Tian. Just go to our place. These bandits are so lazy, I'm afraid you don't even have enough food. Hearing what Ace said, Lin Tian smiled slightly, then I will bother you. Ace, what did you stinky kid say? Dare to say that we are lazy? The Dan's gloomy voice rang. Hearing this sound, the 3 of them trembled involuntarily and quickly turned around and saw all the bandits behind them looking at them with a dark face, and then Ace realized that he had said something wrong. The 3 of them looked at each other and shouted, Run! Looking at the 3 running figures in front, the Dan stretched out his hand and waved forward and shouted, You 3 stinky rats, don't run away if you have the ability. The Dan, goodbye, we will come again in a few days. Luffy ran and waved his hand. He almost ran into a big tree. Fortunately, Lin Tian shot in time and pulled Luffy away. He patted his chest. Luffy laughed and said, It was so exciting just now. Watching those 3 people gradually enter the jungle and disappear in front of his eyes, the Dan whispered, I hope that one more brother can relieve the grief in your heart. In the dense jungle of Mount Jiro, the 3 walked with extreme speed. Followers Ace and Luffy came all the way. Lin Tian experienced a pool full of crocodiles and a valley full of wolves. However, there were no crocodiles in the crocodile pool anymore. At that time, those crocodiles took the initiative to attack, and Lin Tian didn't care about that many. Hundreds of space blades were inserted into the pool, and the entire pool was instantly red. Ace pointed at the top with his finger and said with a smug smile, How about Lin Tian? This was done by our own hands, and it took a lot of effort. Following Ace's fingers, Lin Tian looked up and saw that on a large tree hugged by several people, several sturdy trunks crossed out, and a house faintly appeared through the dense leaves. Well, built a house in this kind of place, it's very good. Luffy, who had already climbed the tree, waved to the 2 people below and shouted loudly, Ace, Lin Tian. Come up quickly. I see, Luffy, Ace said with a slight smile, let's go up and see, Lin Tian. Nodding lightly, Lin Tian followed Ace to climb the tens of meters high tree very easily. I probably took a look at it. This is an ordinary simple house, with no other rooms, only one room, with some ordinary daily necessities on the side, and 3 beds on the ground. In front of the house is the helm of a boat. Standing here, you can also see the scenery of the surrounding Kerbo Mountains, and the blue ocean further away. Overall, it is not bad. Looking at the 3 beds on the ground, Lin Tian's face was puzzled. Why are there suddenly 3 seats here? Is there one more person? Hearing Lin Tian's question, Luffy and Ace did not answer immediately, but watched quietly without speaking, and the scene became a little low. Sorry, did I mention a lot of things? Lin Tian said. Ace gently waved his hand, pointed to a stand-in film hanging on the side and said, originally we had 3 people, but a year ago, he had already died. At a glance, this is a group photo of 3 people. Apart from Luffy and Ace, the other person is Sabo. Lin Tian came to understand at this time and said apologetically, I'm sorry, I don't know this happened. Seeing that the atmosphere of the house became a little dull, Lin Tian transferred the question. The smelly old man left me here temporarily, and I didn't bring anything here. Is there any big city here? I want to buy something. Yes, but some. Ace seemed to have some worries, some hesitating to say something. Luffy interrupted and said, his tone a little uncomfortable, the city is surrounded by thick walls. There is only one door to enter, and there are guards. We are not allowed to enter. We can only find opportunities to enter, which hurt me. I can't even eat ramen. Well, there are a few nobles who live there, and many of the stores only let nobles enter, and the rest are not qualified to enter. Lin Tian was a little shocked that there still existed such a city, even though he had been on the Great Sea Route for so long. He had been to many places, but he had never seen it, isolating himself from the world. In the high wall, I think I am the center of the world, superior to others, but I don't realize that to the world they are like a group of livestock kept in the high wall. These are not problems for me, Lin Tian smiled. Luffy said hello all over his head. Why, if you are different from us, you will still be stopped. I am different from you. People here are not qualified to stop me. Led by the 2 of Luffy, everyone came to an old garbage dump, which was the terminal for uncertain things. There was a stinking smell in the air, and there were old garbage mountains everywhere, and many people were still searching for things on the garbage mountains. There were even houses nearby, and some people lived here. Along the way, many hooligans saw Luffy and Ace with a trace of fear and alertness on their faces. Obviously, Luffy and Ace have gained a lot of reputation here. On the edge of this garbage dump, there is a high wall made of blue bricks for more than 10 meters. The only door is facing this garbage dump, and many garbage trucks are driving out of it. As he walked into the city gate, Ace was a little worried and said, Hey, Lin Tian. Are you sure that it is really possible? Or we should find a way to get inches. Lin Tian turned back and said with a confident expression, Don't worry, it will definitely be possible. I am the Navy. I will take you to eat good food when the time comes. I will treat you. Okay. Let's hurry up, I seem to have that delicious barbecue soon. Many barbecues, Luffy said with saliva. In response, Ace had no choice but to pat his forehead, and Luffy had no resistance to barbecue. Hey, what do you 3 want to do? You can't enter here. As soon as the doorman came to the door, the guards stopped Lin Tian and the 3. Luffy and Ace are the one in the uncertain terminal, and the 2 of them often get into it to make trouble. These 2 brats are so strong that it is difficult to catch them. Although the other kid doesn't know him, it's not a good thing to be with these 2 people, the soldier thought secretly. Lin Tian didn't say much, but held up a document with a domineering look and shook it in front of the soldiers. Seeing the sign of a seagull carrying a sky beam on the document, the soldier's face was shocked. This is a Navy document. This chit is actually a Navy www.com, and took a look. It said Lin Tian. His military rank, Brigadier General, the subordinate unit, Brigadier General of the Navy headquarters. The soldiers were shocked. He quickly put away his gun and gave a standard military salute. Brigadier General, I don't know who you are, please forgive me. Lin Tian returned a military salute at random. I am performing the task privately this time, so don't tell others, just know it yourself. Yes. The Navy certificate is made of a special paper. No one can imitate it except the Navy. This is why the soldiers have no doubt. How about it? Let me say it's useful. Lin Tian Yuan said with a Navy certificate in his hand inside the city wall. Luffy didn't care so much, he sniffed in the air, ran out, and shouted loudly at the same time. Oh, delicious grilled meat is waiting for me, here I am. Lin Tian and Ace smiled at each other and hurriedly followed. To be continued. Time flies, spring, summer, autumn and winter, one season after another, and in a blink of an eye, it is a year. Equals? Novel equals? Equals? Equals. This year, in Jiro Mountain, Bandit House, Foxia Village, and Mackinac Banquet Bar, in the Goya Kingdom, Lin Tian's figure ran around in 4 places. Although there is no adventure and wonderful experience of a great sea route, there is a rare peace in this world. This year, the bond between Lin Tian and Luffy Ace has gradually deepened over time. Although the 3 are not called brothers, the feelings between the 3 are even more brothers. This year is also very important for Lin Tian. Not only in terms of emotions, but also in his own mentality. After 3 years of rebirth, Lin Tian has always been on the great route. Living the life of the sword, light and sword shadow, hanging on the edge of death, the stability here calmed Lin Tian's heart, and the time of year made Lin Tian think a lot. As a rebirth, Lin Tian didn't have a kind of nostalgia for his previous life, because there was no such thing as nostalgia, but Lin Tian, who was familiar with the general trajectory of this world, always thought that he was a passerby. But the meditative thinking in the past year has made Lin Tian understand and realize many things. In general, this year has been a very big change for Lin Tian. At the highest peak of the Jiro mountain range, the originally sharp peak, at some point, has been flattened and turned into a flat platform. On the mountain peak, Lin Tian, Luffy and Ace were standing on it, looking at a high platform made of cyan stone standing on the mountain peak. From a high altitude, the entire platform is an octahedron 9 meters high, and each side is a 27 platform with some special symbols carved on it. This thing is heavy. Luffy bent over and panted loudly, looking at the cuboid stone next to him. He said with an unhappy expression, "Hey, Lin Tian and Ace, you 2 actually want me to carry this thing alone?" Lin Tian slanted his eyes and said, "I said to move together. It's not that you have to say that the person who lost the guessing moves. In the end, you lose, then I can't help it." Looking at the huge high platform in front, it took the 3 of them more than 10 days to make it. From the foot of a mountain of several thousand meters, these stones were moved up and stacked. I wondered, Lin Tian, why are you doing this kind of thing suddenly? Does it have any special effect? After more than a year of getting along, Ace also learned about Lin Tian. Lin Tian is not the kind of person who can do useless work. He must use certain purposes when doing things. Lin Tian nodded lightly. This does have some use, but I'm not sure if it works. After thinking about it, I'd better make one, just in case. With a light leap, with a small whisper, standing on the high platform, he said to Luffy who was panting below, "Hey! Luffy, move that rock down, be careful." I didn't guess boxing anymore. I didn't expect this thing to be so heavy, Luffy murmured, but his hands still kept moving. He picked up the stone under his feet and walked towards the top of the high platform in small steps. Even Luffy had to be so slow. I can imagine how tiring this stone is. Come. Lin Tian took the stone in one hand, picked it up with great effort, and walked towards the middle of the high platform where there was already a well-prepared groove. Gently inserted the stone, and before Lin Tian could breathe, the whole high platform suddenly vibrated. The vibration did not decrease, but gradually increased. All the stones on the ground were jumping under the power of the high platform shaking, and the dust slowly splashed, and the whole mountain was filled with choking smoke. Luffy and Aston were blinded and looked at Lin Tian with puzzled faces. What was Lin Tian doing? What was the stone he had just inserted? In fact, Lin Tian was also overwhelmed. It was the first time that Lin Tian did this kind of thing. Lin Tian didn't know what would happen, but Lin Tian could feel that this situation should be in a good direction. Lin Tian didn't know exactly what was going on, so he could only wait quietly. The vibrations came and went quickly. After a few seconds, they disappeared completely. What's the matter? Lin Tian Ace came over and asked concerned. Luffy also asked, yes, Lin Tian. You have inserted something, this movement is too loud. Lin Tian shook his head and said with a smile, it's nothing, it's all right now, let's go down. Hearing that Lin Tian was better, the raspy Luffy wouldn't care so much. He put his head on the straw hat and walked directly down. Although Ace was a little puzzled, he didn't ask much and walked down. Go with. Lin Tian at the back spread out his palms and glanced at the stone, with silver light radiating from his hands, with a happy smile on his face. Walking off the high platform, Luffy asked, Hey, Lin Tian. Where are we going now? Go to the barbecue. As long as he said barbecue, Luffy would drool excitedly. After thinking about it, Lin Tian said in a dull tone, the smelly old man called and he will come over at night, and I will leave tomorrow. Let's go to Foxia village today, and go to Mukino. Hearing Lin Tian's words, Luffy, who was intoxicated in the sea of flesh, woke up and exclaimed, What, you are actually leaving? Lin Tian nodded silently. Regarding the difference, Lin Tian also felt a lot of feelings, but in fact, everyone was uncomfortable. The atmosphere in the air was a little bit dull and everyone didn't know what to say. In the end, Luffy happily said loudly, For parting, we have a banquet tonight. Lin Tian also smiled and hurriedly followed Luffy in front of him. Yes, there is a banquet tonight, I will pay the bill and go. Ace also smiled and nodded and stepped forward, chasing after Lin Tian in front, and the three laughter echoed in the forest. The figures of the three were in the towering forest, avoiding branches flexibly, jumping in the forest extremely fast. Ace suddenly remembered something and asked Lin Tian on the side, By the way, Lin Tian, have you said goodbye like the Dan? Well, I told her earlier and she kept crying. After getting along with the Dan for a long time, I will understand that the Dan is a typical knife-mouthed tofu heart. Regardless of how rough she talks to people, even her tone of voice is rough. In fact, she is very kind in her heart. Before saying goodbye to her, she kept waving her hands to drive herself out, saying that she had trouble with Luffy, Ace and others all day long, wishing to go quickly by herself, but Lin Tian just got out of her feet. She had already heard it, the cry coming. The setting sun slowly began to fall, and the three of them also came to the quiet windmill village, with a reddish light shining on the whole village from the sea. Walking on the familiar road, the three trot to the banquet bar opened by Mukino. This is a bar where pirates and bandits gather, but under Mukino's management, the whole bar has been opened quietly. When Lin Tian and the three rushed to the bar, a large group of people gathered outside the bar. A hint of doubt flashed in the eyes of the three of them, and they immediately speeded up their pace to push away the crowd and rushed inches. When I entered the bar, it turned out that it was a group of bandits making trouble in the bar, smashing the contents of the bar, and the village chief was confronting a group of people. With a bang, the leader of the bandit kicked over a table, and the bottle on the table broke to the ground. How do you say, there is so much wine, and tell us there is no wine? Do you look down on us? The bandit from behind quickly echoed, Yes, do you look down on us? Mukino folded his arms and said without showing any weakness, I have already said that this batch of wine has already been ordered, and this is not for sale. Ha ha ha. The bandit laughed and said, Someone has booked, but someone else? Why don't I see anyone now? Here, we ordered these wines, Lin Tian said in a deep voice as they opened the door and looked at the bar. The leader of the bandit pointed his finger and said with a look of disdain, Just you three little ghosts, come order wine, uncle, I'm in a bad mood today, let me discourage you. Hearing the words of the thief on the opposite side, Lin Tian also dismissed it with a smile. As always, BB sees who defeats the most. As for the biggest one, whoever grabs it first is the one who grabs it first. Okay, I must win this time, Luffy said confidently and slowly. Ace smiled and said, Luffy, you have lost 99 times. If you still lose this time, you will have 100 times. On. Lin Tian took the lead, his figure flashed, and he appeared in front of the leading bandit instantly with an ordinary straight punch, directly hitting the door and smashing the bandit's entire head into the ground. Fortunately, Lin Tian's mentality has become much more stable. Otherwise, according to his character a year ago, Lin Tian would have killed him with one move. When Luffy and Ace saw this, they hurriedly speeded up and headed out towards the bandits behind. If they were to follow Lin Tian too, if they didn't hurry up, they would be gone by then. The bandits behind saw that their boss was punched into the ground with a punch by this kid with a look of horror on their faces, and their bodies retreated instinctively. After Lin Tian solved the boss, he rushed towards the crowd behind him. The three of them were like wolves into the flock, and all the bandits were not their one-punch enemy. Seeing his companion being resolved by these three little ghosts in an instant, the face of the surviving person was even more horrified. A timid bandit could not hold it, and dropped his hand and ran outside the door. Fear is like a plague, it is contagious. If one person runs away, there will be two people, and finally a large group of people. But these bandits wanted to escape now. With Lin Tian and the others, these bandits were caught up by Lin Tian and the others before they could run a few steps. Suddenly, a scream sounded, accompanied by several falling to the ground. Before more than a minute, these bandits were all resolved. Most of them had fainted. If they didn't faint, it was more painful and they kept screaming. With 9, 7, I'm just 6. Luffy, it seems that with this time, you have already lost 100 times, Lin Tian said with a smile. Dealing with these pirates is just a trivial matter for everyone. Before they warm up, these pirates have all been wiped out. Excuse me, Makina, I don't know this kind of thing will happen, then I will ask someone to fix the RWWW Pelma will calm, seeing that because of his own reasons, the R is destroyed like this, Lin Tian suddenly feels a little bit unhappy, less meaning, full of apologetic tone. Makino smiled slightly and said in a loud voice, since Lin Tian wants to compensate me, then I will not postpone it. Regarding Lin Tian's wealth, Makino also understood that repairing the bar was just a small amount of money for Lin Tian. So Makino did not postpone too much. That would be bad. The villagers who were confronting each other saw that Lin Tian and the others had solved these bandits in an instant, and couldn't help but praise Lin Tian. Luffy, Ace, yes, I didn't expect you three to be so powerful. The village chief knocked casters the ground several times with a cane and shouted loudly, okay! What a good thing! Knowing to fight all day long, what a good thing! In the face of the village chief's education, the three of them did not speak out, because everyone knows that if you contradicted loudly, there might be more reasons to follow. What happened? To be continued. The Mackinac bar was destroyed, so Lin Tian paid the money and directly invited everyone in the village to give a grand banquet in the open space of the village. One novel. The stubborn village chief, in front still, disagreed life and death, but how could everyone miss this rare carnival opportunity? No one listened to the village chief, everyone joined inches. In the early morning of the next day, the eastern morning sun rose, and there was a banquet joy and anger over the entire Foxia village. On the small wharf of the village, Ace, Luffy, Makino, the village chief, and some villagers were seeing off Lin Tian. Luffy, Ace, you two need to cheer up, come to the Great Route, I am waiting for your news on the Great Route, Lin Tian said with a smile. Luffy quickly replied, that is, I am going to be the man of One Piece. Then I will go to the Great Route and defeat you. As for Luffy's confident words, Ace was the first to disagree. Hey, Luffy, I was the first to go to sea. I will definitely become the Pirate King first and defeat Lin Tian. You just went out 3 years earlier than me. I can still beat you. One Piece must be mine. Hey, can you two stay away from me? You both want to become one piece. What does this have to do with defeating me? Lin Tian clarified the relationship aloud. Ace smiled and said in a certain tone, of course it matters. You are the strongest genius in the Navy. We want to be the One Piece. That's the strongest man in the sea. Of course, we must defeat you as a naval genius. Hearing this reason, Lin Tian suddenly surrendered. This reason is really powerful and nothing to say, but Lin Tian is also very much looking forward to what the scene will be with Luffy and Ace, who have become stronger on the Great Route. After a pause, Lin Tian thought for a long time yesterday and decided to speak to Ace in a low voice. Ace, do you want to know what kind of person your father is? Hearing Lin Tian's question, Aston became silent, his smile gradually disappeared, and he thought for a while. Do you know what kind of person my father is? No. Lin Tian shook his head slightly and handed out a small white folded note. Although I don't know, I know someone who knows your father very well. He is your father's deputy captain. His address is on the slip. Looking at this little note, Aston became nervous and stretched out his hands, but he did not dare to take it. Although Ace always wanted to know what kind of person his father was, but when it came time, Ace made a decision. Can't resolve. Finally, after gritting his teeth, Ace directly took the small note, held it tightly in his hand, and said sincerely, "Thank you, Lin Tian." Lin Tian smiled slightly and said, "No thanks, we are brothers." "Yes, we are brothers." Lin Tian. You have to be careful when you are in the ocean and take care of yourself, said the kind-hearted Makino with a gentle smile on his face. With a bang, Lin Tian jumped gently and landed on the boat steadily. Don't worry, Makino, I will pay attention and I will hand over the things from last night to Shanks. Hearing Lin Tian's words, Makinuo's white face instantly turned red. Under everyone's doubting eyes, Makinuo directly covered his face with shame and could not help but scold Lin Tian in front of so many people. Tell this matter. Seeing that Makinuo was embarrassed like this, everyone could probably guess what was born and could not help showing belching eyes, but Makinuo blushed even more when he felt this. The village chief, on one side, was so angry that he kept knocking on the cane in his hand and cursed with hatred of iron and steel. Makino, how can you do this, Makino? For Shanks, the village chief didn't like him at first glance. In addition to his status as the Shanks pirate, he also had his habit of drinking frequently and he always had a hangover. Luffy, who was only rude and emotionally idiot, touched his head and looked puzzled, thinking that he still had something to explain, and quickly reminded him, Lin Tian. You remember to say hello to me like Shanks. Well, rest assured, I will tell Shanks. Luffy waved his hands to say goodbye, goodbye, goodbye everyone, I will miss you. The boat rode farther and farther, and the dock gradually disappeared in front of Lin Tian. And the figures of Luffy and others were also blurred. Lin Tian looked at the distant sea. Great Route, Lin Tian is back. After some travel, Lin Tian crossed the first half of the Great Route and finally returned to the Navy headquarters. After 4 years, Lin Tian left the Navy headquarters, traversed the first half of the Great Route, the East China Sea and the West China twice, and finally returned to this place. From the time of leaving the Navy captain, within 4 years, Lin Tian experienced various battles, personally killed countless pirates, and sent countless pirates to the city. Now he is a rear admiral, and the Navy has been promoted the fastest in history. After 4 years, Lin Tian has grown a lot, not only in appearance, but also in his inner mentality. Looking at the Chamborian Islands in front of him, Lin Tian showed a smile on his face. I haven't seen him for 3 years. I didn't expect the Chamborian Islands to be so beautiful. There is no change, but the popularity is a little bit more. Lin Tian saw huge mangrove trees. This is the island closest to the Navy headquarters, the Chambord Islands. There are 79 of the world's largest mangroves, the Arctic mangroves. Because the roots of the trees are always exposed on the water, the Chamborian Islands are formed. The biggest feature of the Chambordyan Islands is that the roots of the Arky mangrove secrete special natural resin due to respiration. The resin expands into bubbles due to the air and then flies into the sky. The scene is very beautiful. Of course, these mangroves have existed for thousands of years, but how can there be any huge changes in a few years? Ender walked over and said. Compared to a year ago, Ender has not changed much, except that there is an extra scar on his face. The rank is also the same as Lin Tian's Rear Admiral. Obviously, Ender has also experienced countless dangerous battles over the past year. Stretching slightly, Lin Tian said in a relaxed tone, "That's right, time is nothing to these mangroves." "Oh, yes," Lin Tian turned around and asked, "This time, how long will we stay in the Chambered Islands?" Ender held his chin and thought, for a while, there should be a day or so. This time the Navy headquarters has not issued an order. We should go back as soon as possible, and we should be able to stay longer. One day, it should be enough. Lin Tian thought about it, and whispered. Seeing Lin Tian's appearance, Ender immediately understood that Lin Tian had to go to the Chambered Islands by himself again. This kind of thing would have been ignored by other people. Ender would come to the Chambered Islands instead of playing. But this person was Lin Tian. And Ender reminded him loudly that every time Lin Tian went to an island, he would make a lot of noise. "Hey, Lin Tian. You can only stroll around in the Chambered Islands this time. Don't make any big disturbances, otherwise it will be difficult for us to explain to the rulers here. We must know that this is the territory of the Tianlong people. The place I visited this time was the Chambordyan Islands, where the ruler was a Tianlong people. At the same time, this place is also a place that must be visited to enter the New World. I don't know how many pirates and evils are hidden in it. According to Lin Tian's usual habit, if it caused trouble, it would certainly not be small." Ender didn't want to. As soon as they returned to the Navy headquarters, they gave the Navy headquarters such a big gift. "Don't worry, Major General, and I just went to meet some old friends this time, and I won't cause trouble. Besides, am I the kind of person who will actively cause trouble? Every time I am troubled." After finishing speaking, Lin Tian gave Ender a look of your peace of mind, as if saying, "Don't worry about me, don't make any trouble." Ender's eyes lightly scooped his eyes, a face of disbelief, and he thought to himself, "I don't worry, I just don't worry about the whole ship, and I don't worry about others, otherwise I will only remind you what to do alone." "Hey, Lin Tian. You have to keep a low profile this time. The Tianlong people who rule here are." After thinking about it, and decided that it was necessary to remind him. "Hey, rest assured, I promise that I will not take the initiative to cause trouble this time." When Anne was still nagging, Lin Tian bends over and pleads. "Well, I won't say much, but you still have to remember." "Okay, I will remember it. Press it like this, I'll leave first." Without waiting for Ender's words, Lin Tian stood on the ship and jumped down and disappeared into Ender's eyes. Upon seeing this, Ender ran a few steps forward to the side of the ship and looked down. I saw Lin Tian on the surface of the sea, running towards the extreme Chambered Islands a few hundred meters away. I don't know when they were already close to the Chambered Islands. Seeing Lin Tian's figure suddenly pulled out, leaping into the Chambered Islands, disappearing before his eyes, and shook his head helplessly. After all, I'm still a 14-year-old kid who has been on the Great Route for so long, and he's still frizzy. Hey, where did Lin Tian, this stinky boy, go? Garp, who had just woke up, swept his eyes at random as usual and found that Lin Tian, the stinky boy, was missing again, and then asked Ant out loud. "Lieutenant General Garp, Major General Lin Tian has just got off the boat and entered the Chambered Islands." "What?" Cap said suddenly angrily. "Lin Tian, this stinky boy, actually went alone again." After speaking, Garp's tone became helpless. No matter how many times he said it, Lin Tian, the kid, could not fix the bad problem of acting alone. To be continued. In the Chambered Islands, Mangrove No. 44 is here. Lin Tian stroll through it. Although Island No. 44 is the entrance for civilians to enter the Chambered Islands, most pirates and criminals also enter through it. 1 equals novel. I don't know if it's good luck. Lin Tian randomly chose the 44 number. Because this is a place of entry and exit, there are people coming and going everywhere. Therefore, this is also the Chamborian Islands, the most prosperous of the 79 islands, and it is also the few places where battles often occur. After Lin Tian stayed here for a few minutes, he saw a fight, caused by a trivial matter of giving way. It was caused by two groups of pirates. The pirates, who can come to the Chambered Islands, are all with the purpose of entering the New World. These pirates are not weak, and arrogance is inevitable, so these people are also the most prone to trouble. It seemed that he was walking aimlessly in the street, but Lin Tian's eyes looked at the surroundings very energetically, observing the crowds and stalls nearby. After a short walk of several tens of meters, Lin Tian found several groups of pirates, but they were all small pirates, not very powerful. Now in Lin Tian's eyes, pirates with a bounty of less than 100 million are small pirates, and it is difficult for Lin Tian to be interested in such pirates. After strolling around, it was dull and tasteless. Lin Tian didn't find it interesting at all, just as Lin Tian was about to leave the No. 44 islands. The crowd in front of him suddenly became noisy, and the movement was still very loud. Lin Tian became curious at once, and was about to step forward to see what happened. The crowd of people suddenly started to act together, retreated to both sides, and retreated to the edge of the road, emptying the whole road. Just like some big people in front of them, let these people retreat unnaturally thinking about them, but with the expressions of disdain, fear, hatred. On their faces, it seems that the people in front are really not easy. But Lin Tian, under this huge crowd movement, was tightly squeezed into the crowd in an instant, and after a long time of exhaustion, he emerged from the crowd, turned over and jumped to a tall building, and he was relieved immediately. There are too many people, but who is this person who has such a big show to make everyone give way? Lin Tian leaned over to take a look. The curiosity on his face suddenly turned into an upset, and he could not help but curse in a low voice. Fuck, I thought it was who it was. I didn't expect it to be them. I said how so many people gave way. It turned out that the garbage came. On the streets, the people who let everyone make the way are the dragon people, who are known as the world's nobles, and only Tianlong people have this kind of power. On the road, a large group of people walked slowly, so that the three were Tianlong people, dressed in well-made clothes, and also in a white cloak behind them, with bubble hoods on their heads. Behind is a large group of guards directly belonging to the Tianlong people. There are dozens of people who are dedicated to protecting the safety of the Tianlong people, and there are some slaves linked together by toes. The Tianlong people, the nobles of the world who live in the holy place of Mary Jioya, are the descendants of 20 kings who established the world government 82 years ago. They call themselves descendants of the Creator and are arrogant and domineering. He also treats people of other races as slaves at will and enjoys all privileges. Once offended, the general of the Navy headquarters must devote all his military power to maintain it. They are a group of guys who consider themselves great, and they are called the biggest garbage. In Lin Tian's opinion, this kind of people are not as good as rubbish. Compared with them, those who were officials in the previous life are good people, but it is this kind of casters that has always ruled the world, and the world government is under their control. In the whole world, Lin Tian disliked the Tianlong people the most. After staying in the Navy headquarters for a year, Lin Tian had a definite understanding of the Sky people. It was precisely because of this that Lin Tian was so unhappy with the Tianlong talents. In the cognition of the Tianlong people, they think that they are gods, they are creators, and only with them can the world be created. Therefore, they are the most noble blood in the world, and the rest are rubbish. They were born as slaves. The purpose of their existence is to set off them. Simply put, they don't treat anyone as a human being. In order to highlight their nobility, they even felt disdainful when they breathed the same air as ordinary people and finally made a hood specially. Let Lin Tian use one sentence to describe this approach. This is a typical example of doing a chastity memorial wearing a suit, but not breathing the same air. In fact, in addition to being arrogant and thinking of himself as a god, the Tianlong people are also good at strange things. I really don't know if there is any problem with the feng shui of Mary Jioya and how to live there and find some strange things. In the middle is a middle-aged Tianlong with a pale head, holding a walking stick, studded with precious stones. At this moment, he was sitting on the back of a slave wearing a foot cuff. Looking at the clothes on the slave, it should be a pirate, but for some reason he fell into the hands of the Tianlong. Looking at the injuries on his face, it seems the captain also endured inhuman torture and became like this. A man and a woman standing next to the Tianlong people, depending on the situation, should be the children of the middle Tianlong people. This should be a family. The male Tianlong, with a snot on his face, was very disgusting, holding an iron chain in his hand, and at the other end of the chain, he blamed a group of female slaves, tied together by toes. And the female Tianlong on the side, although on the surface there is no strange behavior, but living in such a family is probably not a good thing. The female dragon complained, "I said your father, brother, what are you two doing here? If you want the captain's slave, just go to the Navy headquarters and ask. They have a lot of pirate captains, and they can do whatever they want. I'm exhausted after running so far." Looking down at his daughter, he shouted, "It's not because of you. If you didn't play my slave to death, would I come here to find a slave? Furthermore, you don't know what the captain of the naval headquarters is like, or some wounded, or some powerful pirates. Can they be used as slaves? Moreover, there are more pirates in the Chambered Islands, and they are also some unruly pirate captains. Only by catching such pirate captains and then tame them can you have a taste." As he said, the Tianlong laughed, and in a blink of an eye he kicked the captain at his feet, cursing, "Hurry up, walk so slowly, when I find a better one, I will throw you to my daughter." The male Tianlong dragged the iron chain in his hand, made a clanging steel crash, his eyes exposed, and said to himself, "I hope there are some beautiful female slaves here, so that I can add one to my collection." After finishing speaking, he glanced at the female slaves behind, with a disgusting smile on his face, and yanked the iron chain on his hand, and a scream of screams sounded. Hearing her father's words, the female Tianlong smiled on her face. The captain's slave watched herself for a long time, but her father never let it go. There was a trace of grief on the captain's slave face. If he were to fall into the hands of this woman, he would not be far from death. I did not expect that he would die with this situation. The pirates hiding in the crowd beside heard their conversation. Their faces could not help showing anger, and their fists were clenched. But no one dared to do it, not to mention whether they could break through the blockade of these guards. If they did, they would face the admiral's chase. Suddenly, several bangs sounded. Everyone on the side suddenly looked shocked, and many girls covered their mouths and let out a cry of exclamation. In the middle of the road, the three people, Tianlong, all fell to the ground, and the captain also fell to the ground, and the four entangled with each other and fell together. The middle-aged Tianlong was sitting on the back of the captain of the pirate, and there was a meat shield underneath that fell down. There was no injury. The other two Tianlong were not so lucky. The male Tianlong was thrown onto the iron chain. The transparent hood on his head hit the iron chain directly. There were cracks on the hood, and his nose was knocked out of Mizeglis. The female dragon was even more miserable. She hit her head on a rock. Fortunately, she was protected by a hood. She didn't suffer any injuries, but the hood was broken. There were blood stains on her face from the stone. The whole person was broken. The guards at the back reacted immediately and quickly gathered around, looking at the crowd in front of them with a vigilant expression. Several of them quickly helped a few of the celestial dragons. Feeling the pain on her face, the envy Tianlong quickly reached out and touched her face. A warm feeling came from her fingers, and a screaming scream sounded. "What? The Tianlingren who got up on the side quickly asked, "Sister, daughter, are you okay?" Looking up at the two of them, they almost frightened them half to death, only to see a few blood stains on their faces and the blood flowed out of the wound. It was very horrible. It was a bit ugly at first, but now it has become horrible. The female Tianlingren grabbed the gun from the guard on the side and then pulled the trigger directly at the guard. A gunshot, a bang, and the figure fell down. Immediately afterwards, the female Dragonite who was furious due to her disfigurement raised the gun in her hand and pulled the trigger at the mission of the crowd in front. No matter whether she was under her own or an ordinary person, in the eyes of the Dragonite, everyone is not human. With every gunshot, a figure fell down, and the crowd on the side, even though they were so addicted to this scene, couldn't help laughing. But this day the Dragon Man suddenly went crazy, avoiding the fish, and hurried away. The crowd that was already crowded disappeared instantly. For some reason, the female Tianlingren, who was crazy to kill, fell to the ground again, and the muzzle was facing the Tianlingren behind. Boom! There was a gunshot, and this gun fired a bullet. Seeing this scene, the guards were shocked with their mouths open. If it was true, the world would be shaken by this again tomorrow, and the Tianlingren tragedy died under his sister. Tough true. The male Tianlingren sat on the ground in fright, breathing heavily in his mouth, looking at the small hole in the hood with a look of fear. The breeze blew through www.com, and the lower part of the body was cold, and then I realized that the male Tianlingren had been scared and incontinent with a shot just now. Call. The guards on the side breathed a sigh of relief. If one of the Dragonites really died, they would not be able to escape responsibility, and they might be killed by the rest of the Dragonites. Sister, what are you doing? You want to kill your brother? I didn't want to say that you caused us to fall before. You almost killed me. The male Tianlong cursed angrily. Whoever passed through the ghost gate, the mood will not be good. The female Tianlong was already irritable because of her disfigurement. After such a curse, she said, "What is your name? And if you were hit, you were scared like this." What did you say? You actually said that. You still think I am your brother? I don't have your disgusting brother. As the three of them were arguing, a figure slowly slipped down from the top of the building. To be continued. On No. 35 Chambered Islands, Lin Tian's figure has appeared here. Lin Tian, who was walking on the street, glanced from the side to the side hotel from time to time, observing some of the surrounding scenery and people passing by. One novel equals less than equals. But Lin Tian was thinking about what was just now secretly, and Lin Tian was very unwilling to think that it was just a little bit short. Such a good opportunity is in front of me, and I have already acted it, but it is so short, otherwise there will be an event that shocks the world tomorrow. One day the Dragon Man was crazy because of his disfigurement and accidentally killed his brother by accident. This kind of news would surely shock the world. Unfortunately, I can only think about it now that the male Tianlong actually survived, and survived without any damage to his fur, which made Lin Tian very unwilling. Originally, Lin Tian looked at the three Tianlingren in front of him and was very upset, so he secretly shot, taking advantage of everyone's attention to move a few stones to the feet of the Tianlingren. At that time, everyone's eyes were on the Tianlong people, even though no one would pay attention to their feet, let alone those Tianlong people. Each one walks like 205 and rides on people's backs. This kind of extremely arrogant garbage. Will you look at the road when you walk? The answer is definitely no. Therefore, the female dragon was tripped by a stone and fell directly to the ground, just blocking the way of the slave captain, shocked him, and hurriedly avoided it. One was careless, did not stand firmly, and fell directly to the ground, by the way, knocked the Tianlingren next to him to the ground. And that female Tianlong's face was actually scratched by a rock, and the ugly face was disfigured again. This was something Lin Tian didn't expect. Who would have thought that she just hit the rock? What happened in the next life shocked Lin Tian. Sure enough, his family was full of strange flowers and rubbish, venting his anger and pain by killing people at will. At that time, Lin Tian realized that this was a good opportunity to fish in troubled waters. Then there was the next scene. The female dragon fell again, and then the muzzle was facing the back for some reason, and the trigger was pulled. These were also Lin Tian's secret control. He thought that he could use this opportunity to kill a Tianlong person in secret. Even if the world government found something wrong by then, there were so many people who could not find out who did it. But I didn't expect that success was the same stone, and failure was the same stone. When the gun fell, it hit the stone and the shot was missed. This allowed the male dragon to escape fortunately, otherwise he would undoubtedly die. The more I think about it, the more Lin Tian feels unwilling. If I missed the opportunity this time, it must be very difficult next time. Although I did it very secretly, it won't be long before it will be revealed. After all, a few stones appeared on the road for no reason. This is a very puzzling thing, let alone stepping on it twice. How can there be so many coincidences in the world? This is why, after Lin Tian failed to see it, he immediately reasoned for leaving. Cuckoo. A scream of stomach was clearly heard in Lin Tian's ears. He lowered his head and touched his hungry stomach with both hands, showing a hungry look on his face. From morning till now, Lin Tian hasn't eaten anything, just drank a few glasses of water and felt hungry for so long. I couldn't help but look up to the side to see if there is anything that can satisfy my hunger, but there are hotels everywhere on this side, and there are some restaurants. There are no roadside stalls like that on the street. 35 Good Chambered Archipelago is also known as Hotel Street. Apart from hotels, it is still a hotel. Most of the crews who live here are waiting for Mary Jo's permission. Looking at the hotels and restaurants next to him, Lin Tian thought about it and let it go. If it was a street stall, he would still eat to fill up his hunger. As for the restaurant, he didn't want to eat. Besides, he was waiting to go there. Have eaten. Anyway, it was not far from there. Thinking of them, Lin Tian couldn't help showing a trace of nostalgia, knowing that he hadn't seen them for 2 or 3 years. Suddenly, a beautiful bat flashed in front of his eyes. His eyes instinctively swept away, as if there was a familiar feeling. Lin Tian's face changed slightly. How could this person feel familiar? But he couldn't remember who it was. He raised his head quickly, trying to find the bat figure, but with so many people in this street, Lin Tian just didn't pay attention to it, and the beautiful bat figure had disappeared. Lin Tian quickly stood up on tiptoe and scanned the surroundings, trying to find the figure among the crowd, and after scanning around, the figure still did not appear. It stands to reason that it's just over 10 seconds that I have passed. Is there any alley on this side? That person should be still on the road. Why did he disappear after a glance, but he didn't find it after a glance? Is it wrong? Lin Tian couldn't help but think secretly in his heart, but when he thought about it, Lin Tian didn't think he would be wrong. His eyes were not so bad. Suddenly, Lin Tian's eyes slanted, and at the corner of an alley ahead, he saw the figure next to him walking into the alley. Lin Tian hurriedly pursued that direction. In this crowded crowd, Lin Tian's thin body, like a nimble fish in the water, moved towards the woman's position. Within a few seconds, Lin Tian had already arrived at the place where the woman was present, but at this time the woman was no longer there. Lin Tian glanced quickly, without much thought, and went straight into the side alley. After passing a corner, the figure of the woman appeared in front of her. The woman had reached the end of the road and was about to step into the next corner. Lin Tian quickly shouted, "Hello, hello, do we know each other?" When the woman heard Lin Tian shout, her figure paused, but she immediately stepped into the corner, speeding up a bit and disappearing in front of Lin Tian. Upon seeing this, Lin Tian's figure flashed and appeared at the corner in an instant, and the two rushed to chase after him. Come. This is a special product specially produced by Zihei. It is very rare, as long as 1000 dailies. Everyone, take a look, I have all good things here. Looking at this lively long street, Lin Tian patted his head, facing the dazzling sunlight, constantly scanning the crowd, coming and going on the street, looking for the figure of the woman. I thought that he could catch up on his own, but Lin Tian didn't expect that the corner was not an alley, but another prosperous street. There were crowds everywhere. As soon as the woman entered inside, Lin Tian quickly followed, but there were too many people and Lin Tian was too short. When this was crowded, the woman disappeared from her eyes. Therefore, Lin Tian stood alone by the street, but unfortunately after watching for a long time, he still didn't see the figure of the woman. From the scene where she added a woman just now, and the woman paused, Lin Tian had predicted that the woman must know him, and he also knew him, and he did not admit his mistake. It's just that this woman should have known him a long time ago, and I can't remember who she is for a while, but since this woman knows herself, why did she deliberately avoid herself and not let herself see him? Is it his own enemy? That's why he deliberately avoided him, but it's not right. He has never been an enemy of beautiful women. For beautiful women, Lin Tian is very good. After thinking about it, Lin Tian felt that she still couldn't figure it out, so she didn't think about it. If it is really related to herself, she will come out one day and talk about it. Regarding Lin Tian's words, Lin Tian never thinks about things that he can't figure out. Anyway, he can't figure out what he can do. I looked up and looked at the huge number of 13 on it. Only then did I realize that I had arrived at the destination without knowing it. This is also luck. Holding his head back, with his hands and humming a little song from his previous life, Lin Tian determined his direction and walked directly toward the street. The place he was looking for was on the street. Compared with a hotel street just now, there are a lot more people on this street. There are just some crew members staying. The No. 13 islands, but the illegal zone of the Chambered Islands also has many bars and other entertainment facilities, which are also gathered. They are all murderous people. Most of the shops on both sides of the street are weapon stores, pharmacies, and bars where the general population gathers, selling all kinds of things inside. In the illegal area of the Chambered Islands, as long as you have money, you can buy anything. This is also one of the largest gathering centers in the underground world www.palnahu.com. Along the way, Lin Tian kept his eyes on the shops on both sides. Lin Tian would stop and glance at the bar as long as he found it. Suddenly, Lin Tian stopped and looked at a bar with a smile on his face. This time his destination finally arrived. Shiakai's Blackmail Bar. That's right, this bar was opened by Aunt Shia. Since their departure from Sexton Island, Aunt Shia and Raleigh have come to live in the Chambered Islands. Until now, one of them is still open, while Raleigh has made one. Cooker. It stands to reason that people like Raleigh, the king of Pluto, should stay away from the Navy headquarters, but Raleigh went the other way and went directly to the nearest place to live near the Navy headquarters. Perhaps this is the domineering that the legendary Hades, Raleigh, dare to face the dominance of the Navy headquarters, what a legendary pirate has. This time, Lin Tian stayed in the Chambered Islands for a day, mainly to meet Aunt Shia and Li. It has been 2 years since Sexton Island had been separated from each other. I don't know how they are now. To be continued. Just when Lin Tian was about to enter the bar, with a bang, Lin Tian suddenly felt something hit him and suddenly reacted. A novel less than. I'm sorry, I ran too fast, so I didn't see it, an apologetic voice came. Lin Tian realized that he was being hit by someone. Following the sound source, Lin Tian looked down and found that it was a 10-year-old Lolita who hit him. Little friend, I'm sorry, the girl ran too fast, so I was a little sorry for not seeing you. Just as Luffy was about to speak, a thick voice came over and Lin Tian tilted his head to see that it turned out to be a middle-aged man in black. And there were 2 guards behind. Lin Tian felt from them a murderous aura that was not weak compared to ordinary people, but it was not worth mentioning in front of Lin Tian. But he should be a strong person who is not weak with 2 people. Such a guard, the identity of this man is not simple. Daddy. Lori yelled happily and flew towards the man. Seeing Lori flying, the man showed a petting smile on his face and hugged Lori. Lin Tian smiled slightly, waved his hand, and said with a look of okay, it's okay, this is also my fault. If I hadn't been on the road suddenly, I wouldn't have been hit. There was indeed Lin Tian's reason. Who told Lin Tian to stay on the street suddenly? Besides, it was just a little bump, and it didn't matter to him. But Lin Tian didn't think it was anything. The man didn't think so, and said, how good is this? Anyway, the little girl hit you, so why don't I ask you to have a meal to apologize? Hearing, Lin Tian quickly waved his hand and postponed, no, this is not necessary. This is just a small matter. I don't need to eat, and I have already made an appointment with a friend. Seeing Lin Tian said this, the middle-aged man suddenly cut off the idea of inviting Lin Tian to eat, and said with a smile, if this is the case, then I won't bother the little friend. It's okay, Lin Tian said softly that it was okay, and then walked directly to the bar. For Lin Tian, they were just a passerby who came across, and I'm afraid they won't even see one in the future. Looking at the back of Lin Tian entering the bar, the man said with great interest, this boy is very interesting. With the sound of opening the door, Lin Tian slowly opened the door of the bar and walked straight inches. With a light sweep, the bar looks like Lin Tian's eyes. The bar decoration is not much different from that on Section, except that some minor changes have been made, but the overall situation is still the same, giving people a familiar feeling. Compared to the first time I entered Aunt Xia's bar in Section, where there was no one, there are quite a lot of people in this bar now. Most of the seats are full of people, and there is a strong drink in the bar. Taste. There were a lot of wine bottles on the table. Most of the people had flushed faces and apparently drank a lot. When Lin Tian entered the bar, they only glanced slightly and then drank again. When they were observing Lin Tian was also observing them. From their words, actions, and addressing each other, these people were all pirates, and they all came from the same pirate ship. At the bar, the seats there are already full. These should be the officers of the pirate ship. One of the red-headed men was talking to Aunt Xia, who was wiping the glass, and left out a laugh or two from time to time. Obviously, this man and Aunt Xia were old acquaintances. Seeing the man's very eye-catching red, Lin Tian couldn't help flashing a person's name in his heart, but then he pressed it down from his heart. How could his luck be so good? He came across such a character when he came to Chambered Islands. But then, looking at the caterers one by one, looking at the clothes, from the back, the name came out of Lin Tian's heart unconsciously. Aunt Xia, who was wiping the cup, put down the wiping cup and felt that there was a visitor. She picked up another cup to prepare for wiping. Although I haven't seen each other in 3 years, Lin Tian's current appearance has changed a lot compared to his previous appearance. After all, everyone at this age is about to grow up. But Aunt Xia recognized Lin Tian in an instant, because in previous correspondence, Lin Tian had taken pictures to Aunt Xia. When she saw Lin Tian's appearance clearly, Aunt Xia suddenly looked shocked. Aunt Xia really didn't expect or anticipate Lin Tian's sudden appearance. In a recent communication, I heard Lin Tian said that he was taking risks in Zhe, but he did not expect to appear here today. Then his face turned into joy, such a sudden surprise. Lin Tian! Lin Tian! Why did you come here suddenly? Seeing Aunt Xia showing himself, Lin Tian also showed a happy smile on his face. He looked at Aunt Xia and said, Aunt Xia, it's been a long time, you're still the same, just as beautiful and young. That's it. Aunt Xia is still very useful for Lin Tian's flattering, and the smile on her face is even worse. But we haven't seen each other in a few years. Our Xiao Lin Tian has also grown up, and has become a handsome boy. Up. Hearing Aunt Xia's laugh, Lin Tian was at a loss and stretched out his hand to touch the back of his head with a simple smile on his face. Of course, the man who talked with Aunt Xia happily had such a drastic change in the expression on Aunt Xia's face. In the eyes of men, Aunt Xia has always been an extremely smart and very calm woman. Few things can change the expression on her face, let alone such a dramatic change. The man couldn't help being curious about the person coming, put down the wine in his hand, and slowly turned around. His gaze coincided with that of Lin Tian, who had been observing him. What? Seeing Lin Tian's appearance, the red man couldn't help but think of a surprise. Obviously, the red man did know Lin Tian. And he was also very surprised that Lin Tian would appear here. When Lin Tian saw the man's appearance, he was not surprised, but helpless. He didn't expect that he was expecting this man. One of the strongest pirates in the world, but also one of the strongest in the world, like an emperor in the New World, the Red Shanks, one of the 4 emperors. Facing such a character, it is hard to be afraid that Lin Tian also has a heavy face. His whole body involuntarily tightened, and he looked at Shanks very vigilantly. It is true that this man's reputation is too prominent, and at the same time his powerful strength makes people feel fear in their hearts. But the name can make it tremble, and this can only be done by a strong man like Shanks, a person who stands on the top of the world and can change the world at will. Perhaps no one knows which of the 4 emperors is the most powerful, because the 4 emperors rarely fight, let alone the kind of life and death struggle. If such a person fights, the whole world has to be changed. Regarding the 4 emperors in the New World, Lin Tian had already planned to meet, but Lin Tian knew that he was currently strong. In the hands of the 4 emperors, he might not even have the power to backhand. I am afraid that even the 4 emperors might not be opponents. Don't talk about seeing the 4 emperors. To say that among the 4 emperors, the one that Lin Tian wanted to see most was Red Shanks. Unlike the other 4 emperors, they were all powerful in Roger's era. And Shanks was also just a weak person in Roger's era. At that time, he was just a Captain Roger and a little trainee crew. But after Roger's death, he began to emerge suddenly. With his high strength and unique personality charm, he quickly gathered a large number of powerful crew members. In just a few years, he became the 4th of King's Landing, from an ordinary little pirate. Emperor. At the same time, I spent a year with Luffy in the East China Sea. For this influenced Luffy's life, leading Luffy to the road of Shanghai Thief, was bitten by the hateful old man, and often talked in Luffy's mouth. Luffy was regarded as an idol. The subject's Red Shanks, Lin Tian, was also curious. What's more, what charm is Shanks that can make Makino, the gentle, kind and beautiful bar proprietress, fall in love with him and always worry about her far away? All these prompted Lin Tian to be curious about Red Shanks. When Lin Tian was about to go to the New World, he looked for Red Shanks, gave him Makino's things, and brought Luffy's words to him, but who I saw it here. These thoughts flashed through Lin Tian's mind in just a few moments, which showed how confused Lin Tian's mind was when he saw Shanks. But who is Lin Tian? That is the strongest genius of the Navy, the murderous Casters, who has been talked about by countless pirates, is also famous in the entire Great Sea Route. At the same time, he is also a man with strong ambitions, a man who wants to truly stand on the top of the world and be truly free. How could he be so easily frightened? It has only been a few seconds since seeing Shanks. Lin Tian has adjusted his mentality. The heaviness and tension on his face have disappeared, replaced by a normal expression. The tight body also slowly relaxed, but the secret defense still did not weaken. Facing such a strong man, Lin Tian wanted to relax completely and couldn't relax. And the 2 sides are still on opposite sides. One is the Navy and the other is a pirate. These 2 are born to be pinched when they meet. Neither of them speaks, so they stare at each other closely. In the eyes of unknowing outsiders, these 2 are like old friends who have not seen each other for many years, watching deeply here. But the 2 were engaged in a speechless confrontation. You can see from Lin Tian's back gradually being soaked with sweat, and looking at Shanks, Lin Tian was under pressure in secret. Aunt Xia watched this scene with a smile on her face. Red Shanks, one of the 4 most powerful pirates, Lin Tian, known as the strongest genius of the Navy, should have been somewhere in the future. stand on both sides to fight. Today, in this small bar of my own, these two met. I don't know what will happen, so Aunt Shia is looking forward to it. Those caterers also looked expectantly at this scene. Just now everyone heard the captain's soft voice, which surprised the captain. The caterers who were drinking at the bar were also very curious and couldn't help but look back and want to see who came. The two looked at each other for dozens of seconds. Finally, Lin Tian withdrew his gaze and chuckled softly. I didn't expect Long Shanks, one of the four emperors, to appear here, which is really surprising. To be continued. Oh, I am also very surprised to see the strongest genius of the Navy here. Looking at Lin Tian, Shanks changed from his usual optimism with a rare serious expression on his face. One small say. Shanks also valued this Navy, hailed as the strongest genius of the Navy, and it must not be easy to be called by the Navy as such. Shanks came from Roger's era of the strong, when the Navy came out in large numbers, like warring states, Garp, Khan. But no one could be called by Lin Tian. The Navy powerhouses who can still come from that era now unanimously call it this, which is enough to explain the evil spirit of this young talent. The crew members of the Red Pirates group beside heard the captain's words. Their faces, flushed with drunkenness, were surprised, and the alcohol on their faces disappeared instantly, their eyes fixed on Lin Tian. Being a crew member of the four emperors, even an ordinary crew member, I am afraid they can have a good reputation in the four oceans. They are not mediocre. Don't look at their drunken faces, but most people are inside very sober. Unexpectedly, this is the naval genius who was hyped up by the Navy back then. It looks like just an ordinary teenager. I don't know if the strength is so prominent. Don't just be a vase propagated by the Navy, it's boring. It should be no problem to defeat you. This naval genius has gained a reputation on the great sea routes in recent years. There are many pirates who have planted in his hands to offer rewards of hundreds of millions. Yes, I heard that there are very few pirates who survived in the hands of this young man. There are even rumors among the pirates that it is still difficult to fall into his hands, and I don't know if it is true. Hearing these pirates talking to him, Lin Tian smiled at the corner of his mouth and calmly looked at Shanks and said, I didn't expect that the four famous emperors would know my name and would be surprised. Shanks leaned back and leaned directly on the back bar. Of course, your name is like a thunder for most pirates, and I want to see the truth. But when Lin Tian's fame spread to the world, a storm was also set off among the pirate groups. Many people were very interested in this naval genius. They wanted to see what the naval genius could call him by the Navy headquarters. Coupled with a huge bounty that I don't know who is offering in the underground world, I don't know how many people in the whole world are interested in Lin Tian's head. It is not a head but fame and fortune. Oh, I don't know if the four emperors are also interested in my true face, Lin Tian asked curiously. Shanks picked up the wine glass on the table and was about to take a sip. He suddenly heard Lin Tian's inquiry and stopped. Of course, as a pirate, of course I am interested in the strongest genius of the Navy. I have taken your picture, but I am still interested in real people. Lin Tian suddenly cursed the Navy headquarters and the world government in his heart. Those casters also said that they kept secrets very well. This is a strong ass. I am afraid that his information has been widely circulated among the pirates. Raising the bottle, slurping a few times, Shanks drank a few sips, and said in a deep voice, I thought that the place we met would be on the battlefield, but I didn't expect it would be in such an ordinary bar. Really? It seems that we have the same idea. We thought that the place where we met the four emperors was the battlefield. Oh. Shanks said with a hint of surprise, and put the bottle on the bar again. As a Navy, we are now here as pirates. I don't know what your Navy will do. Hearing the captain's words, the pirates in the field couldn't help but put their eyes on Lin Tian. With a smile on their faces that looked like a smile. See how Lin Tian would choose. is to do what the Navy should do: notify the Navy headquarters, catch them, or pretend that they don't know, as if they haven't been seen. With a squeak, the wine bottle on the bar flew towards Lin Tian. Lin Tian stretched out his hand to hold it, and drank it without hesitation. It's not what I do, but what you do. The right to inform the Navy is not in my hands, but in your hands. Hearing Lin Tian's answer, the face of the pirate present could not help showing a trace of incomprehension. He didn't understand that the Navy would suddenly say such things. There was no connection between the two things. In the second seat on the right of Shanks, an obese cater wearing small colored sunglasses, a green hat, a green and white striped shirt, a yellow coat, a blue belt, beige pants, and red sneakers. He took a bite of the barbecue in his hand. Navy, are you scared? Even if you say something wrong, the decision to inform the Navy headquarters is in our hands. Rachi Lu, one of the main caters of the Red Sea pirates, does not look at his fatness, but his combat power is extremely terrifying, with a bounty of 250 million. In the past few years, he hasn't done any major things. No one knows where his specific strength has reached, but it is only higher than in the past. Hey, Beckman, what does this kid mean? Shanks asked quietly. On the right of Shanks, a long face, has a pointed chin, a straight nose, and a clear facial line. He is sturdy, with scars on his arms, and a cater with a rifle in his waist. He took a deep cigarette, exhaled the smoke, and said with a slight smile on his face, "This boy is nice and interesting." Then he smoked the cigarette again. "Didn't you say it is the same as if you didn't say it? You didn't say anything about it." Shanks felt a little helpless. Just listen to Lin Tian's explanation, with the strength of the foreign per Shanks. If I don't want me to notify the Navy headquarters, I'm afraid I won't have a chance to realize this idea. After a pause, Lin Tian looked at Shanks with a faint smile. "I don't know now, what do you think? Are you going to fight the Navy here, or just stay here without the Navy?" Hearing Lin Tian's explanation, Shanks was taken aback at first, and then burst into laughter. He didn't expect that the general himself would be turned against the general. The change was indeed a bit rapid. "Forget it, I still like a leisurely life. As for the battle with the Navy here, it is enough to destroy the bar here. If you don't talk about where to drink such a delicious wine, the bar will be ruined at that time, and the lady boss will be the first to get around." Aunt Shia answered at the right time, "This is true. This bar is my painstaking effort. If I destroy this place, I will not be able to spare you. Although I am not your opponent, I think I should be able to hire someone who can do it. Come to teach you a lesson." "Then there is no need to trouble him," Shanks said with a wry smile on his face, waving his hand. How could he not understand what Shanks said to Aunt Shia? Who else could he have besides Pluto Raleigh? Shanks was able to know Aunt Shia through Uncle Lily. Suddenly, Shanks turned around and looked at Lin Tian seriously. "Since you know that your strength does not have the slightest backhand in front of me, then what kind of confidence is there to stand in front of me? You know, you are the Navy, and I am a pirate. Pirates should be very normal against the Navy." Before Lin Tian could speak, Shanks sat upright. His whole aura changed. The previous lazy aura disappeared completely, replaced by an aura that only a real strong man possessed. If it was said that Shanks was just an ordinary lazy drunk, in any eyes, no one would compare him to the four emperors in that rumor, and his aura was completely different. But now, Shanks is a sober prairie lion, with an astonishing aura spreading all over his body. This is the aura that the four emperors should have. Such as the emperor high above, from above the 9-day palace, looking down at the underground ants for life. This is the domineering emperor should have, and the momentum alone makes people surrender under their feet. At the moment Shanks' momentum changed, Lin Tian felt as if a big mountain appeared on his body, pressing tightly on him, trying to overwhelm himself. This is still a huge pressure on the body, and the greater pressure comes from the heart. The huge momentum is like a continuous wave, slapped towards him. This is the domineering, and domineering Lin Tian once felt the pressure of the domineering, and instantly recognized this as the domineering, and only the domineering has this kind of prestige. The first time he felt the domineering Lin Tian was still on Sexan Island 3 years ago, from Lily, that kind of shocking domineering. That time was an unforgettable experience for Lin Tian. That time Lin Tian faced the oppression of Lily's domineering power and felt the power of the domineering. It was also that time that Lin Tian touched the domineering presence of the Overlord for the first time, and Lin Tian almost awakened the domineering presence of the Overlord, but it was a pity that he finally gave up. Unexpectedly, today I faced the Overlord again, and it was in the hands of the Emperor Shanks. Lin Tian wondered why Shanks was okay just now. In an instant, such a big change occurred. Without any signs, he shot directly and forced himself with the Overlord's sex. Under the pressure of Shanks, it didn't take long for Lin Tian to keep sweating on his forehead. His back was already soaked in sweat, and his body trembled uncontrollably. Lin Tian had to let go of his own aura to fight against Shanks' aura, and this gave Lin Tian a moment of breathing time. But compared with Shanks' turbulent aura like the sea, Lin Tian's own aura was like a small river which was not worth mentioning in front of him. Shanks increased his aura a little bit. Lin Tian's aura was defeated in an instant, and his body trembled much more like a lightning strike, as if he would fall down at any time. These are the 4 emperors who dominate the New World. Their strength is unfathomable, and Lin Tian can't bear it just by relying on that powerful aura. Seeing this man who did nothing but stared at him quietly, a trace of unwillingness flashed across Lin Tian's face. They have been in this world for 5 years. Is there really such a big difference in the strength between oneself and these powerful people? Ah. Lin Tian let out an unwilling growl from deep in his heart, and a more powerful aura exploded from Lin Tian's body. To be continued. In the bar, Shanks' sudden attack on Lin Tian caught everyone off guard, and no one expected things to change so quickly. A novel? Less than. The cadres of the Red Sea pirates were also puzzled by this scene. Even if the captain really wants to deal with a navy, why rely on the Overlord to oppress? However, everyone has a belief in the captain, and the captain must have a purpose in doing this. They just need to stand by and watch. Lachi Lu took a bite of the barbecue in his hand and asked with a puzzled look, "Beckman, you know the captain best. Do you know what the captain thinks?" Hearing Lachi Lu's question, the cadres on the side couldn't help but casters their ears. It sounded that Beckman could become a deputy captain not only because of his strong strength, but also his extremely high wisdom. With strong strength and extremely high wisdom, Beckman can hold the position of deputy captain, and among all the people who understand the captain's mind best, only the deputy captain Beckman cannot help but want to hear Beckman's thoughts. Holding his chin, falling into deep thought, after thinking for a while, Beckman finally popped out 3 words in the anxious eyes of everyone. "I don't know." There was a sound of falling to the ground, and everyone was suddenly covered with black lines. "You didn't know that you pretended to be contemplative and thought about it for so long. Are you not cute?" And just when these cadres asked, a strong momentum came out. No. Maybe it shouldn't be said to be momentum, but rather murderous. A strong murderous aura burst out of Lin Tian's body. This murderous aura was very powerful. Even when the masters on the scene felt this murderous aura, their faces changed drastically. The cadres of the Red Sea pirates, who were present, had strong strength. They weren't out of the killing. Murderous intent was something that everyone possessed, nothing unusual. But with such a strong murderous intent, even their complexions couldn't help changing. Especially this kind of murderous intent came out of a teenager, which shocked them even more. With such a strong murderous aura, how many people this young man killed in his hands, everyone could not help but think of the word killing god. No wonder this young man would have such a title. Judging from the murderous aura, he really deserves this title. In order to resist Shanks' domineering look, Lin Tian had to burst out his murderous aura before resisting it. At this time, Lin Tian seemed to be wrapped in a bright light like blood, and that extremely murderous body was centered on Lin Tian. Flooding the bar. Against the backdrop of his strong murderous aura, Lin Tian looked like a murderous casters who came out of the sea of corpses and corpses. Ordinary people, let alone glance at Lin Tian, will faint immediately under Lin Tian's murderous aura, let alone other things. Looking towards Lin Tian, he felt like he was in a blood-red world. Both the sky and the earth were blood-red, and there were all kinds of bones everywhere. The blood-red light illuminates the entire land, and countless things on the ground are made up of bones. On the mountain of countless bones, the casters Lin Tian stands high on it. These were only born in an instant, and the powerful Katers walked out of these illusions, induced by a strong murderous in an instant. There was a shocking color on his face. This murderous aura could actually make them enter the illusion. Although it was only a moment, it was also extremely good, especially this kind of thing was done from a 15-year-old boy. Shanks also changed his face slightly. Unexpectedly, Lin Tian looked a little honest and sunny, but with such a strong murderous inwardness hidden in his heart, this young man had a strong control over himself, but this was not enough. His eyes tightened slightly. Without holding his hands, his whole body burst out, and he rushed towards Lin Tian. Under Shanks's control, no trace of domineering was leaked. Lin Tian had already felt his whole body aura when Shanks released his aura. The pressure in his whole body suddenly increased. Under the aura of Shanks, that strong murderous aura was instantly crushed without any obstacle. The moment the murderous aura was dissipated, Lin Tian looked down at his legs under the sudden surge of pressure. Just when everyone thought Lin Tian was about to kneel down, Lin Tian stopped the falling posture deeply with perseverance. Under the pressure of hegemonic pressure, Lin Tian felt this tremendous force on his skin every moment. This force was not from one side, but from everywhere in his body. Physical pressure is not the most important thing. Domineering an intangible thing is difficult to cause damage to tangible objects. Regardless of whether under Shanks and Levi's pressure control, Lin Tian felt as if his body was bearing a lot of weight. This is because both of them are among the best in the world, and they have reached a very high level of control over domineering. Domineering really attacks the human spirit. Domineering directly oppresses the human nature, relying on its own aura and pressure to have a great impact on people's minds and shock people's spirit. Those who are not determined face the deterrence of the overlord's domineering, instantly unable to bear it, fainting directly and losing combat effectiveness. And domineering is a large-scale attack. As long as it is within the attack range, even if there are tens of thousands of people under the domineering, the group may be destroyed instantly. Therefore, in Lin Tian's mind now, there is a fierce battle going on. Shanks' aura is like the sea, with magnificent waves and endless waves. Lin Tian can barely resist Shanks' attack by relying on his own will. But this situation is a heavy burden for Lin Tian. And the confrontation between wills is not so simple, and it is even more dangerous than fighting and consumes more energy. Beckman took a mouthful of cigarettes and exhaled smoke, watching Lin Tian trembling constantly at this time, as if he was about to fall down at any time. His tone was full of affirmation. This naval genius can't support it anymore. The boss is domineering enough to be called the strongest in the world. It is quite rare for this naval genius to persist until now. After all, just when Beckman was about to take a cigarette and then spoke again, Beckman was shocked by the scene. The cigarette that Benai stretched to his mouth stopped, his mouth slightly opened, and he looked at him with a stupid expression, not only Beckman, but also the Katers beside him. Lin Tian stood up slowly, straightened his body, staring at Shanks closely, lips kept moving, no sound came out, but he was saying something. It's not that Lin Tian didn't want to speak, he really couldn't speak. If he could stand up, it would have consumed all Lin Tian's energy, even the energy to speak was no longer there. Although there was no sound from Lin Tian's moving lips, everyone read out what Lin Tian wanted to say. It was just that they understood everyone would be so shocked. That's not enough. Does the four emperors have only this power? It's really disappointing. In just over 20 words, it represented this message, the breath of declaration of war. Lin Tian was thinking of Shanks to declare war. Under this circumstance, Lin Tian did not faint as everyone expected, nor did he whisper for mercy. He chose a path that everyone did not expect. Facing the four emperors, even if Lin Tian is the strongest genius of the Navy, Lin Tian has no chance of winning. He has no chance of declaring war. In the eyes of everyone, how could anyone choose this? Not only is this not a wise choice, but it will drive himself to a dead end, but Lin Tian chose instead. For this, Shanks didn't feel irritated, but admiration appeared in his eyes, but he disappeared from his eyes in an instant, and his eyes became calm again. This slight change was discovered by Beckman, and he couldn't help but meditate. It seems that the boss did this. What is the meaning behind it? Shanks suddenly attacked Lin Tian, just wanting to test how this Navy's strongest genius was, because he was in contact with Uncle Raleigh. The two sides talked about Lin Tian, this naval genius. Uncle Raleigh admired Lin Tian very much, and said that the Navy got a really good seed this time. At that time, Shanks had joked that Raleigh didn't think much about how he compares to this genius, and straightforwardly said that he was not his opponent in terms of talent or mentality. I still remember that at that time, Raleigh had felt, from it, I saw a different thing, which is not clear, but I only saw this kind of thing in the captain. Shanks still believed what Uncle Lily said, so from then on, Shanks began to pay attention to Lin Tian and looked forward to meeting him to see if it was exactly what Uncle Lily said. Now, Shanks has got his own answer, and Uncle Lily made no mistake. From Lin Tian, Shanks saw the indomitable breath of the captain. No matter how dangerous the front is, I am not afraid. But Shanks did not take back his domineering, but increased, because Shanks wanted to know where the limits of this naval genius were. Click, click. There was a sound of cracking wooden boards, and the entire bar was covered with wooden floors, between Lin Tian and Shanks. Those wooden floors, under the weight of an invisible force, could no longer bear it, and began to slowly break apart, bit by bit, spreading toward Lin Tian with great speed. Before Lin Tian could react to what had happened, a huge force suddenly appeared in the void and hit Lin Tian's chest. With a puff puff, his chest seemed to have been beaten with a certain heavy hammer. Lin Tian immediately spewed out a mouthful of blood. The blood in his chest surged and his face was pale. Immediately in the void, a huge force appeared from different directions, pressing on Lin Tian's body, and even the tables and chairs on the side were also under this huge force. They broke apart with a bang, exploding countless small wooden blocks, swords flying in all directions. However, Lin Tian did not fall. His legs were still standing, although the plank ground from his feet had been broken, revealing the bluestone below, and even the bluestone had cracks, but Lin Tian was still standing. This naval genius can't support it anymore. I don't know who said it, and everyone nodded in agreement. What? Lin Tian let out a loud roar, an unfailing aura burst out of his body, directly resisting Shanks' domineering. No! It rushed away Shanks' domineering and spread out to the surrounding with extreme speed. This is the domineering awakening of the Overlord. To be continued. In the bar, everyone was shocked. Even if their mouths were open to the largest extent, they could not express their shock. Equals? Equals say less than? Equals equals? Equals equals equals? So far, the captain has made every effort. Even if this young man is a naval genius, he can't resist it. Being a genius does not mean he is a master. Even if you are a genius, in the eyes of the real strong, as long as you don't have the strength, you will always be ants, and you may die halfway at any time. Unexpectedly, at this last moment, Lin Tian exploded with an extremely powerful aura and instantly broke through the captain's domineering. Without the slightest sign, this aura was centered on Lin Tian and vented in all directions, and the more time and space it became, the entire Chamborian archipelago was instantly covered. Throughout the Chambordyan Islands, this momentum permeates it. Whether in the house or walking on the street, you can feel this invisible force. Even if it is a few meters thick, there is no stopping power in the face of this invisible force. On the island, those countless ordinary people, under Lin Tian's domineering look, suddenly felt that a huge mountain was pressing down from the void. Under this huge force, the heart beats quickly, uncontrollably, with strong blood pressure, following the blood vessels, under the powerful force of the heart beating, directly gushing towards the head, and fainting in an instant. As the only small island that must be reached in the New World, there are countless large pirates who have great potential and want to go to the New World to make a name for themselves. They are extraordinary in strength. They also felt this momentum. Under Lin Tian's domineering, many pirates, like ordinary people, fainted directly, without even the slightest reaction. Throughout the Chambered Islands, whether it is busy streets, hot restaurants, high-end auctions, or shops, there is a continuous sound of falling to the ground. Many people are eating delicious food and just pour it into a table of delicious meals. Some people were walking on the road and fell to the ground without warning, and some vendors were selling sales and fell directly to the side. This scene was born in various places in the Chambered Islands. Countless people fell to the ground in various postures. If they were lucky, they just fell to the ground. Ordinary falls, bad luck, would be a worry about their lives. At lunch, there is a lot of noise in the kitchens of many restaurants, and countless chefs are busy. Now the chefs have fainted. The fire on the stove will not disappear. The fire has leaked, and many places have directly started fires. Some people even walked by the river and plunged straight into it. Some appeared out of the window and fell straight down, and some people were arguing and fainted in an instant. There are some powerful pirates, but they are still awake. Their faces are full of fear, especially watching a person nearby fall to the ground without any signs. The whole street or the whole room, standing alone, surrounded by figures lying on the ground, if it weren't for the breathing of these people, or thinking that everyone was dead. The whole body tensed up involuntarily, always paying attention to the surroundings. This is a person's instinct when facing unknown things. Even if there are some slight movements, he will be extremely nervous. The comfortable sea breeze blowing from the sea under this weird situation made people feel goosebumps on their bodies, like a gust of gloomy wind, which made people feel chills and panic from their hearts. What kind of power is this? There is no movement. Countless people just do not react at all, and at the same time fainted. The world will have this kind of power. In the first half of the Great Root, the power of domineering rarely existed, and many people have not heard of it, because the masters with this power have entered the New World. In short, the entire Chambordyan Islands was in chaos. Smoke billowed in many places, and many wild animals in the amusement park ran out and walked openly on the street like this. However, this island did not have any vitality at this time. Countless people fainted, ignorant of external affairs, and fell into a coma. The Chambered Archipelago was plunged into a strange atmosphere, and people flowed into the river, and there were people everywhere, showing the prosperity everywhere. Sin, trade, happiness, laughter, all kinds of things are born on this island, where light and darkness coexist and enter a strange balance. But now all of this disappeared in an instant, leaving only silence and fear. This is Lin Tian's domineering power. At this time, in the war, within a few seconds, there have been earth-shaking changes in the hinterland outside, and the same is true in the war. Being by Lin Tian's side, his domineering force was also stronger. Even the Red Crewmen, under Lin Tian's powerful domineering, many people had no resistance and fell directly to the ground. Feeling this powerful momentum, that kind of indomitable domineering, like a mountain pressing down from your will, lets you surrender under it. For the pirate cadres who wandered in the New World and walked along the road of the Four Emperors with shanks, this kind of aura was very familiar. Overlord look domineering, only domineering look has this kind of power. This naval genius actually exploded the human body's potential at this last juncture, awakening the power of domineering and domineering, this power that is worshipped by the world. People who have awakened this kind of power are called the King's Qualifications, that have millions of people, and it is difficult to have a single person. Such people have the qualifications to become kings, and most of these people can become powerful. There are not many such people even in the New World where the strong are like forests. But now the Navy has awakened, how can it shock everyone? But after thinking about it, it was normal. Known as the strongest genius in the Navy, it is very normal to have a domineering look. What shocked this group of powerful New World big pirates was another point. Lin Tian awakened his domineering, and he was able to break through the captain's domineering. Although the captain was not prepared, it was not easy. If you know the accomplishments in the domineering aspect of the Overlord, even if the four emperors who also have the domineering Overlord are not the captain's opponent, the other four emperors are willing to be inferior in this regard. Shanks' domineering look is the only one among the four emperors that can cause damage to the entity, which the other four emperors can't do. It can be said that Shanks is the world's strongest in terms of domineering attainments. Among the four emperors, Shanks was the only one who had no devil fruit ability and also had a broken arm. As a swordsman, what kind of impact a broken arm can have on his own combat power, but Shanks is still standing in the position of the four emperors. From these you can see how high his domineering attainments are. Regarding this, Shanks' calm face couldn't help but moved. Obviously, Shanks' heart was not calm either. Lin Tian's domineering could actually break through his own domineering. How could he have such a powerful power just after awakening? You must know that the Overlord's domineering can't practice. It is the spirit of the user, and only when the person becomes stronger, the Overlord's domineering attack power will become stronger. And when Lin Tian has just awakened, he can have such an offensive power. How strong is this young man? Is his talent so powerful? Shanks couldn't help asking himself. Standing Lin Tian was intoxicated with this powerful force. 3 years ago, he had already experienced it slightly. 3 years later, under the same strong pressure, he finally awakened this power. Feeling the power flowing in the body from the inside out, the domineering awakening of the Overlord color not only means that Lin Tian will have powerful attack methods and recognition of his own potential in the future. At the same time of awakening, it also opened up the treasure house in Lin Tian's body and stimulated Lin Tian's potential hidden in his body. In an instant, Lin Tian could feel that his strength had improved by several points, and powerful power was flowing everywhere in his body. Feeling the powerful force in his body, Lin Tian couldn't help but want to make a long roar to the sky, but Lin Tian knew that the four emperors Red Shanks was still next to him, and now he can't do this kind of thing. He is not absolutely safe. Only Lin Tian had just awakened, and he hadn't studied too much about the Overlord's domineering, and it was difficult to control it in a short time, and he couldn't take it back for a while. Just when Lin Tian didn't know what to do, the same force came from the void, preventing Lin Tian's domineering from spreading to the surroundings, while slowly compressing Lin Tian's domineering. No need to think about it, only Shanks could do this step. With the help of Shanks, Lin Tian finally slowly recovered his domineering. As a person who has awakened the domineering appearance of the Overlord, Shanks also knows a lot about some things when awakening the domineering appearance of the Overlord. Just like when they just awakened, it is generally difficult for the awakened to effectively control the Overlord's domineering. Another point is that Shanks made the move. As a person who had just awakened, Lin Tian was so domineering, he must have been doing a mess outside. As one of the intersecting points of the 2-7 routes among the 7 routes of the Great Route, the Chamborian Islands will not be short of strong people, and it must be so dynamic now. Many powerhouses have already noticed www.com. If Lin Tian is allowed to continue like this, it will definitely attract many powerhouses, and their whereabouts will be exposed. The Navy headquarters will also know that the Chamborian Navy has thousands of elite permanent stations, and they will have to run away at that time. This is not what Shanks hoped. It wasn't that Shanks was afraid of the Navy headquarters, but that he fought the Navy for no reason. In the eyes of the idle Shanks, it was very troublesome. After all, there were many strong men in the Navy headquarters, and it would be troublesome to leave. Withdrawing his domineering, Lin Tian opened his eyes flashed with a gleam, his aura surrounded him, and his domineering appearance was undoubtedly revealed. Shanks' face was slightly moved, and he secretly said in his heart, "No loss is the strongest genius of the Navy." He is praised by Uncle Li. He has a strong talent. In that situation, he broke his own limit and awakened his domineering power. His strength instantly increased a lot. There was a smile on Lin Tian's face. Whoever got such benefits would be pleased with his fighting strength. Then Lin Tian turned his gaze to the calm and still Shanks, who was sitting still, and thanked him. If there was no pressure from Shanks, it would take him how long he would awaken the Overlord's domineering look. Thank you, Red. To be continued. In the bar, Lin Tian suddenly thanked most pirates for making most of the pirates weird, and the captain suddenly shot him. Although he also awakened his domineering, he should not thank him. Shanks didn't deliberately attack himself, otherwise he would have been done for a long time. How could he increase his strength a little bit and didn't feel murderous? This is just a kind of temptation and guessing. 1 novel equals less than. These are also Lin Tian's understanding after awakening. As for why, Lin Tian doesn't know, but it should be related to Uncle Lily. Kid, yes, it seems that Uncle Raleigh was right. He actually resisted my domineering and awakened his domineering dominance. Shanks returned to his previous lazy appearance and laughed. Said, if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, how could he connect the lazy man in front of him with a domineering and imposing for Emperor Red Shanks? Sure enough, it was related to Uncle Lily, and it seemed that he didn't guess wrong. It's a fluke. It's not the last moment to awaken, and I almost can't support it. The 4 emperors are indeed the 4 emperors. Come. Shanks just faintly smiled at Lin Tian's compliment, took a bottle of wine and threw it at Lin Tian. Lin Tian quickly reached out and caught it. Without hesitation, he drank it in 1 sip. Seeing Lin Tian's actions, Shanks showed a hint of admiration on his face and said loudly, okay. As expected of the strongest genius in the Navy, okay. After saying okay twice, Shanks did not hesitate and drank the wine in the bottle directly. A strange color flashed in the eyes of the cadres nearby. They were big pirates, and Lin Tian was a Navy, and they were in such a hostile relationship. Lin Tian didn't hesitate, so he drank all the wine the captain had handed over, which made many pirates feel better about Lin Tian. Hey, Zyoshin, come here, let Aunt Xia see what it has become after 3 years of absence. Aunt Xia gently shakes the ashes and points to an empty spot in front of the bar and says with a smile. Lin Tian showed a trace of helplessness when he heard the words, but he was still very warm in his tone of concern for Aunt Xia. He walked over and sat directly in the position among a lot of big sea pirates. Aunt Xia, it's okay recently. Since Sexton said goodbye, I have been missing the food here. Lin Tian put his hand on the bar and said to Aunt Xia. Taking a closer look, Aunt Xia showed a faint smile on her face. Looking closer, Lin Tian is much handsomer. I don't know what will happen to Hancock when he sees it. Hearing Aunt Xia's words, Lin Tian was taken aback. He couldn't help but think of that very beautiful, proud and beautiful figure. He hadn't seen each other for 3 years, so I don't know what happened to her. Hancock, does Hancock come here often? How is her situation now? Lin Tian was a little confused. What happened back then had caused great harm to Hancock and others. Why did she still come here? This is a Tianlingren territory. Having experienced the same incident, Aunt Xia certainly understood Lin Tian's doubts, and she took a breath of smoke and looked at Lin Tian with a different look. People, Hancock, have a deep affection for someone. He will come here once every 2 months, just to understand the situation of some people. But unlike some people, they haven't come to see each other in 3 years. Remember, people. Facing Aunt Xia's scolding, Lin Tian showed a trace of embarrassment on his face. Aunt Xia was really telling the truth. That's why I didn't know what to say. At this point, I really can't stand Hancock, and at the same time I am still moved. I can make the Empress, the world's most beautiful woman, do it for me. I can imagine how much position I occupies in Hancock's heart. Hancock, could it be that Hancock, the new female emperor of Kiwi? A hint of surprise flashed across Shanks's face. The same was true for the caterers on the side. Obviously, Hank and them were also very familiar. Lin Tian turned his head and asked Shanks, who was drinking with a wine bottle, why the four emperors also pay attention to this name. Putting the empty bottle on the table, Shanks nodded. As Kiwi, the three major powers along with the Navy headquarters and the four emperors, even the lazy Shanks must pay attention. Especially in the past 2 years, Hancock became the female emperor of Kiwi and the only female pirate in Kiwi. At that time, the incident that Hancock became Kiwi shocked the Great Sea Route. Not only because such a powerful female pirate appeared in the world without any reputation, but also because of the name Hancock, the world's most beautiful woman. Many people want to see Hancock Fangrung to see if he is really as beautiful as the rumors, the number one in the world. You will be fascinated by a glance, and then turn into stone. Ha. I didn't expect that Hancock, the most beautiful woman in the world, actually likes the strongest genius of the Navy. Shanks looked at Lin Tian and laughed, with undisguised surprise in her tone. Those caterers on the side were equally surprised. They didn't expect to hear such big news. If this incident were to spread out, it would surely shock the world. Ignoring Shanks, who was laughing, Lin Tian looked at Aunt Xia and explained with an apologetic expression, "There is no way I have been staying with a smelly old man on the sea. Even if I want to come back, I won't let the smelly old man come back." Without thinking about it, Lin Tian put the black pot directly on Garp's back. Anyway, the smelly old man was not there, and if he didn't let him go, who else could he put on him? The smelly old man? Who is the smelly old man? Shanks, who was listening to the conversation, whispered to himself in puzzlement. Aunt Xia explained in due course, the smelly old man is the Navy hero Garp. It's actually him. When the pirates on the scene heard this name, they looked shocked. This name was like a thunderbolt to the people present. Whether in the Navy or the pirates, it was a discoloration for those who heard it. As one of the four emperors, the Red Sea pirates, they did not fight against him. They are still shocked in retrospect about Garp's combat power. They couldn't help but put their eyes on Lin Tian. And now they suddenly realized that the naval genius in front of them was the only disciple of Garp, the man who inherited the mantle. Speaking of the people present, the person who impressed and understood Garp the most was Shanks. Shanks was a trainee crew member of the Roger Pirates. It was Captain Roger back then. The man who became the One Piece was not an opponent of Garp. He was often chased by Garp. The days when he was chased were thrilling and missed. Suddenly, Aunt Xia turned around and looked at Lin Tian with a meaningful smile. Lin Tian suddenly had a bad feeling in her heart. "That's not right, Zyoshin. I remember that Garp also replied to the Navy headquarters 2 years ago, and you didn't seem to be back then." When I heard Aunt Xia's words, I yelled at her missteps, almost forgetting that Aunt Xia turned the door for intelligence. Sometimes she was informed. How could she fool her in this regard? After being uncovered by Aunt Xia, Lin Tian touched the back of his head and said embarrassedly, "I didn't expect that. I haven't seen it for so long. Aunt Xia is still so good, and I saw my joke right away." Suddenly, Lin Tian patted his head fiercely. If it hadn't been reminded by Aunt Xia, he would have almost forgotten about it, and he would be in trouble again. Lin Tian's sudden movements made everyone look overwhelmed and curious. Instead of paying attention to everyone's gaze, Lin Tian smiled at Shanks. Looking at Lin Tian's smile, Shanks had a bad feeling in his heart. The wine glass that was stretched out to his mouth was put down, and his body couldn't help but retreat. The four emperors of the New World were shocked by the smile of a navy, and they were so scared to retreat. This is going to be spread. It's not that Shanks is afraid, but Lin Tian's smile is really awkward and awkward. Not only Shanks feels that way, but also the caterers and Aunt Xia present. Regarding this, everyone was very puzzled. What exactly did Lin Tian know? What would he smile at Shanks? In that wretched smile, Lin Tian stretched out his hand and fumbled for a long time in his clothes, and finally touched something, and his smile grew even worse. I saw that Lin Tian slowly withdrew his hand, and in the eyes of everyone's expectation and curiosity, Lin Tian fumbled for a long time, and what he took out was indeed a purse. The whole body is sewn with thin red thread, and a lot of things are rusted on it with some other silk threads. The purse is tightly closed by two thick golden threads, and it is impossible to see what is inside. Looking at this ordinary purse, everyone's faces became more puzzled. There is nothing special about this purse, but why does Lin Tian have that expression? Looking around, Lin Tian smiled secretly in his heart. I am afraid they know the meaning of this purse, and don't know what kind of expression they will have. Lin Tian slowly turned over the back of his purse, because the real mystery was actually on the back, and everyone didn't see it. But the mouth just said, Aunt Xia said earlier that I had left the smelly old man for a year, and during that year I was thrown into the East China Sea by the smelly old man. Hearing the term Dongye, some red pirates' traders showed a thoughtful look on their faces. They stayed in the Dongye for a long time, and some of them were confused. And there, I have always stayed in a small peaceful village. That village is called Foxia Village, and there is also a banquet bar, but there is a lady boss in it. Hearing this, the elders of the Red Sea Pirates group showed comprehension on their faces and were puzzled. When they were traveling, they had been there and stayed there for a long time, almost a year. That banquet bar is where they often go, and there is a very funny kid there, saying that he is going to be the One Piece. However, how could this navy have been there and stayed there for a year? Is this a coincidence? At this time, Lin Tian also turned the back of his purse, facing everyone. Ah! What? A scream sounded www.com, and there was also a sound of falling to the ground. Even the traders were frightened and fell to the ground, but their eyes were staring at Lin Tian's purse, looking shocked up. Even facing these New World powerhouses, they would not be so scared, but they were frightened by the contents of the purse. It's not that they can't, but this thing is too amazing, it completely exceeds their psychological limit. At this time, everyone finally knew why Lin Tian had that expression. Who said this news and content had such a huge secret? Next, those who understood things looked at Lin Tian with the same smile. As the person involved, Shanks should be the most shocked, because the above content caught the four emperors Red Shanks by surprise. There was chaos in his head and he didn't know what to do. After a while, Shanks reacted, feeling the unkind and gossiping gazes around him. Megatron New World, the four famous big pirates, Red Shanks, actually blushed. What is behind the purse has caused such a big change for everyone in an instant. To be continued. There is nothing shocking about the world, just embroidered with some ordinary landscapes. What really shocked everyone is the four tiny words below. A novel? It would be difficult for ordinary people to look at it without paying attention, but there are no ordinary people here, and everyone will show the above handwriting at once. Gift Shanks. Sending something like a purse with something rusty on it must have been given to a man by a woman, otherwise how could I usually give such an intimate thing? The after image flashed. Lin Tian felt that the purse in his hand had disappeared before he could react to what was worn. He quickly looked up and saw that the purse had appeared in Shanks' hands. A look of shock appeared on Lin Tian's face for an instant. He didn't even see how Shanks made his move. Although he was not prepared just now, he was not at all unresponsive. As expected of the four emperors, this kind of strength is far from him. Looking at Shanks, who was watching carefully with his purse, Lin Tian smiled and said, "This is Makino, who knows that I will return to the Great Root. He made it by herself overnight. Every thread on the purse was sewn by her herself. In fact, Lin Tian never knew that Makino was actually preparing this kind of thing, or that Makino had finished it overnight, by accident on the night he left." Hush. Hearing Lin Tian's words, everyone on the side hushed. Aunt Shia pressed out the cigarette casters in her hand, gently spit out a puff of smoke, and said with a smile, "It seems that I heard an incredible secret today. One of the four emperors, Shanks, actually has a favorite." Facing the crowd laughing, facing Shanks, who will not change color, by thousands of soldiers, there is a trace of embarrassment on his face. Shanks understands that if these people are stopped now, they will probably not listen and will laugh. More powerful. Gently squeezed, it seemed to contain some leaves from the inside, and at the same time, a special scent filled the air. Shanks inhaled lightly and suddenly felt a lot clearer and curious about what was inside. Lin Tian explained at the right time, "This is the medicinal material, collected by Masanua deliberately from the Curvo Mountain, and it is specially placed in the purse. The main function is to sober up the wine. Just a light smell can sober up the wine. There are very precious medicinal materials in this purse which are hard to find. They are all grown in precarious places." It was only with the help of Lin Tian, Luffy and Ace that Makino could pick them up. At that time, I didn't understand why. Up. Lucky Lu took a bite of the barbecue and said with a smile, "Sister Makino, really gentle and considerate, so thoughtful." The caterers on the side also smiled, even Beckman, who had always been so serious, also smiled. They have all been with Makino, and they are very clear about Makino. From the bottom of my heart, I am happy for the captain to have such an excellent confidante. Makino couldn't understand why Shanks couldn't help but grasp his purse tightly. Although ordinary, it was heavy in Shanks and couldn't be measured by things. In my mind, I couldn't help but think of the figure, the gentle smile and the thoughtful gestures, all of which made Shanks miss it, and it was accompanied by deep apologies. At this time another question sounded, "By the way, that boy Luffy, how is it now?" Lin Tian looked like an inquiring sound. It turned out to be another naval cater next to Shanks, cloth, a sniper in the Red Pirates Regiment, and his sniper technique was famous for the Great Root. Jesus was of medium physique, with a self-rolling head, thick lips, and a belt with his name on his head, a cloth collar shirt and trousers, and an iron rod slung around his waist. After leaving for a year, Lin Tian also misses Luffy and Ace a bit in retrospect. 1 year has passed and I don't know how they are now. Luffy. He is still talking about becoming One Piece all day, and he is working hard every day to develop his fruit ability and want to become stronger quickly. Hearing Luffy, Shanks didn't consciously smile. For Luffy, Shanks also missed it very much. As he said, Lin Tian suddenly remembered that Luffy had to bring some words by himself. "I was almost taken by you, and Luffy wanted me to bring some words." "Oh, what does Luffy want to tell us?" "He said, I want you to wait for him on the Great Sea Route. He will go to sea at the age of 17. Then he will come on the Great Sea Route to catch up with you and become the Pirate King." Ah. It's like what Luffy said. Many people around laughed. Shanks thought to himself, "Luffy, come on, the Great Route is the place for you. The new era is about to begin, and the next stage is your stage." Boom. At this time, a loud noise came from the takeout, and then the whole land began to shake. Tables, chairs and other items in the bar vibrated violently, and many things fell on the ground. Everyone stood up quickly, feeling the shaking of the earth. Their faces were puzzled, and Lin Tian and the others on the bar were slightly moved, showing a serious look. They had already felt the domineering look and feel that there were two extremely strong masters fighting outside. Shanks grabbed the bottle that was about to fall, stood up and walked outside. At this time, Shanks returned to that domineering look again, unconsciously infecting everyone. This is what the Emperor possesses, and everyone in the Red Sea Pirates group quickly followed and walked outside. After thinking about it, Lin Tian also decided to follow up and see what happened. As everyone walked out of the bar, there were many people standing outside, and many people lying on the ground and passed out. Seeing those who fainted, Lin Tian touched his nose in embarrassment. Although this was not his intention, he was still responsible. As for those who are still standing, they are not weak hands, otherwise they will not be awake under the domineering look of the Overlord, and at this time they are all looking at the sky. It turned out that there were two figures fighting at the top, and after a glance, they were two old men, not Cap and Raleigh. The silhouettes of the two of them flashed like streams of light, sometimes flashing in the air, and sometimes appearing on the ground. Every time they attacked, they were so powerful that Island 14 had been destroyed by them. There was no one within 1 kilometer, and no one dared to approach the battlefield at close range. They were afraid that they would be affected by the shockwave of the battle. Upon seeing this, Lin Tian didn't say a word, didn't think too much, and went invisible, hiding in the void. The Katers on the side saw this scene, their expressions changed slightly, and they were obviously shocked by Lin Tian's ability. But they didn't say much. Regarding Lin Tian's concerns, these people all understood how Lin Tian, who was the Navy, could stay with the Navy in full view. In the dark, Lin Tian, who was hiding his figure, hurried towards the Navy, not far away. At this time, he had to appear in the Navy. Shanks and the others came out of a bar, and they immediately attracted a lot of people's attention. It's not a little master to stand here. How could they not recognize Shanks and the others? This is the Red Sea Pirates. The Red Shanks of the Four Emperors is actually in the Chambered Islands. Many people were stunned when they saw Shanks. Who could have imagined that the Four Emperor Reds of the New World actually appeared here? This scene is really shocking. The whole world seemed to be forbidden. Everyone couldn't help holding their breath, just watching the Red Sea Pirates pass quietly, not even daring to make a sound. Knowing that Shanks and the others passed by, they woke up, their mouths kept breathing heavily, and their backs were already soaked in seawater. Is this the Red Sea Pirates of the Four Emperors? In fact, it is really too powerful. It can completely deter us with its momentum alone. It is indeed one of the most powerful pirates. On the other hand, Cap and Raleigh are still fighting vigorously. One is superb swordsmanship, the other is invincible power, and the strength is reduced for 10 guilds. Both of them did not use their full strength, and no one could do anything for a while. Lili kicked his legs extremely fast. Everyone saw an afterimage flashing in front of them, and Lili was already beside Garp. Cap, you bastard, I will do it without saying a word. Because Lin Tian awakened from the domineering, Lili even came towards the bar, but who knew Cap was one step ahead of him. The two happened to collide with each other. Garp didn't say a word. He directly attacked Lili with a pair of iron fists, and Lili quickly drew his sword to counterattack. This was what happened. The white longsword in his hand, illuminated by the sun, was glowing with cold light. It had not yet completely approached, and it had carried the momentum of thunder, and the atmosphere was shattered under this cleavage. A slash of a field of tens of meters, wherever it goes, everything is destroyed, the vegetation is flying, the stones are shattered, and a bottomless deep gully appears on the ground. The earth is divided into two halves by this move, and it is closed to Cap. Go. Gently shaking his hands, the air turned into shock waves, and two deep trenches were drawn directly on the walls on both sides. Stomped on one foot and shot out, the ground under his feet sank dozens of centimeters in a radius of more than 10 meters under that powerful force, and a deep hole appeared. Facing the slash of several tens of meters, Garp's figure is so small, but his momentum is not weak at all. Even more so, his face is extremely calm. Iron Fist, he whispered. The right arm full of explosive power raised the pitch-black fist, facing the slash. There was no loud sound, a dazzling light came out from the middle, and people had to close their eyes, but a master like Shanks didn't need to. That mighty slash, that was powerful enough to cut through a large mountain tens of meters in front of Cap's small fist, resisted the advancement. Ah! Garp roared, and a horrible force vented along his arm. That powerful slash was actually broken by Garp with a punch. Calm, the figure kept on, and a powerful momentum spread all over his body. Rushing towards Lili, every step, a spider web shape appears on the ground. The light dissipated and everyone quickly opened their eyes. The scene before them made them breathe in air conditioning. The entire No. 14 island had been turned into a ruin and no good building could be found. In the battlefield, everyone only showed Levi's figure, but Garp didn't show up. As everyone looked around, Aurora remembered. It turned out that Garp had appeared above Shanks and the others, condescending, and a pair of iron fists attacked Shanks. Red Shanks, you bastard, dare to do that kind of thing. Everyone retreats, you are not opponents. Seeing Garp's attack, Shanks let out a low cry, drew out the long sword in his hand, covered the sword with a domineering arm, and met Garp's iron fist. Red Shanks of the Four Emperors, Pluto Raleigh, and naval hero Garp are actually together today. To be continued. Garp fell from the sky like a meteorite, with a navy cloak flying in the wind on his back, loud and loud, energetic around him, and he has not reached the momentum. 1 novel equals less than equals. Capu was extremely fast, the whole person was like a crimson streamer, and the jet black iron fist blasted down from top to bottom. Facing this non-fancy punch, even Shanks couldn't help but move. With a black longsword in his hand, his hands clasped tightly, his backhand is a block. Obviously Shanks wants to compete with Garp in pure power. With a loud noise, the meat fist and the longsword collided, but there was a sound of steel collision. It is deafening, and the sound waves are also powerful. Even if they stay hundreds of meters away, they still feel buzzing in their ears. If ordinary people have already fainted. Two powerful forces, carrying invincibility, made a loud bang and collided like a meteor. The two forces are not much different and have entered a phase of stalemate. During the stalemate, these forces vented out in all directions along the void, and suddenly a shockwave was generated centered on the two. The ground, made of bluestone bricks, was instantly lifted up, revealing the black soil below, and countless ruins rose to the sky, smashing toward the crowd watching the battle. Seeing this, everyone didn't care whether they watched the battle or not. Without saying anything, they turned and ran towards the back, wishing their parents didn't have 2 more legs. But in the dense fog, huge power gathered at one point, the air shattered, and cracks appeared in the void, but they returned to their original state in an instant, and then appeared and recovered again. Their powerful force could not bear the space and was shattered. Open. Looking at this scene, Lin Tian is the most shocked. As a person who masters space, no one knows better than Lin Tian how powerful it is to shatter space. If it is normal, even Garp would not be able to do it. These are still 2 world peaks, gathering their whole body strength on one point. In the thick smoke, 2 figures rushed out from opposite directions, and many parts of their clothes were torn apart. Garp, who retreated, was covered by the smoke, and suddenly appeared on a room. He stretched out his dark hands and grabbed it out of thin air, and a figure appeared on Garp's hand. A closer look, this person is not Lin Tian or who, for Lin Tian, this stinky boy, Garp has been spotted right from the beginning, and at the same time he has used his domineering look and sense to lock him. When Garp was holding the collar, Lin Tian looked distressed. He didn't expect the smelly old man to be so observant. Seeing the smelly old man flying towards him earlier, he had realized that he had been spotted, but the smelly old man was too fast and was caught before he ran far. On the Navy side, thousands of navies gathered neatly. Except for some of Garp's subordinates, the rest were garrisons in the Chambered Islands. Facing masters such as Pluto Raleigh and the Four Emperors Red Shanks, these navies were to deliver food, so Garp asked them to stay aside and wait for opportunities. Seeing that Lieutenant General Garp actually brought back a figure in his hand, the Navy looked incomprehensible, and when they took a closer look, they found that it was Major General Lin Tian. And the doubts in their hearts became even greater. Just when Lin Tian was depressed, Capti threw Lin Tian forward with a scream, followed by a loud bang. When everyone heard the sound, their bodies couldn't help but shrank, as if it was themselves that had hit them. Looking at the human-shaped pit in the big tree, there was a hint of sympathy on his face. The flashing light flashed, and Lin Tian crawled out of the pit and shouted, "Smelly old man, you actually threw me out. I will get it back one day." "Really?" Garp clenched his fist with a different smile on his face. "Want or not, I'll give this opportunity now." "Got it." Lin Tian suddenly said nothing. Heroes don't suffer from immediate losses. It's not too late for a gentleman to take revenge for 10 years. One day, he will give everything back to the smelly old man. Lin Tian thought fiercely. "Lieutenant General Garp, I have notified the naval headquarters, and the headquarters said that support will be here soon," and ran over and said, panting. Who could have imagined that the four Emperors Red One Piece group, as well as One Piece's deputy captain, Pluto Riley, were all great pirates of the world. In the face of this situation, Ender directly dialed the phone worm and notified the Navy headquarters. After all, these people are too powerful. Although Garp is very powerful, he will inevitably suffer a loss against the two. It's required. Two such powerful pirates appeared here, and the naval headquarters was also shocked. It should be known that the Chambered Islands are very close to the naval headquarters and the holy place of Merijo, but the Navy has no news at all. Garp nodded lightly, knowing in his heart that not telling the Navy headquarters is actually of little use. If you want to keep these people, at least the Navy's high-end combat capabilities are required, not necessarily. If such a strong man wants to leave, who in the world can keep it? And in such a sudden situation, how much combat power the Navy headquarters can quickly get, so Garp never thought of keeping them. "Boy, did you make the movement just now?" Garp asked. "Yes." Lin Tian nodded and admitted that this kind of thing doesn't need to be hidden from Garp. It's just that the old man can guess that he is a little strange. Hearing Lin Tian's confession, Garp's face changed slightly. He was just asking, and Garp was not sure that Lin Tian actually made it. This kid, what he experienced after leaving this time, actually awakened the domineering look on the side, and had a shocked face. Ender also felt the power just now, and couldn't help but be surprised. "Lin Tian, you really came from that power just now. So, you have already awakened the domineering power." Lin Tian smiled slightly, nodded and replied, "Well, just encountered some circumstances just now and awakened the Overlord's domineering look." Hearing this, End's face was even more shocked, and in a blink of an eye, there was a joyful smile on his face, which was happy for Lin Tian's strength to increase. Looking at the smoke that was about to dissipate, Garp turned his back to Lin Tian and said, "Smelly boy, give you a difficult task." Lin Tian took a few steps back and stayed away from Garp. At this time, Garp had to give him a task, which is definitely not a good thing. Sure enough, just as Lin Tian had expected, Garp said, "Smelly boy, I stayed there for a year, and you know some things, so I have to settle the bill with that Shanks." "Yes, but it doesn't seem to have anything to do with me." "Just ask Shanks to settle the account," Lin Tian puzzled. The Navy soldier on the side looked at the dumb master and apprentice, but he probably understood that Red Shanks seemed to have done something, and now Lieutenant General Garp asked him to settle accounts. "But there is Pluto Raleigh next to me, I'm not good at it," Garp said cautiously, and then the conversation turned, "So I need." Hearing this, Lin Tian didn't know what the old smelly man was thinking about, and he must hold the Pluto Lily by himself, and ask Lily to stay next to him and not let Lily take any action. Originally, characters like Shanks and Raleigh would not allow others to help when fighting. They all have their own strong dignity. But Garp didn't say a word about the attack just now, which made Raleigh feel a little angry. Coupled with a relationship between the two, Raleigh is very likely to help Shanks and them leave before the warring states arise. After understanding, Lin Tian did not refuse, but after thinking about it, he asked in a deep voice, "Smelly old man, what purpose are you holding against the Red Sea pirates this time?" This time, Garp turned his head and said very annoyed, "I just want to beat that bastard, so I dare to lead Luffy." Instead, a smile appeared on Lin Tian's face. This answer was what he wanted, and he took a few steps forward and stood side by side with Garp. Watching the thick smoke gradually dissipate, the runes that appeared and the group of figures that appeared whispered. "Smelly old man, I agree to this task, but I can't beat Pluto Raleigh. You'd better solve it quickly. If the Warring States Marshal comes, then it won't be easy to solve." "Don't worry, Brat, you don't need to remind me of this. When it comes to this," Capu snorted and glared at Lin Tian. "Also, don't mess with me this time. Don't think I don't know you, unruly bastard." The Garp didn't say anything in the back, just beating at the right time. "Anyway, Lin Tian, this stinky boy has a bottom in his heart." Lin Tian smiled. "Don't worry, old smelly man, I know in my heart, most of them know it." Garp nodded lightly, rest assured for Lin Tian. "Although this stinky boy often does things with a bottom line, his heart is bright and ruthless. In this way, I will go first." After finishing speaking, Lin Tian jumped up and flew out towards the huge mangrove tree beside him, leaving only a figure in the faint smoke. "This Lieutenant General Garp, Major General Lin Tian, is going to..." And stepped up from behind and asked inexplicably. Lin Tian and Garp spoke very quietly, and Ander heard nothing. "I want Lin Tian to contain Pluto Lily, and then I want to take action against Red Shanks. All of you go to Lin Tian." "What?" At the roots of the mangrove, Garp suddenly turned around and shot Shanks, making Raleigh caught off guard and could only watch the battle from the side. Suddenly, Lily's eyes narrowed. www.com, and a flash of light flashed past his eyes, which was too fast, making people feel like light entering the smoke and rushing toward Shanks. Shanks also noticed this scene, lightly waved his long sword, and said to the back, "You go back to the boat, and I will hold Garp." Larukai bit the barbecue and said without admitting defeat, "Boss, we are not Garp opponents, and we don't need to be afraid of him. Why go back first?" Shanks didn't answer, but his figure flashed, and he rushed towards Garp, only to see Beckman insert his spear and explain instead of Shanks. "Here is so close to the Navy headquarters, presumably the headquarters reinforcements are already on the way. Although we are not afraid of the Navy headquarters, it is not the time to go to war. Let us retreat first." On the other side, Rayleigh saw Garp's action, thought for a while, decided to hold Garp, let Shanks and the others retreat first. The Navy headquarters could be nearby. "But this is..." A voice rang from the side, and a figure also came out. "Uncle Raleigh, don't take action in the fight between the two of them. Today, your opponent is me." To be continued. Under the mangrove tree, Lin Tian slowly walked out of the ruins, and looked at Pluto Lily with a smile on his face. "One novel equals? 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 Less than less than? Less than? Equals equals. Hey! Lin Tian. I didn't expect you to appear." When Lin Tian appeared, Lily's face flashed with surprise. In the battle with Garp just now, Li didn't show Lin Tian. He thought Lin Tian hadn't come. As for Lin Tian, followed Shanks and the others before. Lin Tian disappeared instantly and didn't show up either. Lin Tian smiled slightly, observed Lily up and down, and said, "Uncle Lily, I haven't seen him in 3 years. You have changed a lot, and your head has increased a lot." "Ah." Shook his head. Lily said with a sigh, "No way, old age. People are already old. How can they compare to the original? I don't want you young people. It is still the most passionate moment." Lin Tian waved his hand, looked at the runes, and said helplessly, "Uncle Lily, how can the old man do the destructive power you cause?" This flattering Lily is still very useful, cannot help but laugh, but retelling the old is reminiscent of the old. Lily has not forgotten the business. The boy Lin Tian appeared now, but it is not good to come here. Lin Tian. You just said that you want to stop me and let me not disturb the fight between Garp's casters and Shanks? Raleigh was a little surprised at what he heard before and couldn't help asking for confirmation. Slowly shrinking his smile, Lin Tian nodded calmly. This was his purpose. After fighting Garp so many times, Lin Tian certainly knows how powerful a player like Li Li is. If they try their best, now he can't even survive 50 moves. But this doesn't mean that I will retreat. I have to stand on top of the world. Regardless of Raleigh and the smelly old man, he is his own obstacle. If you want to realize your ambition, you must defeat these obstacles. Although the combat power is much different from them now, if you don't even have the courage to face them without fear, there is no way you can beat them later. Haha. Riley smiled lightly, without disdain, and said calmly, Lin Tian. The gap between us, I am afraid I don't need to say, you already know it. Do you think there is a possibility of victory? No, if Uncle Li makes an all-out effort, I'm afraid I will be defeated at once. Lin Tian readily admitted that Lin Tian still possesses the self-knowledge. Li took a deep look at Lin Tian and asked in a puzzled tone, in this case, what do you think you have to stop me, Lin Tian? Are you a little arrogant? Lin Tian waved his right hand gently, and a strong wind blew away the smoke, scattered from a distance, making the surrounding area clear again. This is not arrogance, this is a challenge. Lin Tian waved his hand and corrected it. Challenge? Lin Tian replied in a deep voice, yes, I compete with a legendary Pluto Raleigh, but it has always been what I want to do. I want to see how far I am from the world. Oh? Li was slightly moved, and he didn't know whether to say Lin Tian was arrogant or Lin Tian had the courage, but the spirit of facing a strong enemy, knowing that he could not but challenge him, let Li appreciate. Seeing Li's silence, Lin Tian's face was still extremely calm. No matter what Uncle Li was doing, he was stopped today anyway. Since Li hadn't moved, so he moved first, and Lin Tian thought about it, still felt that he should move first. To the silent Li, he reminded, Uncle Li, if you don't make a move, then I will make the move first. Be careful, Uncle Li. As soon as the voice fell, Lin Tian's figure disappeared. This was caused by the speed being too fast. At this time, Lin Tian was at least several times faster than the shave. The more people can catch with a naked eye, the faint fog on the sight is added to cover up. Li, who reacted, glanced around and still did not show Lin Tian. But there was no trace of nervousness. He calmly said, it seems that I haven't seen it in 3 years. Not only the appearance has changed a lot, but the combat power has also improved a lot. That's not enough. After speaking, Li turned around and slammed his head forward, making a fist. Lin Tian's figure appeared from the void, facing this powerful punch. Feeling the strong wind that was blowing, Lin Tian didn't think much, and directly greeted him with his fist. Bang! There was a loud noise, a wave of air was blown out of thin air, and the surrounding smoke was completely blown. The two figures also appeared in front of everyone, and the crowd watching the battle beside such a big movement. On the other side is Lieutenant General Garp, known as the strongest navy, and Red Shanks, known as one of the 4 strongest pirate kings in the world. Such a battle between two peerless masters can be a rare occurrence in a few years, let alone being run into by them. Of course, everyone is watching intently and staring closely for fear of missing a single hit. But people have a kind of curiosity, and there is such a big movement on the side, and the eyes are very consciously moving forward, and they see an extremely shocking scene. I saw a figure flying upside down, and when I looked at it, the person flying out turned out to be the famous Pluto Raleigh, who was the legendary big pirate. What? How could it be? Pluto Raleigh was knocked into the air. Everyone looked at this scene stupidly, without knowing how to use words to describe the shock in their hearts. That was the legendary pirate, the deputy captain of the pirate King Roger, and that was a peerless master. Who has this kind of combat power? Could it be the admiral of the navy in the warring states period? Everyone thought secretly. As for why he didn't think of the admiral, it was in the eyes of everyone that although the admiral was powerful, how could he knock Li into the air? But when everyone saw the figure clearly, they were even more shocked. It was a thin figure, just a child of 15 and 16, but so tall, wearing a white navy cloak of justice. Someone in the crowd exclaimed, "This! How is this possible?" The legendary Hades, Raleigh, was defeated by an unknown Navy imp. This is not true. No, this Navy kid is actually a Rear Admiral, a 15-year-old Rear Admiral, the sharp-eyed person in the crowd added in surprise. With a few pieces of information, a pirate finally remembered who this person was, and shouted, "It's him, it must be him, that's the rumored Navy's strongest genius Lin Tian, who is called Fecal and God." Yes, that's right, he is the only one in the Navy that has this possibility. Not to mention that everyone watching the game was shocked, and Lily was also very shocked. He thought that after 3 years of not seeing him, Lin Tian's combat power must have increased a lot. Unexpectedly, I was still underestimated. I used 5 layers of force, but Lin Tian flew away with a punch. Don't underestimate the 5 layers of power, but this person is the King of Hades, Raleigh, and his power is terrifying. After a flyover, Leeli's upside-down figure stopped and lightly stepped on the air, but it contained extremely terrifying power, and a deep hole appeared on the ground several meters apart. The figure came out and disappeared in front of everyone instantly, showing how fast it was. Seeing and hearing color domineering. Seeing this, Lin Tian quickly turned on his domineering, and then his face suddenly turned aside. Without thinking too much, he quickly retreated towards the back. With a loud bang, countless rebels came out in all directions, only to see where Lin Tian stood before a figure appeared, not Lily, who is confinement. Disperse! Lin Tian stretched out his right hand, and the extremely fast rebel stopped immediately and shot Lily on the ground at a faster speed in the opposite direction. With a sigh stretched out, a bright light flashed in front of everyone. Before everyone could see what it was, only a light blue light wave was cut towards Lin Tian. The broken stones had long been turned into stone foam. This was a powerful slash, coming out of the western longsword in Leeli's right hand. The cold light just now was actually just the light reflected from the meeting. Black sword. With a low drink, a black longsword appeared in Lin Tian's hand, and he swiped forward forcefully, creating a wave of sword energy several meters long. Grass and trees flew everywhere, and the ground, made of bluestone, was scraped up, leaving only a smooth layer of lime-gray rock. With an earth-shattering sound, rubble flew out, and the houses in the middle fell in pieces, leaving only a large pit more than 10 meters wide. File climb. Kang bang. In the huge pit, 2 silhouettes, with long swords, were fighting fiercely. The swordsmanship of both sides was superb, and it was dazzling. The 2 were too fast, only a small part of them could see their moves. Standing with a powerful slash, Lin Tian hurriedly dodged sideways, slashing hard, with a long sword in his hand, and also a slash, pushing the attacking Lily back. With one foot stomped, countless cracks appeared on the ground, and the figure burst out, bullying him to keep up with Lily, holding the sword in both hands, swooping down from above, a strong vertical split. With this move, Lily was directly smashed into the ground, and a deep pit appeared. Both of them were submerged. Both of them sank into the ground, and the people watching the game couldn't see anything. They couldn't help raising their heels and craning their necks, but there was still nothing. I could only hear a loud noise coming from it, and the ground kept trembling. Calm. From time to time there were 1 or 2 battle blows from the underground, which were chopped off towards the sky. In an instant, countless branches of several meters wide fell from the sky. Drop. I always thought that this naval genius was just deliberately boasted by the Navy headquarters and was not as powerful as the rumors. How could there be such a powerful genius in the world? When I saw it today, I knew I was a frog in the bottom of the well, a pirate captain exclaimed. The same pirate captain on the side echoed, yes, I was thinking of capturing this naval genius back then to receive a huge bounty, and now I want to come, it is really ridiculous. Boom, boom. The ground trembled even more severely, and those huge roots began to split huge cracks several meters wide, and the entire mangrove also trembled, as if about to collapse. Everyone understands that these are the two who hit the ground, and it's almost time to score the winner. Boom! In the deep pit, a huge water column soared into the sky, and countless broken stones, with huge lethality, smashed towards the surroundings, and everyone watching the battle hurriedly ran in the opposite direction. At this time, a figure flew out of the water column. To be continued. In the eyes of everyone's expectation, a figure flew out first. One novel equals. When everyone saw that this person was Lin Tian, they were shocked. Someone cried out, "The naval genius who flew out first, could it be said that Pluto Raleigh failed?" SH. A sound of inhaling air conditioning sounded. That naval genius really has such a strong strength, defeating the underworld King Raleigh, no matter how talented. How could he have such strength at such a young age? No. There was something wrong with some sharp eyes, because Lin Tian hadn't made any movements for so long, and the movements didn't seem to fly out naturally, as if they were knocked out by someone. Wrong, it was Pluto Raleigh who won. That naval genius lost. A cry from the crowd sounded, accompanied by excitement and relaxation. At this time, a figure slowly rushed out of the water column. This person was the king of the underworld, Li, whose whole body was soaked in seawater. Except for the soaking of the whole body, Li did not have too many scars, but the clothes were a little broken, and the sawdust from his whole body when he was underground was also washed away by seawater. Compared with Li, Lin Tian was much more miserable. His clothes were broken a lot, and there were still many scars on his body. This was cut by Li's slash, leaving blood. Generally speaking, it was just a few skin injuries. After all, Raleigh still had his hands left, and his injuries were not serious. Lin Tian stood up and void backed a few steps before stopping his body, floating quietly in void, staring at Li below. The audience was relieved immediately, and their tone was filled with ease and said, "Pluto Raleigh is worthy of Pluto Raleigh. The combat power is extremely strong. How can this naval genius be Raleigh's opponent?" In fact, they had already been frightened by Lin Tian. They were only 15 years old, and they actually fought fiercely with a legendary King Li. Although they fell into a disadvantage, it was enough to shock the world. Now that he has such strength, if he is given enough time and the powerful navy resources, it is difficult for everyone to imagine how terrifying his combat power will be in a few years. I am afraid it will be comparable to the four emperors. Li took off his eyes, wiped the water droplets on his eyes very easily, put them back on, and helped his eyes to look at Lin Tian floating in the air. The corners of his mouth raised slightly. Lin Tian, these little tricks can't deal with me. If you want to stop me, you should come up with something real. Just now the two were underground. It was a real battle. Lin Tian recruited dozens of them all over his body, and Li was forced to shoot with all his strength, only to resolve Lin Tian's offensive. The two directly knocked out the entire tree roots, and finally penetrated and connected, but the two continued to fight in the sea, until they finally flew out with a punch. In this case, Uncle Raleigh lets you see the growth of my strength in the past 3 years. I have not spent the past 3 years in vain. Really? Li whispered softly, looking at Luffy with a look of expectation in his eyes. Li also wanted to see how much Lin Tian has the strongest strength in the past 3 years. Domineering. With a low growl, the arm color suddenly covered the whole body, and the whole body was glowing with black light like a metal, like a black of war. A single foot stepped in the air, bursting out, and an explosion sounded from the sole of the foot, and even the air was stepped on. You can imagine how powerful this foot is. With a squeak, Li retracted his long sword, clenched his fists, and was also armed with domineering appearance. His figure swooped up, and a pair of black fists killed him in an invincible manner. There was a loud noise, and the two of them looked like meteorites. Their fists glowed with scarlet red light, and an invincible aura burst out all over their bodies. This is domineering, both of them are domineering. This kind of aura is no stranger to everyone. The two groups of red light slammed together, and suddenly a group of light that seemed to be hotter than the sun rose slowly. Under the strong light, everyone closed their eyes unconsciously. The dazzling light flooded the space between the heavens and the earth. The entire space between the heavens and the earth turned golden yellow, and the air seemed to solidify. Under this circumstance, even Garp and Shanks, who were fighting on the nearby islands, could not help but stop fighting and look towards the side with a shocked expression on their faces. Shanks didn't expect that Lin Tian could actually fight Uncle Lily to such a point, and had always wanted to see the strength of this legendary genius, but today he was shocked. Garp's face was also shocked. As Lin Tian's teacher, Garp knew Lin Tian's strength very well. That's why he gave this expression. Now Lin Tian's exposed strength is much stronger than the revealed strength. In fact, these have to lose to Shanks. In recent years, Lin Tian's strength has grown slowly to lay the foundation secretly. The Overlord's domineering awakening exploded the potential of Lin Tian's body. The strength has been greatly improved, and with the addition of fighting with a master like Lily, Lin Tian has become more and more powerful in his power, and Lily has a deep understanding. Fighting with himself up to now, Lin Tian has not used his devil fruit with all his strength. Relying on physical skills and swordsmanship has already shocked Lily. Compared with himself, Lin Tian's swordsmanship still has a big gap, but his strength and physical skills are so powerful that he is deeply rooted in Garp's true biography, and at least learned 6 or 7 levels. With a bang, Lily fisted Lin Tianfi to block Lin Tianfi's kick, and then slapped Lin Tian. Great. Yes, it seems that in the past 3 years, your strength has improved a lot, increasing exponentially. Stepping. After a few steps back, Lin Tian removed the power of Lily's punch, leaving several large pits on the ground, showing the power of Li's punch. Hey. I have been on the Great Sea Route for 3 years, but I am not sleeping every day, Lin Tian said with a smile. Riley smiled and nodded, and said with a smile, it's enough to block me for so long. Now time is running out. Don't hide it. Let me see how strong you are. Looking at the direction of the smelly old man and Shanks, they found that the two had closed their hands and were facing each other. After such a long time, the naval reinforcements should be coming soon, and it would be meaningless to continue the fight. Then Uncle Raleigh, let's have one last move. One move will determine the winner. It is good. After taking a few deep breaths, this little time to rest is enough to adjust his state to the peak. The figure flashed and appeared again, already in midair, floating above the high school. Lin Tianju looked down at Lily on the ground. Hey, I didn't expect that Lily, the king of Hades, would be overlooked one day. Lily sighed helplessly. Uncle Lily, next is my strongest move. It is so powerful that I can't control it myself. You have to be careful, Lin Tian reminded aloud. Don't worry, I know. Lily didn't take it seriously and replied, just Lin Tian's current strength, no matter how strong it is impossible to be strong. The gap between the two is not so easy to make up. But as soon as the voice fell, Raleigh felt that something was wrong, and his face gradually became heavier. Only when he met a master of the same level, Raleigh would be like this. I saw that there were countless black spots around Lin Tian, emitting a dark light surrounding Lin Tian, plus the domineering all over his body like an emperor. Those black spots became bigger and bigger and longer, gradually turning into a 1-foot-long knife with a dark blade, and the sharp blade scattered with brilliance. The entire sky is covered with black knives, and the black knives are 1 foot long in and out. If it is one, it is nothing, but if it reaches tens of thousands, it will make people numb. Sin. A sound of inhaling air conditioning sounded, and those who were not far away watching the scene could not help showing fear on their faces. I thought that Lin Tian had that kind of combat power enough to shock the world. Who knows, he has been hiding power. Does this kind of power really belong to a 15-year-old boy? Everyone couldn't help but ask themselves in secret. I do not know whose side I didn't expect. There is such a person in the Navy. This blow actually caught up with the Admiral. It's incredible. Everyone looked at it, and it was a pirate captain who said this, and someone recognized him instantly. This is a powerful pirate in the New World. It is said that he had fought against the general and escaped from his men. The strength is visible. In the crowd, a middle-aged man holding a little girl was surprised and said, "Unexpectedly, I ran into a young man by chance." He was actually in, and with such a combat power, he stopped the legendary King Raleigh. If Lin Tian saw a man, I would be surprised. This man was the ordinary middle-aged man Lin Tian met in front of the bar. He actually withstood the domineering impact of the Overlord. The guard wearing a white headscarf at the back came forward and looked at the increasingly powerful force with worry on his face. "King, we are a little closer. We will fight and be vulnerable to shocks. For the safety of you and the princess, we should retreat first." It turned out that this man was a king. Although he was an ordinary person, he had the aura of a king, so he was naturally not afraid of Lin Tian's domineering look. The man lowered his body, holding the girl in his arms, followed behind the two guards, and retreated towards the distance. Beside the man, a woman glanced at Lin Tian's figure, followed behind the man, following him. This woman was the mysterious woman that Lin Tian was chasing, but now she appeared here, watching Lin Tian fight in secret. In the field, countless black knives centered on Lin Tian. Revolved around Lin Tianji, beyond the catch of human eyes, only a black line remained. The rotating black knife brought up a hurricane. Suddenly, the entire island was screaming, and countless items flew to the sky, towards Lin Tian. No! Perhaps it was a tornado. Feeling the strong hurricane and suction, everyone realized that they were standing too close and easily affected, and quickly retreated back. At this time Lin Tian has turned into an unusual black tornado. In the hurricane, there are countless black knives that can easily cut off a tree several meters wide. Compared to 2 years ago, when he fought Mingji on Karat Island, the power of this move was geometrically increased, both in terms of momentum and power. Space. Death Tornado. Seeing this trick, Li finally knew why Lin Tian said that. The power of this trick was too strong. It seemed that he had to do his best, otherwise it would be difficult to block it. Li gently measured the elite body, closed his eyes, placed his right hand on the hilt, and grasped the scabbard with his left hand. A steady and powerful breathing sounded with a calm face. Although he was just standing quietly, his whole body was getting stronger and stronger. This was to gather his spirit and energy to the peak and make a powerful move. Home and cut. A 1-meter-long light flashed across space and time and instantly appeared in front of the black tornado. To be continued. The next day, the events born in the Chambered Islands spread out like a hurricane. 3 legendary figures gathered together and burst into a fierce battle which will surely shake the world. 1 novel. Less than equals. Equals. Less than. Equals. One of the 4 emperors of Megatron's New World, Red Shanks, the legendary pirate, the deputy captain Roger, is believed to know where the One Piece is. The other is Lieutenant General Garp, the strongest guardian of the Navy. The character who chased One Piece indiscriminately. Of these 3, which one is not a legendary character? A strong man at the pinnacle of the world actually gathered together and fought against each other. Countless beasts remembering the smell of the Tau rushed to the Chambered Islands, and when the fastest reporter felt it, everyone had already left. But the tragic battlefield did not disappear. Although there was no war, you can see from the battlefield how strong the battle was at that time and what kind of power those legendary characters had. 2 huge mangroves were interrupted, leaving only the roots, and the other mangrove was only half left without knowing what kind of force was. It was full of scratches, and the entire roots were broken through and went straight to the seabed. At that time, many people were watching the battle, but those people were not weak and strong, otherwise how could they persist in the domineering look of the Overlord? Journalists are a magical profession, and I don't know what methods these people used, so I got a rough idea of what happened that day. They didn't expect that apart from the three legends, there was actually another person who shined. Lin Tian. The strongest Navy genius unexpectedly came out again after 2 years of immersion. There were a lot of rumors secretly, and some even said that this naval genius had died and was secretly killed by some big pirates. Now this naval genius actually came out, and he exposed such a strong combat power as soon as he appeared on the field, and he was able to compete against the legendary Pluto Raleigh without losing the wind. In fact, at that time, Li suppressed his strength and fought with Lin Tian, wanting to see how Lin Tian grew up, but to outsiders, it was different. At that moment, many reporters realized that this was a big piece of news, so even night, many newspapers stepped up to copy countless newspapers. More than half of it is related to the incident in the Chambered Islands. The headline that occupies the entire page is the report about Lin Tian's battle with Raleigh. Overnight, the newspaper, with a headline, Navy Genius Against Pluto Raleigh, was passed on by a letter bird and spread to the world. This news was spread to the world with a beacon of flames. The world was shaken by this news, and the whole world was shaken by Lin Tian. In a certain country on the Great Sea Route, in a prosperous town, countless people whispered with newspapers in their hands. After a lapse of 2 years, the strongest genius of the Navy has returned. At the age of 15, with strong strength, he will not lose the wind against Pluto Raleigh. After listening to this, a person on the side, it's a naval genius, who has disappeared for 2 years. Once he came back, he showed such a powerful strength. Yes, that's Pluto Raleigh, the deputy captain of One Piece, who can't resist the wind. In the street, a woman smiled upon hearing these people talking, but she didn't expect the news to come so quickly. At naval bases all over the world, they also got the news through newspapers. Many navies smiled when they saw the contents of the newspapers. He laughed loudly and handed the newspaper to the rest of the Navy. It's not a loss that he is a legendary master and apprentice in the Navy. Major General Lin Tian is only 15 years old, and he actually resisted the king of Pluto Raleigh. Yes, Major General Lin Tian is the only disciple of Lieutenant Admiral Garp. He has such a high talent. Of course, blue is better than blue, the Navy soldier on the edge said with a smile. A Navy suddenly asked, this year, Rear Admiral Lin Tian is only 15 years old and he has this kind of combat power. How long do you think it will take him to be promoted to Admiral? I think it will take 5 years. After all, there is a lot of difference between a general and a major general. No, now Major General Lin Tian is fighting against Pluto Raleigh. I am afraid that 3 years will be enough. 5 years. 3 years. Everyone quarreled immediately. Hey, can you look farther? Major General Lin Tian will definitely become the Marshal of the Navy in the future. Some people are happy, some are worried. The pirates of the Great Sea Route also received this news, and many of the pirates' faces showed war at that time. Lin Tian's fame is very famous among the pirates, called the Killing God. From this name, we can see how many pirates have evaluated Lin Tian and how many pirates died under Lin Tian. I thought that if Lin Tian hadn't appeared in the past 2 years, he might have been dealt with by some big pirates, but who would have thought that he would show such strength once he returned? The New World, the Kingdom of Dressrosa, Doflamingo has become the king of this kingdom. In the palace, all the cadres of the Don Quixote family rarely gather together. After reading the newspaper, everyone is silent, and there is a serious tension in the air. Everyone knows that the news in the newspaper means nothing less than a catastrophe to the entire Don Quixote family. On Coral Island, they ambushed Lin Tian and was seriously injured by Lin Tian. The two sides forged a life and death feud. Now that Lin Tian has this strength, there are probably not many people in this world who want to kill him, but as time goes by, Lin Tian's strength will also become stronger and stronger, and his status in the Navy will also become higher and higher. Although because of his identity, he cannot know what to do with him, but it is very simple for the Navy to punish the pirates. Doflamingo said in a deep voice, "Let's talk, what should we do next, how should we deal with this Lin Tian?" Diamante said, "Dover, the enmity between us and Lin Tian is too great. It is completely irreconcilable. There are only two ways to go. Otherwise, we can only wait for the other side to retaliate. But he already possesses such strength, and there is the Vice Admiral Garp on the side, unless the three top shots, or who in the world, can kill him," Piraeus muttered. Hearing this, Diamante and Rauji's faces didn't look good. If the three of them had taken care of them, there would have been no such thing. "Forget it, that's it, we should all be quiet for a while, be careful," Mingji said with a sad expression on his brows. In the Windless Zone, in addition to giant sea chains, there are many small islands. One of the mysterious islands is called the legendary Daughter Island. Women live on the island. There is a country, a female fighting clan, 9 snakes, and the king of this country is Hancock. In the huge and splendid palace, Hancock knelt on the tatami, gathered together and looked at the newspaper in his hand, with a happy smile on his face. It's Lin Tian. He has finally returned to the Great Root. I'm going to meet him. Hancock put down the newspaper, looked forward, and said happily. An old woman sitting next to her quickly said, "Hancock, you are the king of this country. There are many things waiting for you in the country. You can't leave now." But the happy Hancock didn't hear him at all. He held his chin in thought and said, "Lin Tian is in the Chambered Islands, so he is not already in the Navy headquarters." With a wave of his right hand, he ordered to the side, "Hurry up and prepare a boat for me. I am going to Chambered Islands. I will see Luffy right away." The old woman held her cane again and disagreed, saying, "No, you have to stay in the kingdom now. You just went to the Chambered Islands last month." Hancock was so annoyed that he grabbed the old woman and threw it directly out of the window. He turned around and ordered, "Go and prepare the boat. I will go out to see Lin Tian immediately. Lin Tian is waiting for me." At this time, in the Navy headquarters, Lin Tian glanced at the newly published newspaper, threw it on the table everywhere, and continued to eat a delicious breakfast. The content of this newspaper is obviously purely exaggerated, and it is completely exaggerated to say that his strength is comparable to Pluto Raleigh. He didn't know how strong he was. In that battle, Uncle Lily didn't use his full strength, but he used his full strength in the last move, but he still lost. Now there is still a gap between his strength and Raleigh. On the side, Roberts took a sip of milk, pointed to the newspaper and said, "Now, you are famous all over the world, and you can stand up against Pluto Raleigh. Your name as a naval genius can be true." Lin Tian stopped, looked at Roberts and said, "You don't know, I would rather not be famous. This is equivalent to putting me on the top of the wave. You people want to be famous in the world, but you want to keep a low profile." Roberts reluctantly shook his head. It is really hard to understand Lin Tian's sometimes thoughts. Lin Tian sighed and didn't say much. Roberts didn't know that the back of the world was too complicated. It was the most noticed and most dangerous, on the cusp of the storm. Looking at the busy woman in the nearby kitchen, she said with a low smile, "You kid, yes, we haven't seen you for 2 years. You will get married as soon as I come back. You have such a beautiful, gentle and virtuous wife." When Lin Tian said, Roberts glanced at his busy wife behind him, his eyes showed gentleness, turned around, and said in a low voice with pride, "That is, you reading www.com is a teacher, and the family is still a scholar, and I don't think I am much older than her, such a good girl, of course I have seized the opportunity." Lin Tian was also very happy to see that his friend had a happy family. In the high-risk profession of the Navy, most Navy soldiers rarely find someone in love. Whether a Navy soldier is in the midst of a battle with a pirate, and no one knows that he will die one day. If he marries someone at that time, it will harm them. Like Roberts, who is not married at the age of 30, there are a lot of people in the Navy. They pay too much for the justice in their hearts. Roberts is already lucky to marry such a good wife. Unfortunately, when he came back, Ayan went out with General Zephyr again, leaving only himself alone. However, the Navy headquarters will definitely have some actions in the next storm of this matter, and I need to be busy next. P.S. Thank you Fox Watching the Moon for voting for a monthly pass, Reincarnation for a monthly pass, JFP voted for a monthly pass, Kyle Midnight Club Great Point Coin Reward 1 U, Starting Coin Kaishu Random Starting Coin Reward 1 U Starting Coin. Thank you all reader support, to be continued. Hey you on calendar 1519 in the New World. 1 small equals say less than. There is a small swimming pool in the palace of King Dressrosa, an exquisite and elegant palace courtyard. This was originally a resting place for the former Litu royal family, with stone tables, stone benches, and swings, but after Ming became king, he felt that these things were too vulgar and transformed it into a swimming pool. At this time, Mingji was sitting on the sand next to the swimming pool with his hands on the back of the sand and the whole person leaning against it, while several caterers of the Don Quixote family were working on their own affairs. Master! Master! A panic shout sounded and came in before entering the yard, and then a figure stumbled inches. With a panic on his face, he accidentally hit the steps and fell a dog to eat shit. There were many caterers of the Don Quixote family on the side, and there was a hint of unpleasant color on his face. As a member of the Don Quixote family, how could there be such a thing? Poor mental quality. Just when Raoji wanted to scold him, Mingji suddenly waved his hand to stop him, and said softly, "Let's talk, who is here again?" The pirate was taken aback, obviously not expecting it. Mingji guessed the probabilities and hurriedly said, Master, the troublemaker is here again. An anger burst into Brother Ming's heart, the blue veins on his forehead bulged high, and his hands were holding the sand tightly, showing how uneasy Ming was in his heart. What? The Don Quixote family caterers beside them also showed surprise on their faces. Unexpectedly the Navy would come again. Navy 5 suddenly looked upset and said, "What's the matter? Did those navies carry it with us?" Even if they just came last time, they came again within 2 days. At the side, Piridius was wearing a mask on his face. No one could see his expression. He said, "Master, what should I do? I didn't expect the Navy to come again after 3 days. These days are the peak shipment period." After a pause, Pudelos said angrily, "That casters just came to trouble us several times a year, every time he used the same reason." "That's right," Kaiola echoed, "he is here to retaliate against us. He often comes to trouble us. This time it is even more hateful. He actually came again after 3 days." Brother Ming was also extremely angry, but he was the Navy, and every time he used reasons for endangering the security of the world government, as Kiwei, he had to cooperate with the investigation unless Ming gave up his job as Kiwei. Cancel all recent transactions, and at the same time, ask those traders to stay here temporarily and continue trading after the casters is gone. Jorah reluctantly said, "Master, should we let that casters investigate us like this frantically?" Brother Ming's eyes narrowed. Kaiola immediately closed her mouth, knowing that Brother Ming is very angry now, but it is not a good time to remove her brows. Other than that, what else can we do? The whole world knows that we used to ambush the Lin Tian. And they used their positions to retaliate against us. This is a dignified and upright plan. Hearing what Ming said, Pudelos involuntarily lowered his head and held his hands tightly. There was a big reason for this. Brother Ming said in a deep voice, his tone of anger and helplessness unconcealed. "When I decided to ambush Lin Tian, I thought it would succeed, but I didn't expect it to fail in the end and cause such a big trouble. In a few years, in a blink of an eye, Lin Tian has officially entered the New World since the last battle in the Chambered Islands. In the New World, countless powerful people gathered here, which is a paradise for Lin Tian. In the battle with countless powerful people, plus several years of foundation, Lin Tian's strength has once again entered a period of rapid growth. In the past 2 years, Lin Tian's strength in the New World has soared and he was successfully promoted to Vice Admiral. The Navy headquarters unanimously agreed to directly command the strongest branch of the Navy, the G1 branch. And the first thing Lin Tian took office that shocked the New World was to lead the entire G1 branch of thousands of elite Navy soldiers to surround Dressrosa Kibue Dothlan on the grounds of endangering the world government. Mingji's sight. As a great pirate, Mingji, who is also known as Kibue with the Navy headquarters, definitely disagrees. At that time, he fought Lin Tian. And the last two were evenly matched. No one can do anything about it. The two men restrained each other in this way, and neither did it. Therefore, all the cadres under him were sent to sabotage the search of the rest of the Navy, and the Navy had to retreat. But who knows, Lin Tian had prepared early and used the price of offsetting a meal to bring the Admiral King's pheasant over and suppress the place. It was not that Ming brother shot in time, and the entire Don Quixote pirates group was almost destroyed. Therefore, thousands of G1 naval soldiers did not stop Dressrosa from performing the mission. But Lin Tian had Zhang Liangji and Ming had a wall ladder. The Navy blocked all the surrounding seas, allowing people to come in, but not let anyone out, and carried out a carpet search for 3 consecutive days. They searched all the places but found nothing. The whole kingdom was full of peace and tranquility, and even prevented the parade and confronted the Navy, saying that the Navy had destroyed their good life and told them to withdraw. Moreover, Brother Ming also used his identity as Tianlingren and Kibue to protest against the Navy and put pressure on the world government. Under heavy pressure, Lin Tian had to retreat. But because of this incident, Lin Tian was recognized by all the naval soldiers of the G1 branch. He took that position, and his popularity in the Navy rose a lot, becoming a figure worshipped by many navies. The Navy has been established for so long, and no admiral has the courage of Lin Tian. Even now there is no marshal of the Warring States period. Leading thousands of naval soldiers, for a nonsensical reason, openly broke into the territory of Kibue, turned people's hometown all over, and left Yangsheng without harm. Let me ask, since the establishment of the Navy, there have been many people capable of doing this kind of thing, but who has such courage to do it? Lin Tian is the only one. That's exactly what the Navy lacks. Later, a more domineering incident occurred. The impact of this incident was too great. Brother Ming was ashamed of this. All walks of life in the world caused a large-scale impact. The Navy had to hold a conference to clarify. As the main personnel, Lin Tian must of course stand up. During the conference, Lin Tian spoke in front of the world and said something that shocked the world. How can I say it? This matter is actually just my personal wish, and there is no naval order. So, Lieutenant General Lin Tian, why did you do this? Retaliation is all revenge. I have a vengeance against the Don Quixote pirates. No matter what, as long as I am still there, I will not give up revenge on the Don Quixote family. This paragraph shocked the world in an instant. Countless people argued about it, some agreed and some disagreed, but no one took Lin Tian's words seriously. But Lin Tian really did it. As long as he passed through Dressrosa, Lin Tian would investigate on the grounds of endangering the security of the world government. In this regard, the Don Quixote family can be said to bite their teeth with hatred, secretly do not know how many times they fought with Lin Tian. But Lin Tian is still alive and well, coming once, from time to time. Dressrosa, in the surrounding waters, 3 huge naval warships came, and on the sails, the 2 characters G1 were drawn on it. Lin Tian, who was in the uniform of a lieutenant general, stood quietly on the ship, silently looking at Dressrosa ahead, saying nothing, not knowing what was in his mind. But the Navy soldiers behind Lin Tian were not so calm, especially those newly joined G1 Navy soldiers, with a look of excitement, being able to go to the side of Kibue aiming to show off. No! It is to maintain world peace, which is what countless naval soldiers look forward to. Since Lin Tian led the G1 branch, it has become a place where countless naval soldiers want to go, and many naval non-commissioned officers would rather go to the G1 branch as a small soldier. Because there is not only the entire Navy idle there, but also many things outside the naval rules that echo the justice, just like what is done today. For this reason, many admirals complained about Lin Tian and robbed all the elites. On the ship, don't look at Lin Tian's surface calm. In fact, if you take a closer look, you will find that Lin Tian's brows are tightened, thinking about something annoying. Don't look at it. Brother Ming couldn't stop Lin Tian from searching every time, but Lin Tian actually lost. I don't know how many times so many people searched, waste so much manpower and material resources, but it has never been found. In fact, Lin Tian did not have many secrets after searching so many times. After all, thousands of people came to search these many times. The Navy knew how many holes there were on this island. For example, this beautiful country is actually just a scam. The beautiful scenery where toys and people get along is an illusion. This country is secretly controlled by pirates, and everyone is secretly controlled by the Don Quixote family pirate group. It is peaceful on the surface, but countless dark transactions are conducted in secret, but no decisive evidence can be obtained, but with ease it is impossible to deal with Ming, who has the identity of Tianlong. We must know that no matter what the Tianlong people do, the world government cannot take action against the Tianlong people. Every time he came suddenly, it made Lin Tian feel as if he had hit the cotton with his fist, feeling no effort. Lin Tian specifically investigated the tragedy of Dressrosa's life that night several years ago, and at the same time helped Mingji become the king here. As long as a slightly clever person carefully considers it, it will be discovered that there are many loopholes in the night, and it is obvious that someone is controlling everything behind. The Litu royal family who originally ruled here is known for benevolence and righteousness. Whether at home or abroad, how could it become extremely brutal overnight and wantonly slaughter people? Lin Tian didn't believe that there must be a hidden story behind, and the biggest suspect was Brother Ming, because it was them who got the most benefit, and it was a coincidence that they appeared that night. For this reason, Lin Tian arrested many local people and used various methods to understand the situation, but they were all an answer. They didn't remember the events of that night, as if someone had erased that memory. At this moment, behind Lin Tian, a beautiful woman with a pink head and sunglasses on her head was holding a cigarette in the back. Lieutenant General Lin Tian. Tina is very helpless. You said you came here not long. Are you idle to this point? To be continued. Novel Crack brings you this novel. If you are listening to it on another channel with this brand, it means that it was downloaded and uploaded without any effort. On the ship, turning around, staring at Tina closely, smelling the smell in the air, frowning, a trace of discomfort flashed across her face. A novel less than. With a gentle move, with one hand, Tina's small mouth did not consciously open, and the long smoke in her mouth did not fall. She quietly suspended in the air and flew towards Lin Tian. Putting out the cigarette, he said helplessly, you said that you are a big beauty, holding a cigarette all day, like something, going out there like a woman. Whether in the past or in the present, Lin Tian doesn't like smoking, especially beautiful women smoking, which is totally destroying the sense of beauty. Seeing that her cigarette was extinguished again, Tina snorted and looked at Lin Tian displeased. Tina is very upset. You are not Tina. You can't control Tina. I don't want to smoke or not. Really? Lin Tian asked with a smile, who I can't control you. I am a Lieutenant Admiral of the Navy Headquarters, and you are only a Major Navy Headquarters. Shouldn't soldiers take obedience orders as their bounden duty? 2. Speaking of this, Tina became even more angry, pouting her mouth and looking at Lin Tian. Her silver teeth clenched, and a squeaking sound made her feel resentful towards Lin Tian in her heart. As a big beauty, but also a leftover girl who wants to run for free, Tina is very popular in the Navy. Now she was being scolded by a child who was 10 years younger than herself, which made Tina very upset, and Lin Tian still used her military rank to suppress her at every turn. Let her do some hard work and tiring work, like beating her back, carrying tea and flying. Every time she was praised, saying that it was to test herself and let her experience, so Tina's hatred for Lin Tian came to an end. Kind of. Lin Tian smiled triumphantly at Tina's anger and said in his heart, "It seems that a beautiful woman is a beautiful woman, and anger is so pretty." It seems that his previous decision is not wrong. Pretending to cough twice, he said in a tone that the elders taught the younger, "Instructor Zephyr, you are handed over to me so that I can train you, not only in strength, but also in life." Tina's face was getting darker and darker, but Lin Tian didn't seem to see it, and continued, "Just like a moment ago, a big beautiful woman was holding a cigarette, just staying with a smoker of smog for a long time, and she broke her studies." After finishing speaking, Lin Tian seemed to feel that the blow was not enough. He sighed deeply and shook his head with a hatred of iron and steel. Tina suddenly felt 10,000 points of harm. She was so angry that she couldn't even breathe. She shouted angrily, "Tina can't bear it anymore, Lin Tian. You bastard, Tina fights with you." Stretching out his hands, a fence-like iron branch stretched out from his arms, and it quickly stretched towards Lin Tian, and was instantly surrounded by Lin Tian and firmly fixed in it. Space Blade. Lin Tian shouted in secret. Countless black knives appeared around, easily cut these iron branches into countless pieces, and fell to the floor with a dull sound. "Hey, Tina, your strength is too weak. You are not my opponent, let alone fight with me. You should come back after a few years of training." Everyone felt the movement of the ship. Many navies looked back and immediately turned their heads back. Everyone felt dull for Lieutenant General Lin Tian and Major Tina. Hearing Lin Tian's laughter, just as the extremely angry Tina was about to take action again, a girl with a blue head like the sea came over and persuaded her with a smile. "Well, can you two be quiet, be beaten as soon as you meet, and can you sit down and talk?" Seeing the woman coming over, Tina seemed to see the restore and said quickly, "Ayin, you have to take care of your Lin Tian, and always mess with me first." "Hey, Tina, I am doing this for your own good. How could you say that I provoked you?" Lin Tian quickly explained to Tina's misunderstanding of her intentions. Tina hurriedly countered, "Tina is disgusting. Are you helping me? It's all about using her position to force me, this beauty, to do some shameful things." Ayin turned her head and glared at Lin Tian, and then there was a trace of helplessness on her face to look at the two men. The two men seemed to have enemies in their predecessors, and they would quarrel when they met. The largest and most prosperous port in Dressrosa. 3 huge naval warships came inches. There were countless naval soldiers on both sides of the ship. They were looking at the port with a serious face, and their weapons were facing the crowd in the port. On the warship, the dozens of powerful cannons were turning slightly, and these were all demonstrations and warnings. In the port, countless employees and Doflamingo's subordinates stopped their movements, glanced at the naval ships in the port. Their faces were extremely calm. There was no change, no surprise, fear. As usual, they continued to sit on their own affairs, and no one pointed at the suddenly appeared warship, as if the Navy warship did not exist. Lin Tian has come too many times. Everyone has changed from accustomed to stupid, unable to lift the slightest emotion. When Lin Tian came for the first time, the entire port was in a panic and was disrupted. There were shouts everywhere. Many pirates took up weapons to confront the Navy, and even clashes. Afterwards, when Lin Tian arrived, all the pirates did not feel nervous at all, and easily confronted the Navy with a look of dissatisfaction. The numbness until now seems to be non-existent. One can imagine how many times Lin Tian has been here and what he has done. The hull shook for a while, and it didn't take long before it stopped steadily. Thousands of naval soldiers quickly and neatly stepped off the ship and quickly formed a formation on the harbor. Lin Tian was cockroach, standing on a pile of cargo, holding a loudspeaker and making a pre-war declaration to thousands of naval soldiers. Dear Navy soldiers, many of you must have been here how many times, but every time we return without attack, it's not that our Navy can't do it, but the Doflamingo is too cunning. Many people praise Doflamingo for being a good king and leading to a wonderful country, but in my opinion this is just bullshit. In front of so many people, Lin Tian didn't look like a lieutenant admiral of the Navy headquarters, and he uttered a foul language, but the Navy soldiers below heard passionately. Pointing to the big tree tens of meters away and said, in my opinion, Doflamingo is also a good king. I would rather believe that the so can climb that tree. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, thousands of navies below burst into laughter, and no one expected Lin Tianjong would say such a sentence, and the voice spread through the loudspeaker throughout the harbor. Below Tina watched Lin Tian pretending to be forceful on it, her expression disobedient and contempt, but the corner of her mouth still couldn't help but smile. Some people might think that Lin Tian's doing this is destroying his own image, but I don't know that this is the place Lin Tian is worshipped, and his charm is blooming. The army is a place where people go straight, and everyone would rather listen to the actual vulgar words than your beautiful but nonsense. At this moment, a crimson light flew from the sky far away extremely fast, and came to the front from the horizon in an instant, and the place where the light came from was the seat of the Navy. Lin Tian's eyes tightened, his eyes flashed, and he thought to himself, Brother Doflamingo, you really can't hold back your breath. With a flash, Lin Tian appeared in the void, making a fist with his right hand, carrying this invincible power, accurately hitting the light, and breaking it into segments, floating in the air. These were born in an instant. Before the Navy below could react to what was born, countless things fell on him. I reached out and grabbed it and put it in front of my eyes, only to realize that these are actually transparent silk threads. This ray of light is a signal. Everyone knows that this is Doflamingo who has been lurking, and finally can't help but shoot. The pirates, who had been holding their breath for a long time, rushed up from countless places and surrounded the Navy. The Kiwu Sea, also known as the Great Sea Route, has been forced to the hometown by the Navy countless times in history. The G1 branch is the strongest Navy outside the Navy headquarters, and its response is extremely fast. As soon as the pirates move, the navies quickly occupy favorable terrain and set up a defensive formation. The figure of Brother Ming also slowly appeared from the air, floating above the pirate, looking at each other eye in eye. Lieutenant General Lin Tian. Are you a little bit deceiving? I'm just humbly. You are actually pressing harder by step. Is it because he has to make an inch? I'm like this, so what can you do? Lin Tian shook his hands. What can I do if you can? Besides, Brother Ming, don't you think this kind of thing comes out of your mouth and tarnishes those words? Lin Tian looked at Brother Ming and said with disdain. What? Brother Ming yelled in a low voice and was so furious that the anger in his heart would gush out. Really? Why don't people talk secretly? In the past few years, both of us have made secret moves. In order to kill me, you have hired a lot of killers, and you must have paid a lot of money. Suddenly, there was another cry of exclamation. Everyone looked at Brother Ming with an incredulous expression. Lin Tian's words did not reveal a big secret. And Brother Ming was blinded at that moment. I didn't expect Lin Tian to be so dazed. This kind of obscure thing, he actually said it in front of so many people. Feeling the gazes of countless people below, Brother Ming's face was green and white, and his face was hot and painful. In front of so many people, he was Kai Lulu's own face. Just when Brother Ming didn't know how to express it, Lin Tian suddenly took out a piece of paper from his hand and threw it away. Ordinary, shredded paper has turned decay into magic. Cut through the air and flew to Mingji very quickly. Mingji stretched out his hand at will, but he did not immediately clamp this ordinary paper. The piece of ordinary paper continued to fly towards the back. Brother Ming squeaked between his fingers, and Brother Ming hurriedly clamped the paper. I was already shocked in my heart. You must know that Lin Tian just flung it at will, but he needs to use more than half of his power to catch it. How strong he is. The Navy headquarters ordered that in 3 days the Kiwake Conference will be held in Marijoa, and Doflamingo, one of the Kiwake, must attend or the Kiwake qualification will be cancelled. To be continued. In the New World, on an ordinary uninhabited island. One novel. Less than. Today is the 6th day after leaving from Dressrosa. After bringing the command from the Navy headquarters, Lin Tian turned around and left. Going to Dressrosa was by the way. The destination Lin Tian came out of this time was this small island in the New World that no one cares about. Ordinary people cannot be on ordinary islands. And Lin Tian brought thousands of elite naval soldiers from the G1 branch to a long way here because of a piece of news that made Lin Tian extremely excited. At this time, the moonlight at night shone on the island with silver-white light spreading flat on the entire sea. Under the moonlight, those virgin forests were looming, adding a lot of horror and anger, like beasts that bite people. On the beach, from time to time a group of fires flashed, thousands of navies, and in the forest, the same powerful pirate group battle. On the silver-white beach, black silhouettes fought each other, and on the beach was a stream of bullets piercing the void, and from time to time there was an explosion and fire. Tina is not only a beauty, but also a powerful and violent beauty. She is at the forefront of the Navy. Holding a huge machine gun in his left hand, with a cigarette in his mouth, he kept pulling the trigger with his fingers, the muzzle shot out streamers, and countless pirates fell. You prison! A machine gun thrown away the shot bullets in his hand, watching the pirates rushing over, his arms stretched forward suddenly, stretching out a fence-like iron branch tens of meters long. Passing through more than a dozen pirates, they instantly locked these pirates firmly, throwing them forcefully, and directly throwing all these pirates out, extremely violent. Compared to Tina, Ian's fighting style is much more elegant. The whole person is like a fairy dancing in the battlefield, easily avoiding the attack of the pirates. Facing several pirates flanking attacks from all directions, Ian didn't panic, opened his hands and rotated several times. Those pirates had all become babies, some of which had disappeared in the world. The pirate rushing from behind, seeing this strange scene, quickly turned around and ran back without a word. Where is this weak woman? Such a strange way of killing. But how could Ian let these pirates run away so easily? Jumped into the air and shot the pirates below with both hands. Countless pink flames were fired, hitting the pirates, but to everyone's expectations, they did not burn. All of these pirates disappeared into the world without a sound. No loss is Lieutenant General Lin Tian's fighting key. I usually see Lieutenant Colonel Ian very weak, but I didn't expect to be so strong. The fighting Navy could not help but praise. On the beach, the Navy was far away from the pirates in terms of number and single-player strength, so this battle was completely described as tragic. It can only be said to be a small battle to warm up everyone. 10 minutes before the start of the war, the pirates lost more than half of their losses. Now these pirates are at the end of the battle, not because the captain hasn't lost yet, they surrendered long ago. Physique Uprising, starring. In midair, Lin Tian looked at the forest hiding underneath, kicking with his feet. Countless lamps came out, and the light blue light filled the sky, even beautiful. Bang bang bang. Countless explosions sounded, the earth began to tremble, huge ancient trees were cut off in an instant, the forest fell one by one, leaving only countless fallen branches and broken woods. Lin Tian watched carefully, but there was still no figure of the captain of the pirate regiment. The captain of the pirate had a strange ability. The defensive power is very strong, but the attack power is very weak. When relying on the fist that can block Lin Tian's full strength, it only sheds a little blood. Moreover, he can perfectly hide his body. Unlike being invisible, he stops all his life activities, like a dead thing, staying in one place, even if he is domineering, with sight and hearing. As a last resort, Lin Tian could only use this wide-range attack tactic to force him out. There. Lin Tian's figure flashed, and he appeared directly next to a big tree, chipped it, and a light blue light appeared, and a figure rushed out from behind. Instant. Lin Tian's figure disappeared again, appearing in front of the figure without warning. The figure was startled at once. This is a very fat captain, with a long scar at the corner of his eyes. It looks harmless to humans and animals, but it is a sea with a bounty of 260 million baileys. Thief. Seeing Lin Tian appear, the figure was startled, and said with a bitter face, "Killing God Lin Tian. I did not offend your navy, nor indiscriminately kill innocents. Don't you just kill the most evil pirate? You just kill me, let go, I will give you all my treasures. Yes, I can let you go." Lin Tian smiled and nodded in agreement. Hearing Lin Tian's words, the captain of the pirate ship breathed a sigh of relief and wiped off the cold sweat on his head. It was indeed that Lin Tian's reputation for killing gods was too scary. But Lin Tian is a person who keeps his promises. As long as he promises things, he will do it. However, I have a request. What's the requirement? The captain raised his throat. Relax, as long as you bear my punch, I want to see if the rumors about you are true. Hearing this request, the captain breathed a sigh of relief, thinking it would be a perverted request. This is very difficult for others, but very simple for the captain. It is rumored that the captain of the pirate ship, but the Whitebeard, fisted with all his strength in front of him, but he vomited a few mouthfuls of blood and was slightly injured. Lin Tian wanted to try it today. Call. Lin Tian exhaled and raised his energy to the peak, in order to hit his strongest punch. On the other side, when Lin Tian was talking with the captain, the navy had already dealt with the pirates, except for a few pirates, who desperately resisted. These pirates are very evil. They know that if they are caught by the navy, waiting for them is only the rumored casters advancing the city. Except for these pirates, most of the pirates chose to surrender. Ants still survive, let alone human beings. Most people are afraid of death. All the prisoners are optimistic. Many navies have already begun to clean the battlefield. Although these pirates are not strong, the battlefield is ruthless, and some navies have died. They have to organize their bodies, confirm their identities, and finally be cremated and bring their ashes to their families. This is also the fate of most pirates after their deaths. The weather on the Great Sea Route changes a lot, and warships are not in good conditions. The corpses are very easy to rot, and some infectious diseases may even appear. The best way is to immediately cremate. By the beach, Ian and Tina stood side by side, staring at the calming forest, with a hint of worry in their eyes. You said it hasn't been for so long. Why didn't Lin Tian come out yet? Why stay inside? Let us wait here for so long, Tina complained with her arms folded. However, Ian had a worried look on her face, her hands held tightly, and she asked Tina here, Tina, would you say that the captain is very powerful and Lin Tian can't defeat him now? Hey! Sister Ian, if you care about it, you will be confused. You don't know what the strength of that casters Lin Tian is. If this world can beat that pervert and can count with 2 hands, how could it be quietly heard? Get rid of. Tina looked at Ian helplessly and shook her head secretly in her heart. It seemed that Ian was poisoned too deeply and could not be saved. In the forest, Lin Tian stood opposite the captain, closed his eyes, motionless. But there was a strong momentum around her body, and this momentum was gradually increasing. Feeling Lin Tian's increasingly strong aura at close range, the captain's heart gradually lacked confidence. It was really that Lin Tian's aura was too strong, terribly strong. Let the captain have a kind, as if facing the Whitebeard again, the feeling of being called the world's strongest man. That feeling is too terrible, and when I recall it, I am still terrified. No loss is the strongest genius in the Navy, 15 years old, just like the genius who resisted Rayleigh and did not fall under the wind. He actually has such a momentum. It seems that this punch is not very good. The captain cried secretly in his heart, knowing that he would not have promised so happy before, but he was facing the killing casters Lin Tian. Suddenly, Lin Tian, who did not move, slowly opened his eyes, revealing deep gazes in his eyes, looking at the captain, making his whole body tremble. The aura of the whole body subsided like a tide. This is the peak of the spirit and energy, and all the power of the whole body is gathered in the body without leaking a little. Next is my strongest punch. As long as you can survive, I will never catch you again. The captain didn't say much. He took a deep breath, stepped into the ground with his feet, and showed his answer with actions. Lin Tian clenched his right fist, raised his shoulders, slowly tilted his body to the right, and concentrated his whole body strength on the right fist. However, at this time, Lin Tian looked like an ordinary person without any power. This was so powerful that he returned to the basics. At the peak, Lin Tian suddenly slammed his strongest punch so far. Hell Dragon Fist! Roar! A violent howl sounded from the calm forest, and then an extremely powerful aura, like a tide, instantly vented across the island. In an instant, the Navy soldiers who had been standing fell in pieces, as did the captured pirates, and only a few strong men could still stand. This violent howl was still the dragon's roar. Lin Tian's fist slammed into a white dragon that was more than 10 meters long, as if he was spiritual, with a long roar to the sky, announcing his arrival to the world. The powerful sound waves spread out in all directions, and the surrounding trees rose directly from the ground, broke into countless pieces of wood, and went out. With a swing of the dragon's tail, the more than 10-meter-long body was shot out like a sharp arrow, but it was tens of thousands of times more powerful than a sharp arrow, and everything passed by was gone. Boom! There was a loud noise. Under this force, the entire island trembled violently, and cracks several meters wide and hundreds of meters long broke out on the ground. The peaks also began to appear cracks and collapsed suddenly. Numerous birds and beasts in the forest were startled and turned towards ran outside the forest. Doomsday, the real doomsday. The whole island seems to be in doomsday. In the apocalyptic scene, no one noticed that a small black spot flew from the island into the air and finally turned into a bright light and disappeared into the sky. To be continued. The next morning, the battle last night destroyed the entire island beyond recognition, as if it was sinking at any time. Greater than one small? Say? Less than? Equals. Last night's fighting, coupled with dealing with the battlefield, most of the Navy soldiers have been busy until almost dawn before they have time to rest. The island fell into the usual, calm early morning. The early morning sun shone on the island, and the animals that survived last night also slowly became active in the forest. The countless cracks on the island have been flooded by the seawater and turned into streams. The seawater slowly flows through the thick tree roots, which seems more charming than before. After one night, the entire endangered island, instead of being destroyed, was reborn from the ashes, more beautiful than before. When the hot sun began to spread over the island, a three-masted pirate ship slowly appeared on the sea and at the junction of the sky, moving towards the island steadily. Oh! Several seagulls flew up from the sea, their wings shook, and lightly landed on the huge mainmast. The huge pirate flag fluttered with the wind, whining, and scared all the seagulls away. In the New World, I am afraid that no one is not familiar with this pirate banner. Every time it talks about it, I am involuntarily moved with emotion. On the pirate banner, it was a smiling skull with a long white, crescent-shaped beard at the tip of the nose, and a crisscrossed bone behind it. The Whitebeard Pirates. This is the pirate banner of the Whitebeard Pirate Group, the pirate group, commanded by the 4 emperors of the New World, Whitebeard. The captain is the Whitebeard, the legendary man. On the calm sea, this Whitebeard pirate ship, that was supposed to be the second half of the New World, appeared here at this time, and looking at its destination, it was the island where Lin Tian and the others stayed. On the pirate ship, hundreds of pirates of the Whitebeard pirate group were sitting in 2s and 3s, very apologetic. As one of the 4 emperors, the Whitebeard pirate group had such confidence. In the New World, apart from the other 4 emperors or the Navy, how many people dare to challenge the authority of the Whitebeard pirates? On the deck, 2 of the figures are particularly eye-catching, not because of their decorations, but the kind of powerful aura that radiates from them, which makes them stand out from the crowd. One of them has a reddish-brown head with a pompadour shape, a pure white outfit, a yellow scarf around his shoulders, and a long sword around his waist. Stepping forward a few steps, looking at the blurry island ahead, he glanced down at the record pointer worn on his wrist, pointing to this island. He opened his mouth and asked, "You said that the intelligence is not accurate, that group of pirates are not on this island." "We have chased them for more than a month, but they escaped every time, Ace." The man behind walked up to the front, stood side by side, put his hands on the rails of the boat, the black is short, and the longer black, gently swinging under the navy. "I don't know, but this time it is the news from the DeCarvan brothers that a group of pirates has been found on this island. This person is Ace. The appearance is characterized by a black head with a normal skin color, freckles on both cheeks, a tattoo with the word a C on his left arm where the S is a cross and the bat is stabbed with a pattern of Whitebeard pirate group. A few years passed in a blink of an eye, and Ace also went to sea, entered the Great Sea Route, and once made a famous name on the Great Sea Route. However, since he failed to challenge the four emperors, Whitebeard, Ace has joined Whitebeard and became the captain of Whitebeard's second division. He is also extremely dangerous in the eyes of the Navy. Known as Fire Fist Ace. That's it, I doubt the accuracy of intelligence. The two brothers are not reliable. Saki waved his hand and said suspiciously. As the Ace who pulled them into the Whitebeard, he also knows the two brothers very well. Both of them are good in strength and temperament, but they are sometimes unreliable in doing things. Ace smiled softly and persuaded, "Don't worry, although the two of them are usually a little unreliable, they still won't go wrong at the critical moment." "Hey." Saki sighed and said helplessly, "I can only do this now, it's already here anyway." "Hey. Saki, how do you feel that you are a little weird today? Don't you usually ignore this kind of things? Why do you suddenly worry about this coming today?" Ace looked at Saki and asked with a smile. "For that group of pirates, we have all been out for more than a month. We encountered several times and were escaped by those pirates. If we still fail, if we haven't caught it this time, we have to wander in the sea for a long time. The New World is so big, it's difficult to find a group of pirates," said this. Saki's tone showed a hint of helplessness. Ace shook his head and smiled, and said helplessly, "There is no way that group of pirates actually attacked the islands, guarded by our Whitebeard pirates. We must capture them back in order to emulate them, otherwise many pirates will offend our Whitebeard pirates. But the strength of this group of pirates is not simple. Their captain escaped under Dad's hands, and they were very cunning. Every time they had to catch them, they would escape. Looking at the small island, getting closer and closer, I hope that this time this group of pirates will be on this island, just to solve them once and for all, return to the mothership and return to life, so as not to chase every day." Saki stretched his body, lowered his head and looked down, his eyes swept, looking for the figure he was looking for, and shouted, "Titch! Tell everyone to speed up and try to get to the previous island as soon as possible." A rough man turned around with a smile on his face, but the missing teeth made people look very uncomfortable. Following Saki's order, the slowly moving Whitebeard pirate ship began to lift, breaking through layers of waves, galloping on the surface of the sea, and advancing extremely toward the sea. As time passed, Ace and the others gradually approached the island, only a few hundred meters away from the island. Slowly approaching the island, Ace, relaxed and casual, his face changed slightly, and he slowly became more cautious, staring at the island in front of him. Now that Ace changes, Saki's face shows a trace of puzzlement, but if Ace can have such an expression, it is very likely that something is wrong. Glancing at the small island ahead, he asked puzzledly, "Ace, what's the problem with this island? What do you find?" Ace did not answer immediately, but pointed at the sky with his finger. Is there anything in the sky?" Saki looked up in confusion, but besides the clouds, there were some seagulls in the sky, and there was nothing special. Ace pointed to the air again and explained, "It's not in the sky, but in the air. There is a smell of fire and a faint smell of smoke in the air." Saki sniffed hard, but there was still no special smell. No, it's just the smell of the ordinary sea, and there is nothing special. Tough. A group of flames emerged from Ace's fingers and then dissipated in an instant. Because of the fruit's ability, the more ordinary people I feel about fire, the more intense it is. The air is filled with the smell of fire and gunpowder smoke, and the wind is blowing from the other side of the island. There should be fighting on the island or the fighting has ended. Hearing Ace's words, Saki was completely convinced in his heart that Ace would not say it without a high degree of certainty, and his face could not help but show a heavy color. Looking at the island, Sakito analyzed his chin and said, "The island is extremely calm, there is no movement at all. It seems that the battle is over. There is still a smell in the air, which means that the battle has not been over for long. They should still be there. On the island." "Yeah." Ace nodded in agreement and shouted loudly to the rested partner below, "Everyone, get up, be vigilant, and prepare to fight." Hearing the word fight, the rest pirates instantly regained their spirits, got up and rushed towards their respective posts. No matter who is staying on the island, but their goal is to do the island here, there is a possibility of conflict between the two sides. At the same time, on the island, such a large pirate ship, alert Navy soldiers have already appeared early. Looking through the binoculars, he saw the sign of the Whitebeard pirate group, with a look of horror on his face, and hurriedly ran down the hillside. Under the hillside, in a flat ground, this was originally a forest, but it was directly razed to the ground with a punch by Lin Tian. Most Navy soldiers lie down and rest at will, everyone is too tired. The alert Navy ran down in a panic, making a lot of noise, and suddenly awakened all Navy soldiers who were not sleeping well. Except for naval bases, most navies dare not sleep to death in any place. This Navy soldier hurried through the crowd, panting, and ran to the center, next to Lieutenant General Lin Tian beside a blazing fire. Before the soldier could speak, a cup, filled with water, appeared in front of him. "Drink it, let's talk about it." He quickly picked up the cup with both hands, grumbled, drank the glass of water in one breath, and took a few breaths. He hurriedly said, "Lieutenant General Lin Tian." "Hey you." The Whitebeard Pirates group appeared next to the island, and they are already driving here. "What?" An exclamation sounded www.com. The confused Navy soldier, upon hearing the news, instantly became sober and surprised. That was the Whitebeard pirate group, one of the four emperors. They weren't in the second half of the New World, how could they suddenly appear here? Everyone looked at Lin Tian and waited for Lin Tian's order. Lin Tian didn't feel nervous at all. Starting from Ayan's white and lubricated thighs, he stretched his waist before asking, "Is it the mothership of the Whitebeard?" "No." The Navy soldier shook his head quickly and replied. He stood up and said loudly, "Everyone prepares, let's take a look at the legendary Whitebeard pirate group." "Yes." At this time, on the beach, the huge Whitebeard pirate boat had also begun to dock, and a long escalator stretched out from it. Ace and Saki took the lead and walked down with a large group of pirates. To be continued. On the island, hundreds of pirates from the Whitebeard pirate group, led by Ace and Saki, proceeded carefully. Maybe everyone in front of them didn't understand what Ace ordered, and they could get to the beach. Looking at the beach, there are black marks everywhere, as well as the blood that has not disappeared on the beach, the bullets glowing with golden light. Everything shows that the battle has just been experienced here. Although the Navy cleaned the battlefield after the battle, it only cleaned up the corpses, and no one had a problem to remove the marks on the ground. It was said that everyone was very tired. Slowly walking across the beach, looking at the traces of the battle on the ground, Saki said, "From the traces on the beach, it seems that there were a lot of people in this battle, at least thousands of people." "Yeah." Ace scanned the marks under his eyes and asked puzzledly, "Apart from us, is there anyone else who has hatred with that group of pirates?" Saki shook his head. "I don't know, it may happen to happen, no matter what, I think our mission will fail again." Suddenly, Saki turned around and said with a heavy tone, "If it is a fight between pirates, there is nothing. I'm afraid I'll run into the Navy if that's the case." Looking at the traces on the beach, the battle hasn't been over for long. Those people should still be there. Just find them. Anyway, this is the task that the old man gave us. It is related to the prestige of our Whitebeard pirates. Like Luffy, Ace is a person who doesn't like to go straight to the subject. He hates using his brain the most, so he doesn't bother to think so much, so he speeds up and walks towards the sand dunes. "Hey, Ace, I think." Saki wanted to stop Ace, but thought it was better to be careful. If it was really a navy, it would be a little troublesome. But Ace had already gone far where he could hear Saki's words, but Saki had no choice but to lead the others to follow. The first Ace walked the sand dunes first, but stayed there, motionless. After Saki saw this, a trace of puzzlement appeared on his face, and he hurriedly speeded up and climbed onto the sand dunes, and then stood there motionless, with a look of shock. At the entrance is the hurried forest of Yumu, but it is only above, on the ground. Several huge cracks divide the whole forest into several pieces. Due to the backflow of seawater, these cracks are filled with seawater, which looks like a gurgling stream. But there are many broken branches and leaves floating in the stream, and beside the stream, many big trees are lying on it. Half of the thick rhizomes are exposed, and the other half are in the stream. There are also the cracks that led directly to the sand dunes, which all show that these cracks are caused by powerful forces and the ground cannot withstand it. The pirates, who followed behind, screamed in shock, with a hint of fear in their tone. How could it be that the whole island was actually split? Saki watched this scene and said in surprise, "Who is it, with such a combat power, who almost broke the entire island into a few pieces? Is it the other four emperors?" "I don't know if it's the four emperors, but the figure is there. You'll know if you look at it." Ace stared at the forest in front of him, and through the gap between the trees, he could see that the entire forest had been almost flattened and replaced by a clearing. A pile of fire could be seen faintly burning in the open space, and there was a figure standing beside it. Hands kept moving. After speaking, Ace took a straight step, looking calm, and walked over there. Saki also showed the figure and quickly followed Ace, reminding him from behind. "Hey, Ace, be careful. This island must have been made by that person. The combat power is very strong. Now I don't know if it is an enemy or a friend, or it is better to be careful." Ace nodded lightly, but his steps did not slow down, but a little faster. He passed through the trees in a short time and came to the flat ground, where countless big trees were crushed in the middle. Saki followed closely, and the sea behind. The thief quickly followed. Seeing the white navy just as cloaked behind the figure, Saki suddenly felt a swelling in his heart, and the worst conjecture in his heart was realized. He didn't expect it would really be a navy. Instinctively, Saki wanted to hold Ace, because Ace sometimes likes to mess around, but now the navy is opposite. And judging from the situation on this island, this navy has a very strong combat power. Although he is only a back view and his identity is not clear, the navy has such combat power. Saki thought about this, but didn't notice. Ace smiled with joy. At this moment, suddenly, the navy threw something towards them behind them, and Ace reached out to catch it accurately. There was a scent suddenly, and it turned out that this was a very delicious barbecue. Saki hurriedly said in a low voice, "Ace, wait, let's take a look first." Ace did not hesitate, took a bite, chewed. A delicious and memorable smile appeared on his face, and finished the barbecue in a few bites. Another piece of barbecue flew over, and Ace did not bite immediately this time, but laughed. "It's been 4 years, and I haven't eaten such a delicious barbecue since that time, Lin Tian. Your barbecue is still so delicious." Ha ha ha. The same burst of laughter sounded. Lin Tian turned around, looked at Ace, and said happily, "Of course. Ace, it's been 4 years, and we finally met again on the Great Sea Route that year." "Yes, it's been 4 years," Ace sighed. "What? There was a scream of exclamation, whether it was the pirate who happened to arrive, or the Navy hiding in the dark. They were all stunned by this sentence. Navy, this man is actually the captain of the Whitebeard 2nd Division. Yukon Ace, the new star of the year, has refused the Navy call for many times, and Lieutenant General Lin Tian and Yukon Ace are deceased. Pirate, killing God Lin Tian. The strongest genius of the Navy is still a Lieutenant General of the Navy headquarters. This man is actually here. Captain Ace and the strongest genius of the Navy, Lin Tian, are friends. Outside of Lin Tian and Ace, everyone was shocked. It was because this short conversation revealed a big secret that would surely shock the world, enough to shake the entire new world. In addition to the shock, everyone is still very curious about how Lin Tian met Yukon Ace. From their dialogue, they met 4 years ago and how old they were at that time. That exclamation had already revealed the position of the Navy, and the numerous navies had not hidden it, but emerged directly from all directions, encircling all the pirates. As a member of the Whitebeard pirate group, everyone is an elite group of pirates. After being shocked just now, they immediately reacted, took up their weapons, confronted the Navy, and faced a large number of Navy without the slightest panic. But when Lin Tian and Ace saw this scene, they didn't take much care. They just looked at each other like this, and finally Lin Tian spoke first. 4 years is really a long period. Ace, you have changed a lot. I almost can't recognize you. Lin Tian sighed as he looked at Ace, who had undergone tremendous changes in the same 4 years. Compared with the past, Ace has not only changed a lot in appearance, but also greatly changed in clothing. An orange cowboy hat with 2 badges of smile and sad on the brim. There is also a skull and crossbones brand, a red bead necklace on the neck, his signature shorts, and a dagger on his left waist. Back in Foxia Village, Ace was like a kid who liked to cause trouble, but now he has the aura and mature mind that the strong should have. But the relationship between Lin Tian and Ace and Luffy is better than brothers. Even if they haven't seen each other for many years, they have undergone earth-shaking changes. But the relationship between the two is still there, and as long as they meet, they can feel the deep bond between them. Ace agreed. Yes. Not only me, Lin Tian. You have also changed a lot. Compared with a year before, we have all changed a lot, but your barbecue is still the same as before. The corner of Lin Tian's mouth curled up, and he said with a smile, obviously, okay? My barbecue skills are improving. Really? Ace said in disbelief. How do I feel that your skills are a little lower? Are you too busy after becoming a lieutenant general, and you don't have time to exercise your skills? Lin Tian disagreed at the time. How is it possible? You don't know, am I the kind of person who can sit in the office and deal with documents? Compared to the office, I still like fighting on the sea. Fight. Fight. Ace whispered a few times in a low voice. In this case, these 2 words have different meanings for the 2 of them. Lin Tian, do you know what I want to say? Ace shouted. Of course I understand. Lin Tian, remember when I was parting, I said what 2 things I had to do when I got to the Great Root. Lin Tian laughed loudly and replied, of course I remember. The first thing, to become One Piece, to take the position of that man. The second thing, that is to defeat me. Hearing this Elna calm, Ace calmed down instead, staring closely at Lin Tian with a strong warfare in his eyes, and said, since I entered the Great Root, I have heard your legend from time to time. I was promoted from captain to colonel in 2 years. I died of numerous thieves and became echo and God resist the wind. In the Great Root, countless pirates will be extremely scared when they talk about your name. Today, you, known as the strongest genius of the Navy, dare not agree to the challenge of this pirate. Dare, why not? I always remember our duel. Since the first day on the Great Root 2 years ago, I have been paying attention to your information, but unfortunately we have passed by many times. Weak point. Lin Tian laughed loudly, his eyes fixed on each other as well, the warlike eyes of both sides, collided in the void, flashing sparks. This was an imposing confrontation. The two had not yet met, and the invincible aura of the two sides had already started confrontation. At the moment of the confrontation, many navies and pirates fell in one piece. Overlords domineering. This is a collision between the overlords domineering, to be continued. Outside the island, the three naval warships and the pirates faced each other, but they did not do anything with each other, but focused on the small island. One small, say equals less than equals. The duel between Lieutenant General Lin Tian and Fire Fist Ace will surely shock the world tomorrow. Ayan looked at the island in front of her and asked worriedly, Tina, you said who will win the duel between these two people? Is it Lin Tian or the Fire Fist Ace? Tina, who was thinking secretly, didn't show Ayan's face. She said to herself with a cigarette in her mouth. It should be that Lin Tian's casters is more likely to win. 4 years ago, he was able to match Pluto Raleigh. For the past 4 years, he has been fighting in the New World. Lin Tian's combat power should have reached a terrifying level. However, that Fire Fist Ace is not weak. Since arriving on the Great Route 2 years ago, it has been advancing all the way, by virtue of its powerful natural ability Tavern Fruits. In a short period of time, he became a large pirate with a high amount of money, but he failed to challenge Whitebeard later, but his combat power was also extremely powerful. That casters Lin Tian wanted to win. Tina, who had been talking all the time, suddenly reacted to something wrong, glanced at the worried Ayan, and patted her forehead helplessly. Eldest sister, can you give up this expression? From the conversation just now, the two of them are old friends. It is very likely that they are just discussing each other. On the flat ground, when everyone on the outside is wondering what kind of fierce battle is happening inside, but inside is another scene. Ace, you bastard, you stole my roasted legs. Hey, isn't this called grabbing? Anyone can take the roasted legs, but your reaction is slow, Lin Tian. Lin Tian stretched out, pointed at the goat on the grill, and said, I caught this goat. I roasted it by hand. I contribute the most. I should distribute the whole roast lamb. Ace stretched out and looked at Lin Tian. That said, I made this fire. If it weren't for my fire, can you make roast lamb? I'm the one who contributes the most. Fire is very simple. Does it count as power? The two of them refused to give up. Their big eyes stared at the small eyes, just for this roast lamb. Whoever exerts the greatest strength, where there is the slightest aura that the strong should have, just imagine two red-faced fighting for something. Child. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, the two raised their heads at the same time, looking at each other and laughing. This feeling has not been realized for a long time. With the passage of time, earth-shaking changes have taken place between each other, but the bonds between their hearts have always existed and have not weakened at all, but have become deeper and deeper. He bit the roasted leg in his mouth and praised Lin Tian. After spending so long on the Great Route, your barbecue is still delicious, just as delicious as before. That's it. Lin Tian looked smug. Maybe he can't cook other dishes, but if he talks about barbecue, he is a real master. Ace glanced at the barbecue in his hand and couldn't help but think of those carefree and very happy days in Foxia Village, and couldn't help thinking of those figures in his mind. Unfortunately, only the two of us are here, and Luffy is still in Foxia Village. It would be great if Luffy was there. I don't know how it would be like a Foxia Village on the road. Hearing this sigh, Lin Tian's hands stopped, and Luffy was also recalled in his mind, recalling the joyful scene. Throwing a piece of wood in the fire, Lin Tian said with a smile, if Luffy were here, how could we still savor the barbecue here? I am afraid that Luffy would have already robbed him. That's right, for Luffy, his favorite is barbecue. Back then, every time we hadn't finished roasting, he rushed to eat it. Recalling what happened back then, Ace also laughed. Lin Tian continued, however, Ace, you have been out for 2 years, and Luffy will go to sea in another year. I think it will not be long before Luffy will appear on the Great Route. Speaking of this, the conversation turned, and some Atticus said, according to Luffy's ability to cause trouble, I am afraid that there will be something earth-shattering. Haha. Lin Tian. If Luffy doesn't cause trouble, is he still Luffy? That's right. Lin Tian reacted and turned to Ace. Ace, your ability to cause trouble is not small, you are a great name for a great route. Hearing what Lin Tian said, Ace smiled a lot. When he first entered the Great Route, he did a lot of earth-shattering things, otherwise there would be no such high reward. With a little more seasoning, Lin Tian turned over the barbecue and asked, however, Ace, why have you disappeared in the past 6 months, so I can't find you? Why have you suddenly joined the Whitebeard Pirates? Ace suddenly became silent, put down the barbecue in his hand, looked at the burning fire in front of him, fell into the memory, and slowly said, after going to sea 2 years ago, by accident, I got the ability to burn fruits. As he said, Ace's hands turned into flames, burning blazingly, and the flames reflected the 2 faces. Feeling the blazing fire, Lin Tian nodded and said, the burning fruit is indeed a powerful devil fruit, and it is also among the best in the natural system. Ace is your situation. Then, I started to travel on the Great Route, during which a few things happened, and the amount of my reward started to increase. Suddenly, Lin Tian smiled. Ace did a few earth-shattering things on the Great Sea Route. At that time, Lin Tian was almost shot and went to capture Ace, but something happened at the time and Lin Tian couldn't get away. Luffy. Ace, don't you know that at that time, your refusal to be Kiwei caused a nuke roar in the Navy? Ace smiled softly and continued, finally, I came to the Chambered Islands. Through your address, I found Pluto Raleigh and asked him everything. When it comes to this, thank you, Lin Tian. Hearing this, Lin Tian gradually smiled on his face, and his hands stopped. After a long silence, he said, Uncle Raleigh, I told you everything. In this matter, after the Chamborian Islands incident, Lin Tian had specifically approached Uncle Raleigh and told Uncle Raleigh of Ace's identity and name. At the same time, he also recounted Ace's hatred for that man and his childhood experiences. And he told Ace of Uncle Lili's address. One day, in the future, he might come to look for Lili and ask everything. I remember, at that time, after Uncle Raleigh heard about this, he sat alone at the bar for one night. The whole bar was filled with wine bottles, and finally he said nothing. Even Lin Tian didn't know what Uncle Lili would do in response to Ace's inquiry. Yeah. Ace replied in a low voice, Uncle Raleigh told me all night that he told me everything from the time I met my father to the last parting. Regarding this matter, Lin Tian didn't know what to say. Perhaps in the eyes of outsiders, the man was a legend, but in the eyes of Ace, he was just an incompetent father. The world knows that the man obtained the legendary One Piece, obtained fame and wealth, and was respected by the world as the One Piece, possessing the world's wealth, fame, and power. But who knows that the man feels pain in his heart, and the big secret treasure in that heart may be worthless compared to his family. Lin Tian couldn't understand what was in the man's heart when Esther was paid to the smelly old man. It might be pain, guilt, or helpless. After thinking about it, Lin Tian finally asked, that. Now, what do you think of that man in your heart? Ace shook his head and said with a self-deprecating tone, after that night, I also have a general understanding of my father who has never met. But the more I know, the more confused my heart is. Know how to judge that man. Perhaps as Raleigh said, he has his own difficulties, but this is the reason for abandoning our mother and son, but he died brilliantly, leaving me and my mother behind, leaving me and my mother alone to bear the pressure from the entire world. After speaking, Ace's tone became excited. She just yelled out of his incomprehension, roared out of unwillingness, roared out of his anger towards that man. At this time, Lin Tian just sat there quietly, slowly flipping the barbecue in his hands, being a quiet listener, listening to Ace's thoughts, buried in his heart. In this world, apart from himself and Luffy, no one can understand how scarred Ace is in his heart, and know what experience Ace had in his childhood, because these Ace only told their two brothers. But how could Luffy's rough nerves understand these things, so only Lin Tian can really talk to Ace, and only Lin Tian knows Ace best. Only when Lin Tian talked, Ace would change his usual calm state of mind and expose the thoughts he had suppressed for many years. When Ace finished talking calm, Lin Tian didn't show any feelings, just shaved a pot of water and asked with a smile, "Then now, why stay in the White-Beard Pirates? You are not going to be the One Piece in the footsteps of that man?" Gilu drank a few sips of water. "Since I met my father, I don't want to be the One Piece. I want to help Dad become the One Piece." "Father?" "Well, the old man is Whitebeard. He treats us like a father, so we all call him Dad. In the White-Beard Pirates, I have found what I have been looking for." Looking at the inner smile on Ace's face, Lin Tian knew that Ace had really found what he needed, and he couldn't help but smile with joy, happy for Ace. Suddenly, Lin Tian clapped his hands and stood up. "The barbecue is finished, and the old days are also over. It's time to do business next." Hearing Lin Tian's words, Ace finished his barbecue in 2 or 3 bites, stood up. The two of them stared at each other, exploding a strong sense of war. The Navy and the pirates, the two stand on different positions, and they are destined to have a battle from the beginning. To be continued. Fire punch. Ace's right fist turned into a ball of flames, quickly stretched out, and finally turned into more than 10 meters. All fists gathered with huge flames, and they hit Lin Tian. 1 = novel. The raging flames waved extremely high temperatures, and wherever they passed, the ground was burnt and turned black. At that extremely high temperature, the seawater in the surrounding cracks boiled, blisters emerged, and white smoke rose up, and the entire forest seemed to be shrouded in mist. The flame fist, which seemed huge, was actually extremely fast, and in a flash, it came to Lin Tian. Looking at the flame fist that hit, Lin Tian's face also moved slightly, his right hand clenched, and a fist suddenly slammed out. Lin Tian was useless to be overbearing, he had to use his flesh fist to fight the fire fist. Seeing Lin Tian's actions, Ace's face changed slightly. His own fire fist had extremely high attack and destructive power, and the 3-masted galleon would have to be destroyed with one punch. Lin Tian actually caught it with an ordinary meat fist, but he was already strong enough. Ace thought to himself that he understood that Lin Tian was not the kind of person who entrusted him to the big physique using air fist. With a low sip from Lin Tian's mouth, his right fist suddenly slammed out, and the powerful force was transmitted into the void, and the air vibrated, forming an invisible air column. When he hit the flame fist head-on, something like fire was extremely difficult to gather and easily dispersed. Under the impact of the air column, it instantly dispersed in all directions. Fortunately, Lin Tian fought last night and almost destroyed the entire forest. The flames started to dissipate without burning matter. The Navy and pirates outside the island waited for a long time and saw any movement on the island, as if neither of them were fighting. Satsuki asked himself puzzledly, "What's going on? Why there is no movement on the island?" Ace's fighting style on this primitive island, it is impossible to be without a little movement. Tina was also puzzled, and dangling to smoke and said, "What's the matter? There is no movement at all. What are the two of them doing inside?" Before the words fell, a sky-reaching flame appeared on the island, rushing straight into the sky, appearing for a few seconds, and then slowly dissipating between the sky and the earth. Fire Fist. Fire Fist Ace. No loss is Captain Ace on the pirate ship. The pirates watched this scene and couldn't help but praise. But the Navy hasn't changed much. They are the Navy that has fought with Lin Tian. They can see the strength of Lieutenant General Lin Tian. And there is no doubt in their hearts that Lin Tian will win. Lin Tian swiped the fist, but what was hit was still a ball of flames, and the fierce fist wind directly blew these flames into a ball of small fires. Hey! The nature of the fruit ability is troublesome, and physical attacks are invalid, Lin Tian said with some trouble. These firewalls seemed to be spiritual, floating in the void, and then gathered together, and Ace's body slowly appeared. Musket. With his hands in the shape of a gun, fire bullets shot out from the middle finger, forming a torrent of bullets, heading towards Lin Tian. Dark orb. The void around Lin Tian was also extremely dark, but instantly returned to its original state, with hundreds of small black casters quietly floating around. The black torrent and the yellow torrent flashed in the void and slammed into it. Accompanied by the fire, a series of explosions sounded. Ace, I haven't seen you in 4 years. Your combat power has increased so much. Now you can compete with me. In the past, I was completely abused. Lin Tian said with a smile. Ace, whose limbs turned into flames, said, Lin Tian, as you said, the Great Root is a stage for the strong. Since I got the burn fruits, my combat power has begun to increase rapidly. Lin Tian. Take me this trick, Jingyuan. Numerous flames spurted out of both arms, and in a blink of an eye, a huge wall of fire was formed over 100 meters wide and more than 10 meters high, which directly pushed it across with extremely violent force. The remaining forests ignited spontaneously at this extremely high temperature, and the fire took advantage of the wind to start a prairie fire, and the whole forest burned up. When the island was built, it was caught in a fire. Everyone outside looked at this scene with shocked faces. The whole island was actually burned and plunged into a raging fire. Seeing the pirates is of course a color of excitement. The entire island has become a furnace. Captain Ace is a person with the ability to burn fruits. This environment has no effect on it. And that killing god Lin Tian, even though he was also a devil fruit-capable person, could imagine what kind of damage he would face in such a high-temperature environment. Wiping the fragrant sweat on his forehead, Ayan's face was extremely worried. How could Lin Tian rely on this environment to hold it? They were still hundreds of meters away from the island, but when the heat wave hit, they felt that the temperature was extremely high, and they couldn't stop the sweat on their bodies. One could imagine what kind of high temperature Lin Tian stayed in the center was enduring. Tina was still extremely calm. Don't worry, Lin Tian can fly. If he really couldn't bear it, he would have come out long ago, and he hasn't come out yet, which means there is not much harm to him. After eating barbecue every day, Lin Tian finally realized what it was like to be grilled by fire. There was a tingling pain all over his body. The whole body was hot. The sweat was steamed as soon as he appeared. This is not the most important thing. There is a huge wall of fire in front of him, forcing him towards him. That is the real powerful attack. Surrounded by a circle, watching the blazing fire around him, Lin Tian said in distress, it seems that I have chosen a bad battle site, without the slightest terrain advantage. Suddenly, he yelled to Ace opposite the firewall, Ace, this is a good trick. The whole island has been turned into a stove, grilling me alone, not enough, this trick is useless to me. Space control. An invisible spatial fluctuation spread from Lin Tian's hands and traveled in all directions along the void. In an instant, a huge space that was invisible to the naked eye enveloped the entire island. But Lin Tian stood quietly like this, watching the wall of fire in front of him approaching, but his body was different as usual. No sweat came out. This huge high temperature had no effect on Lin Tian. As time passed, the wall of fire had already approached Lin Tian, and the fierce flame swept towards Lin Tian with a wind, but when it was close to Lin Tian, it was blocked by an invisible shield. What gave birth? A surprise and incomprehension came out from Ace's hand. At this time Ace had turned into flames. Just now, Ace sensed that the flames on the entire island were gradually decreasing, and that huge wall of fire was slowly decreasing, and even his body had undergone tremendous changes. Ace, I feel that I can't maintain the appearance of becoming a flame, and it is very difficult to generate a flame by myself now. No! It may be said that flames can still be easily generated, but as soon as the flames appear, they will be extinguished immediately and cannot burn. Reminiscing about what Lin Tian said earlier, Ace thought to himself, Could it be said that Lin Tian did all this, but is Lin Tian too strong like this to change the environment of the world? This old man can't do it. All of this was only born within a few seconds. The fire that originally burned the entire island disappeared with a naked eye and finally disappeared completely from everyone's eyes. The power of the fire was enough to burn all the things that could be burned on the island. The island, which was still beautiful, turned into black, all traces of burning. Regardless of the confusion and doubts of the people on the sea, how the island that could have been burnt disappeared completely in an instant is obviously unreasonable. The flame disappeared, and Lin Tian and Ace's figures gradually appeared in the open space, but Lin Tian was standing, while Ace squatted on the ground, with one hand on the ground, breathing heavily in his mouth, obviously not breathing enough. Lin Tian, you should have done all of these. What kind of method is this? I didn't expect you to be so strong, Ace said quickly, panting heavily. Despair! Lin Tian lightly snapped a finger with his right hand, and suddenly a refreshing breeze blew from all directions on the ground towards the flat ground. Ace also felt that his breathing was smooth, and he didn't pant. With a puff, a small flame rose from his fingers, and Ace regained his ability. Reaching out his hand, feeling the wind coming from all directions on the ground, Ace looked shocked. This feeling was as if the whole world was under Lin Tian's control. How is this possible? Lin Tian explained with a smile. Don't worry, I'm not as strong as you think. My fruit ability just restrains you. I can produce a shield that can cover the entire island while invisible to the naked eye, that can isolate the air. Big fire burns but consumes oxygen, especially the kind of fire just now, which burns all the air in the shield at once. So you can't use power and you can't breathe. Ace suddenly realized it, and in a blink of an eye, he said frustrated, so what are we going to fight? I can't use my strongest ability. How can I beat you, an incomparably powerful metamorphosis of physical skills, swordsmanship, and abilities? Hey! Ace, why did you give up? It hasn't been long since we both played, so I don't need this trick anymore, Lin Tian said hurriedly. As soon as Lin Tian's voice fell, a smile appeared on Ace's face. Okay. That's it, don't use that trick. Seeing the smile on Ace's face, Lin Tian had black lines on his head. He immediately understood that he was being pitted and shook his head secretly. Why didn't I see him in a few years? Even Ace turned black. Crossfire. Ace's two index fingers crossed and aimed at Lin Tian. And a cross-shaped flame appeared, which turned into a liquid like magma. This was a manifestation of the concentration of the flame to the extreme. The speed was extremely fast, and it reached Lin Tian in an instant. Now that Ace had shown his true strength, Lin Tian didn't dare to hold it up anymore. He was armed and domineering, covering his right fist, and hit the flame with one punch. Physique using Iron Fist. With a bang, Lin Tian's pitch-black fist ran into the flame, and a scorching sensation came from his fist. Armed and domineering, could not defend against such intangible things as high temperature. Open. With a low shout, Lin Tian's fist increased in strength and smashed the flames. Gather. Under Ace's control, the size of these scattered flames increased, and Lin Tian was completely surrounded by the flames. To be continued. Call. Lin Tian shook slightly and set off a hurricane out of thin air, blasting the flames around his body and dissipating in the world, but there was no trace of burning on his body. 1 novel. Equals less than equals. Ace, your flame is indestructible to ordinary people, but it is useless to me. The flames only rely on burning and high temperature, this kind of invisible and traceless damage to the body, but Lin Tian only needs to gently arrange a layer of shield to cut off these. Among the devil fruits belonging to the fire element, the only one that could break Lin Tian's shield should be the rockberry fruit of the current Admiral Red Dog. Lin Tian had specially tried it in the past, and the situation was terrible. Ace opened his hands, facing Lin Tian. Is it? The ability to burn fruits is more than that simple. There are various fires. I saw that from Ace's open hands, a light green light continued to emerge, small groups flying towards Lin Tian. Although I don't know what this kind of light is, it must not be a good thing, and it must have a strong lethality. Firefly, Fire Dharma. The light green group of light blazed ablaze, rising in the wind. Several large fire groups surrounded Lin Tian. And there was nothing to hide. Instant. Without being surrounded by fire again, Lin Tian's expression was extremely calm, and with a low drink, his figure disappeared instantly, just like this suddenly disappeared from the void. Withdrawing his hands, the fire was not controlled and was extinguished in an instant. Looking at the empty void in front of him, Ace looked shocked. How is it possible that there is a flame blocking? It is impossible to cause the illusion of disappearing extremely quickly, as if it is directly dissipating from the void. Suddenly, a strong wind rang from behind, and Ace's face changed, and his whole body immediately turned into flames. In the form of flames, any physical attack would have no effect. But Ace flew out, forced a retreat from the flame form, fell to the ground, and hit a big hole directly. Ace quickly turned around to see that Lin Tian was already standing on the position where he had just stood, just withdrawing the pitch-black fist that glowed like a metal. Hey, Ace, I haven't been in vain for the past few years. I am much deeper than you in terms of the ability of Devil Fruit, Lin Tian said with a smile. Instant. Lin Tian has deepened his research on fruit ability in the past 2 years, and his new move is actually space teleportation, which is just called instantaneous for short. An extremely fast way of movement, Lin Tian can confidently say that this world cannot match him in terms of degree. Perhaps in the short distance, Lin Tian is no different from those who are strong, but the distance increases slightly and you can see the huge gap. No matter how far it is, as long as it is under Lin Tian's control, it can be reached in an instant. In the real instant, this is the space teleportation. The space of the two places overlapped, and as long as he stepped out with one step, Lin Tian could come to another place, no matter how far away, without being blocked by any objects. At the same time, it can also avoid some attacks that cannot be avoided, because Lin Tian moved in another space. Just like before, Lin Tian was surrounded by the raging fire and teleported directly behind Ace without any movement. But this also has some shortcomings, that is, Lin Tian has to make a mark on the teleporting position so as to connect the two spaces together, and Lin Tian has put a special mark on Ace. Despite this, this ability is absolutely against the sky, ignoring the barrier of any object. As long as it is within the range of ability, any barrier is useless. Hearing Lin Tian's words, Ace couldn't help but become curious about Lin Tian's abilities, which could have so many uses and could derive a variety of fighting methods. In fact, the outside world has long been curious about what Lin Tian's ability is. It is generally regarded as a human fruit, but it has some natural fruit effects. And with so many fighting methods, it is hard to imagine that this is a demon fruit ability to display. Ace has become a natural fruit ability person. I don't know if your physical skills have been reduced. Take it. Without the ability to use the ability, Lin Tian rushed towards Ace with a strong explosive power of his body. Without thinking about it, seeing Lin Tian rushing, Ace leaped into the air forcefully, avoiding Lin Tian's punch. A fool can compare physical skills with Lin Tian. Lin Tian is a student of the smelly old man Garp. He is extremely powerful in physical skills. In physical skills, he is definitely not his opponent. With a loud bang, Lin Tian punched it down, and the entire ground couldn't bear the force, and countless cracks spread out like spider webs. The rubble burst, the ground shook the mountains, and a huge pit appeared on the ground. Lin Tian, who was in the pit, got up and leaped toward Ace in the air. Yamji. Fire pillar. Rotating his hands, the huge fire surrounded the surroundings, forming a huge fire column, composed of flames, and his hands pressed downwards. The fire column pressed towards Lin Tian's head. The fire burned, the high temperature filled the surroundings, and the void was twisted. Below Lin Tian. Instead of rising, he descended. Facing the monstrous fire in the sky, Lin Tian was not afraid, and he slammed his right fist, which had been in force for a long time. Physique profound meaning, Lushan Shenglongla. A light blue dragon head emerged from Lin Tian's hand, with a long roar up to the sky. A huge sound wave cracked the surrounding earth, the mountain peaks collapsed, and the mountain shook in an instant, as if the sky was destroyed. The powerful sound wave spreads directly to the sea, and the sea rolls over, producing a wave several meters high out of thin air, which rushes towards the giant ships on the sea. Fortunately, the waves are not high, and both naval warships and pirate ships can resist. What is this? A pirate looked at the huge dragon head above and asked with a trembling voice. The dragon head is actually the dragon head of a legendary beast giant dragon. How could it be possible? At this time, another pirate replied in terror. The outlook was too terrifying. The dragon is a rumored creature. How could it appear on this small island? On the side, on the naval battleship, the navy was equally shocked. No matter who saw it, the rumored creature could not calm down. No, there are people inside. Suddenly, there was a small black spot in the dragon's head inside the sharp-eyed pirate. A pirate at the side quickly took out the binoculars he carried and opened it quickly, with a look of disbelief, and said, "Idiot, this is a dragon, how can there be people inside?" Really? Really? Really, someone screamed when the pirate looked at it. What? When Satsuki heard it, his face was shocked and his figure flashed. He came to the pirate, grabbed the binoculars to see what happened. Lieutenant General Lin Tian is indeed Lieutenant General Lin Tian. This is Lieutenant General Lin Tian's trick. Lushan Shenglongla, one of Lin Tian's strongest physical skills, is as powerful as last night's Shenglongquan, but one is to attack the sky and the other is to deal with the enemy ahead. But the two fist techniques have one thing in common, that is, they gather all the strength on the fist and make a powerful dragon-shaped punch with all their strength. It was extremely powerful, enough to smash a mountain with one blow. It was a typical one-stroke, must-win fist. After the fight, even Lin Tian would be weakened. As for having the appearance of a dragon, it seems to have spirituality, just like a roar just now. Even if Lin Tian didn't know what was going on, that was how he created this fist technique. Because of these characteristics, Lin Tian took the name Lushan Shenglongla, which is a very powerful trick in a well-known animation in the previous life. The power of the explosion is enough to make the Lushan waterfall, which flew straight down 3,000 feet upstream. Although Lin Tian can't do it now, Lin Tian believes that one day as his strength increases, he will always reach that point. With a loud roar of the dragon's head, the flame column above shattered and turned into large fires, floating in the air. Ace on the other side was hit by the sound wave before he could react. Suddenly, his chest seemed to be hit by a heavy hammer, his blood surged, his figure flew upside down, and a mouthful of blood came out. Turning into a flame, Ace stopped his figure, leaving only one head, and looking at the huge dragon head below. It was shocking. After all, this was a creature in mythology. What made Ace feel the deepest was that the huge dragon head seemed to be spiritual. His eyes turned slightly, staring at him closely, and his whole body was shaking. This feeling is like meeting a giant tiger in the Kerbal Mountain when I was young. In a blink of an eye, Ace calmed down his mentality. It was not that this legendary creature had never been seen before, and Margao was a phoenix. Ace, this is my strongest move. It's powerful. Even I can't control it perfectly. Be careful. Haha. Okay. Lin Tian. In this case, let's have a trick to determine the outcome. Ace crossed his hands, centered Ace, a circle of fire circled all around, and finally countless flames emerged from it, forming a huge firewall. The entire island was covered by the firewall and was held by Aster. At this moment, Ace is like an emperor in flames, in the hot, but endlessly radiant flame. All fires surrender to his feet and respect him. On the sea, the captain has no one to care about which side wins or loses, and everyone has been deeply shocked by the battle on the island. Over the dark island, a firewall of unknown size burst out, incomparably hot and light. Even the sun hanging high in the sky was blocked by its brilliance, which was insignificant in comparison. Below, the huge dragon head of tens of meters is so small, compared to the firewall above, but the momentum of the indomitable king of all things is not weak at all. Lushan Shenglongla. With a low roar, Kanju hit half of his fist with his right fist, and finally hit it with all his strength. The dragon head screamed again and flew into the air, and the huge dragon body slowly appeared. Perhaps everyone has never seen the legendary beast, but can feel the huge momentum compared to the real beast. The Yan Dai. Ace also sighed in a low voice, holding the huge firewall in his right hand and pressing it towards the dragon below, as if falling from a high altitude in the sun, turning the whole world into a huge furnace. Below, the island that had not burned up burned again, the river instantly dried up, the rubble was cracked under the fire, and the sand on the beach seemed to be burning shiny. On the ship, whether the navy or the pirates saw this scene, the shock on their faces had long turned into fear. No one knew what kind of power such a huge energy collision would explode. But one thing is certain, they will die if they stay so close. Retreat quickly, to be continued. As everyone retreated in panic on the sea, the dragon and the firewall had already begun to collide. One novel equals less than. The dragon and the firewall seemed to rush towards each other slowly, but they were actually incredibly fast, and the distance of tens of meters disappeared in a flash. In an instant, the two sides collided, which shocked everyone who thought they were dead, but there was no movement, no noise, no earth-shaking explosions, and the world was extremely quiet. Captain Saki, Captain Ace's Yandi is extremely powerful. How can there be no movement at all? A middle-aged man, with a rough appearance and a burly figure, asked in a low voice, his eyes flashing with desire. Saki shook his head. He was also puzzled. He had felt how powerful Emperor Asian was, and there was no movement at all. Ayan said worriedly, "What's going on? Lin Tian Mountain Shenglongla is extremely powerful, but now there is no movement at all, as if being swallowed by that huge firewall." Tina on the edge kept staring at the sky above without saying a word, but her eyes were also filled with puzzlement. Last night, Lin Tian almost destroyed the island with a punch. What's the matter? Only the people on both sides know that the moves of both sides did not go wrong, but that the huge energy of the double release was just at a balance point. The two huge energies are both fighting each other incompatible, but looking at the scene, the faces of Lin Tian and Ace really changed. Now the two energies can still maintain a balance, but how can such a huge force be balanced, and the power caused by the intersection of the two energies will be several times stronger than before. Yanzu. Ace revolved with both hands, and a pillar of fire pierced the sky towards the intersection of the dragon and the firewall, hoping to interrupt the two sides. However, the powerful flame column was useless, just like sinking into the sea without any waves rising. Feeling the more and more powerful energy in it, Lin Tian's complexion got worse and worse. As soon as he gritted his teeth, he decided to use that trick. As for what will happen after the two sides are detonated, he can't control that much now. This kind of probability is lower than that of winning the lottery, and it will be met by the two of us. It's really bad. He cursed secretly in his heart, but his hand did not stop. His right hand stretched back slightly, only to see the void behind Lin Tian. Suddenly darkened, the darkness was so pure and so frightening. In the distance, Ace looked at this scene and couldn't help being startled. The endless darkness, as if the world was suddenly missing a piece, missing a part. This is what gave birth to what did Lin Tian do? But it was only a moment. The darkness slowly condensed, and the sky returned to its original state, leaving only a black blade that was hundreds of meters long, like a crescent, with a special light flowing on the surface. How is it possible that Lin Tian actually made such a powerful move after making such a strong punch? How strong is he? The aura and murderous intent from Round Blade, even Ace was also shocked, probably not weaker than Yan Emperor himself. Being able to fight Ace for so long and to have the upper hand has already shocked everyone. You must know that Fire Fist Ace was a new star in the past, but now it is obvious that they still have extra energy and did not use their full strength. I've always heard about how powerful the Navy genius Lieutenant Lin Tian is, but today everyone finally sees it, but they curse in secret. This kind of combat power is enough to become a general of the Navy, but he still has the rank of Lieutenant General. Is the Navy pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger? Space Blade. Compared to the black round blade hundreds of meters long, Lin Tian's figure is as small as an ant, but it is the shape of this ant, grabbing the giant round blade and swinging it out with one hand. Wielding the round blade, Lin Tian's face was not flushed or breathing, and loudly reminded, "Ace, hurry up." In fact, you don't need to use your hands to wave such a big thing at all. After listening to Lin Tian's reminder, Ace also understood how powerful the explosion would be, but wanted to leave, but found a very embarrassing question. There is no way to fly, there is seawater on the side, as a devil fruit capable of going. At this moment, Lin Tian suddenly appeared in front of Ace, grabbed it without saying anything, and flew directly in the direction of the ship, because the blade of space was about to be cut up. The blade of the space of hundreds of meters is huge, like a huge mountain, suspended in the air, covering the sky and the ground, but it is not slow. Thousands of meters away, it will arrive in an instant. Wherever it went, a black track appeared, and the space was cut open, slowly repairing under the power of heaven and earth. The round blade, like a hill, slashed accurately between the dragon and the firewall. The round blade joined in, acting like a catalyst, disrupting the balance between the two. In the middle of the three parties, a beam of bright light rose, and a click sounded, and the entire space was shattered under a huge force, and then a powerful energy pillar rose, directly hitting the island below. Just a moment, just a moment. Under the immense energy, the entire island was wiped out in an instant with a rumbling sound that resonated through the world, and it really disappeared without a trace. It was a small island, not a piece of paper. It was actually wiped out in ashes. One can imagine how powerful Lin Tian and Ace's strongest moves are. With the destruction of the island, a shockwave of extremely strong energy began to vent, with a light degree venting in all directions. Wherever it passed, the sea splashed hundreds of meters of waves, and the water dropped more than tens of centimeters. Lin Tian and Ace, in midair, were directly swept by the impact, and they were immediately hit hard, as if a heavy fist hit their back. One staggered, and almost fell from a high altitude. Fortunately, Lin Tian reacted in time, otherwise the two devil fruit-capable people would fall into the ocean and they would be finished. If such two powerhouses who are famous for the great root die in this way, they will really spread through the ages. Seeing that red and blue shockwave rushing towards the ship ahead, a wry smile flashed across Ace's face. What to do? Such a strong shockwave, those ships may not be able to survive. We are a bit dead this time, if something really happens. Hearing Ace's words, Lin Tian suddenly reacted. The other navies were fine. Even if the ship was destroyed, they could still swim. But Ian and Tina are indeed capable. If they fall into the sea, there is no boat. It is very likely. Lin Tian didn't think too much, didn't dare to think too much, grasped Ace tightly with his right hand, then turned around and directly threw Ace toward the pirate ship. Lin Tian. You bastard, you dare to throw me. I'll definitely. Ace was thrown away, cursing loudly. The next thing is not that Ace doesn't want to say it, but the wind is too big. Sorry, Ace, Lin Tian muttered guiltily, and then there was no such thing. Instant. Lin Tian's figure disappeared directly, and he reappeared behind Ian. This was the space teleport, the real instant movement. Seeing the shockwave that hit, the Navy's faces were full of fear, and they hurriedly moved the oars, but the warship was so huge, no matter how hard it was, it couldn't increase it much. Feeling that someone appeared behind him, Ian immediately padded behind, but felt the familiar feeling behind him. Ian stopped and shouted happily, Lin Tian. Lieutenant General Lin Tian. Is Lieutenant General Lin Tian. The Navy in front of him panicked and became excited. Lin Tian is like a backbone in the Navy. Many navies blindly trust and worship Lin Tian. Lin Tian has not been defeated until now, even in the face of an enemy stronger than himself. Lin Tian has finally killed it. Nodded. Lin Tian walked towards the ship with a serious face, the navy cloak fluttering in the wind behind him, facing the powerful shockwave. Lin Tian was extremely calm. Space shield. Looking at it this way, this casters is indeed a little handsome. Why? Tina's face turned red for an instant. He was just a bastard, and he had nothing to do with Shui. The island was destroyed in an instant, but the energy was not exhausted and could only be vented in the boundless sea, with dull rumblings resounding from the sea. The entire sea area rolled up like boiling water, followed by a huge wave, rising above the sea and rushing toward the ship ahead. If a huge wave of hundreds of meters is defeated, the ships will be finished. Although Lin Tian and Ace are strong, they are combat power, and their abilities have no effect on this huge wave, unless it is the Ice Age of the Green Pheasant. Moreover, the huge waves and the shock wave are now coming together. It is even more difficult to block them. Even Lin Tian, who is confident in front, can't help but feel moved. He couldn't help but glance at the pirate ship nearby. Lin Tian's throw was estimated. Ace fell on the ship very accurately. Fortunately, Ace is a natural ability person, and he still hates Lin Tian in his heart. But now, the shockwave and the ocean wave are imminent, but in the face, Ace has no good means, and his ability is not suitable for defense. When the time comes, he will burn his own boat first. The eyes were also swept towards Lin Tian. Knowing that Lin Tian had this kind of defensive method, the two of them just stared at each other, and they understood each other's thoughts from their eyes. Hey, I can only resign to fate. At this moment, the two suddenly felt a strong momentum coming from behind, and they couldn't help being surprised. You know, Lin Tian and Ace are already regarded as one of the few powerhouses in the world, and they can be considered extremely strong. Just imagine how powerful the people here are. At this time, it was not necessarily a good thing that such a strong person came. When the two turned around, a huge figure had flown over the sky, and the bright sun was blocked. Boom. This figure landed steadily on Ace and his ship, and the powerful force made the entire huge three-masted sailing ship tilt up. The man didn't say much, calmly watching the shockwave and the surging waves in front of him, making a fist with his right hand and raising it high. Before punching, everyone felt a very strong momentum, as if they had seen the punch-out, the scene of destroying the world, and many people were oozing cold sweat on their backs. The man shook his fist calm, unprepared. Just like that, he slapped the fist in an unremarkable way, and the oppressive feeling in everyone's hearts disappeared at the moment of the fist. Click, click, click. On the back of the fist, there were cracks in the void, and there was a sound like the broken air, and everyone hadn't realized what was happening. I saw that the original power was so powerful that the entire sea dropped tens of centimeters. Wherever it passed, hundreds of meters of waves splashed and shattered in an instant. The huge wave of hundreds of meters was also shattered in an instant, split into countless pieces, and returned to the sea. With a punch, the entire sea surface was quiet. The man turned around and said, a roaring laughter sounded. Children, this time you have played a bit too far, and almost even suffered yourself. Father, when seeing the man in front of him, the pirates shouted in unison with joy. Lin Tian looked at this man and said every word. The strongest man in the world, Whitebeard. To be continued. One of the four emperors, the Whitebeard, actually came. A novel equals less than equals less than. Seeing this man appear, the navy involuntarily raised their weapons, and suddenly thousands of spears were pointed at him, and dozens of cannons were aimed at. But Whitebeard turned a blind eye, as if these thousands of people didn't exist. He was still talking to Ace and the others, how domineering this was, and it was the strongest man in the world. Seeing the man standing on the ship, on the warship, the Navy was very nervous, looking at the man in front of them with alert. Holding the weapon tightly with both hands are green, but there is no feeling as if it can bring a sense of security in their hearts. It is not that these navies are too weak, but the man's reputation is really big. This man was one of the only two legendary pirates who could compete with Roger in the era of the pirate king Roger. He was called the strongest man in the world, and his strength was extremely terrifying. Just when the Navy was extremely nervous, Lin Tian stretched out his right hand and shouted loudly, "Let down the weapon. This kind of thing is of no use to this legendary man." Looking at Lieutenant General Lin Tian on the ship, everyone seemed to have found the backbone. Their hearts suddenly calmed down, and their eyes were full of worship and respect. In the 2 years since Dressrosa, that battle with Doflamingo, the Navy has spread that Lieutenant General Lin Tian's combat power has reached the level of a general. Now it is 2 years later, Lieutenant General Lin Tian's strength must be unfathomable. Lieutenant General Capu, the strongest Navy, Lieutenant General Lin Tian once said that his students must catch up with a teacher. Yes, we have Lieutenant General Lin Tian here. Many Navy soldiers secretly cheered. Lin Tian is also observing this legendary man. The first image is that he is tall, he is very big and strong, and he is more than 5 meters tall. Even if the two sides are a little far apart, Lin Tian still has to lift his head slightly to see his face. He was completely taller than ordinary humans, like giants, reminding Lin Tian of the Revolutionary Army, and now one of the peers of the 7 Marshalseas under chains, but Baker had denied that he was just an ordinary human. The animation world is indeed a illogical place. Ordinary humans grow up to 5 meters high. How does this breed? Lin Tian shook his head and wondered. The reason why Edward Newgate was dubbed the Whitebeard by the world is that besides his strength, the most important thing is that he has a crescent-shaped whitebeard on his face, which has a profound impact. On the pirate ship, Whitebeard smiled boldly. "Ace, this time I came out to play a little bit big. An island has been destroyed, and I almost got inches." This is Vader, from the bottom of his heart, treating all crew members as his own sons. Even if his son does something wrong, he will not blame him, and embrace them with his father's chest. Ace touched his head and smiled embarrassedly, only in front of the Whitebeard father. Ace smiled from the heart. "Father, I didn't mean it this time, nor did I expect this to happen." As soon as the conversation changed, Ace suddenly asked in a puzzled way, "But, father, why did you come here? Didn't you fix it in Bruno? You came out so specifically to find us." The captain of the 4th Division next to him, Saki, also asked puzzledly, "Yes, Dad, did something happen to him, and there are other people?" Saki glanced around and found that only their pirate ship was on the sea, and there were 3 other naval ships nearby. At this time, a voice passed from high above. "Daddy came here specially for you this time." Whether it was the Navy or the pirates, they all looked towards the high school. I saw a flame bird braving a light blue flame flying high in the sky. But if you look closely, you can see that only the flame bird's wings are flames, and the middle body is indeed a person. When Ace and the others saw the visitor, their faces showed joy. After the flame bird danced in the sky, it swooped directly toward the ship below. When it was about to hit the deck, the flame bird turned into a human form and landed steadily on the deck with a golden pug head, a dagger on his waist, and a Whitebeard pirate tattoo on his chest. He is also a master. Captain of the 1st Division of the Whitebeard Pirate Regiment, Phoenix Margo. Seeing that the man was Margao, Lin Tian couldn't help but tighten his eyes. This was a very strong master. The second person in the Whitebeard Pirates of the Phoenix Margao. The combat power is extremely strong, and it is comparable to the Green Pheasants and other Navy generals, possessing the demon fruit of the Eudaemon system that is more cherished than the natural system, and can be transformed into a flame bird, composed of light blue flame. He is immune to physical attacks and has strong resilience. He cannot and will not call him the Phoenix. Behind Tina, took a few steps forward, staring at the pirate ship on the opposite side and asked, "What to do, Lin Tian?" Now Whitebeard, Captain Margao of the first team, is also here. Presumably the Whitebeard pirate group is not far away. Rebirth was able to come here, definitely not swimming here. Besides, people are also capable people. Although there is no pirate ship on the sea right now, they must have come not far away. What else can I do? Soldiers come to cover the water and soil, depending on the situation. Lin Tian shrugged, his face didn't matter. Tina was so angry that the towering mountains on her chest trembled violently. In this case, Lin Tian was still so indifferent, there was time to laugh, and she stretched out her right hand. Suddenly, a scream sounded, and Lin Tian quickly turned around. Tina, what are you doing? Why pin me for no reason? With a cold snort, Tina Yang held her head and said proudly, Tina is very unhappy, all she wants to pinch. Lin Tian stretched out his finger and pointed it for a long time, before finally suffocating a sentence, you can do it. Suddenly stretched out his hand, hugged Ayin, who looked helplessly at the two, proudly said, it's better for Ayin, unlike some people who are female Tyrannosaurus. On the other side, Margao landed on the deck and explained with a smile, we got news that recently the Navy G1 branch is investigating the whereabouts of our Whitebeard pirates and deliberately investigating you, Ace. This time, someone has found the genius Lieutenant General Lin Tian of the Navy, carrying thousands of naval elites, and is coming towards you. Therefore, my father and I will immediately support you. Saki smiled softly and said, Father, you are a little worried. Ace and that Lin Tian are good friends. What? Hearing this news, Rebirth and Ace couldn't help but moved. They looked surprised and looked at Ace next to him in confusion, wanting to get an explanation. Ace explained, Lin Tian was a student of Lieutenant General Garp, and I grew up with Lieutenant General Garp's grandson when I was a teenager. After going back and forth, I met Lin Tian and stayed for a year. The secret of being the son of Roger, the Pirate King, was also known to the old man in the audience, so Ace was a little bit hidden when he explained it, but didn't fully say it. Margao suddenly realized that he nodded, and then curiously asked, how, what is the strength of that Navy's strongest genius? Is it really as strong as the rumors? As a pirate, everyone has heard of the name of Lin Tian. The asterisk of death. After all, this name has been circulating around the world for nearly 10 years. In particular, Lin Tian is extremely talented, and the 15-year-old is not weak against the underworld King Li, which has almost pushed Lin Tian to the forefront of the world. Many sea pirates want to try. Just now Lin Tian and Ace made a noise Margao could see clearly and wanted to see how strong this naval genius really is. Ace nodded, swept Lin Tian around his eyes and said, very strong. Back then, when we met, for the first time, I couldn't even see his figure. Just after the battle, he didn't seem to use his full strength. As the Navy's strongest genius, many people have adjusted Lin Tian's combat strength, physical skills, swordsmanship, and ability. Lin Tian is an all-rounder. In the battle just now, Ace had never seen Lin Tian perform his own swordsmanship, but his physical skills and devil fruit abilities made it difficult for him to resist. Although Lin Tian's ability was very restrained from Ace's ability, it was undeniable that Lin Tian was powerful. It can make a Sedu's comment very strong, which shows that this naval genius is indeed extremely powerful, and Margao wants to fight Lin Tian. Only fighting the real strong is interesting. Margao, if you want to fight him, you should wait first, the others have not come yet. Seeing Margao eager to try, Rebirth stopped. Margao took a pause and said in a muffled voice, well, Daddy, but you can't stop me later, I'm just about to see if this naval genius is really like the legend. Don't worry, I won't stop you later, I also want to see what kind of skills the apprentices taught by Garp you have. Whitebeard said softly, the latter sentence just flashed in his heart, and did not say it. Feeling the breath coming, Lin Tian didn't quarrel with Tina anymore, and slowly turned around, his eyes met Margao's. Feeling the war intent in the opponent's eyes, Lin Tian smiled lightly at the corner of his mouth, and immediately disappeared. His eyes shifted, and he looked at the Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world next to him. The eyes of the two collided in the void, and the atmosphere between the heavens and the earth seemed to freeze. A huge, invincible aura burst out of the two of them. The calm sea suddenly rolled violently under the collision of the two sides. The ship shook violently, and everyone could only hold on to something on the side in order to fix their figure. But Lin Tian and Bayard were still standing steadily, without any movement. The waves rolled, and the sea trembled under their aura. Boom! A thunderstorm sounded out of thin air, and the aura of the two of them disappeared completely, as if they did not exist. The sea immediately recovered calm, and the two of them still stood firmly there. Lieutenant General Lin Tian blocked the momentum of the Whitebeard, but it is Lieutenant General Lin Tian, the strongest naval genius. Seeing Lieutenant General Lin Tian blocked it, the Navy couldn't help cheering, and the fear and tension in their hearts disappeared completely. After all, even if they know that General Lin Tian is strong, they still have no bottom in the face of this legendary man, and now everyone is finally relieved. Lin Tian, are you okay? Ayan asked worriedly. Calm, Tilda, and was about to rush up and hold Lin Tian. But Lin Tian immediately reached out to stop him, and Tina also secretly reached out to hold Ayan. Just now, when the momentum collided, Lin Tian was not like everyone else. Nothing happened. In fact, Lin Tian was still injured, but he kept holding on, and was not discovered by the others. Lin Tian understood that in the current situation, he had to stand up and not leak a little stuff, which would be a great blow to the Navy. Daddy, are you okay? On the pirate ship, everyone saw the old man taking a step back, shocked and unbelievable. How could this be possible just now, when the old man was forced back by the opposing Navy genius? Ace glanced at Lin Tian, who didn't move, and was shocked in his heart. Could it be that Lin Tian was already so strong? Bayard waved his hand, stood firmly on the deck, and said in a deep voice, "Don't worry, I have nothing to do. I was forced to take a step back. However, I am afraid that the opposite person is already injured." Hearing this sentence, everyone felt relieved for some reason. To be continued. On the calm sea, something suddenly appeared, and then a huge pirate ship slowly appeared and moved. 1 novel equals less than Moby Dick. The main ship of the Whitebeard pirate group, with a whale decoration on the bow, is a legendary pirate ship that has gone through a whole era. The entire pirate ship is huge, and there are more than 60 new people living on it. This is the main group of the Whitebeard pirate group, and it is no less than the giant battleships of the previous life. On the ship, on the head of the huge whale, a large group of people in various costumes stood on it, and counted them. There were 13 of these people. These were the captains of all the squadrons under the Whitebeard. Now, the Whitebeard pirates are all here. The 3 Navy warships were immediately caught in a front of that blow, and the Navy hurriedly ran on the deck, swiftly running to their posts, and the battle was about to touch. Throwing out the cigarette in her mouth, Tina approached Lin Tian. Staring at the front and rear pirate boats, with a vigilant face, and asked, "What should Lin Tian do? The Whitebeard pirate group is not good. Now we are being attacked from front and back. Is it to break out or negotiate with Bayard?" Ayan didn't say much, but stood quietly behind Lin Tian. No matter what Lin Tian did, she would always stand beside Lin Tian and support him. Negotiation. Without any hesitation, Lin Tian directly replied that the entire Whitebeard pirate group was dispatched, with their combat power not having the slightest backhand, let alone breaking through. There was a Whitebeard on the opposite side. This legendary man was enough to destroy them all by himself, not to mention that there were several captains under the Whitebeard whose combat power was comparable to that of an admiral. As for Lin Tian and the others, apart from Lin Tian, the high-end combat power is poor, and there is no other way to go except negotiation. At the same time, Lin Tian secretly guessed that Whitebeard did not want to attack them, otherwise how could they be able to stand here and confront them with nothing? After walking a few steps forward, Lin Tian's figure was completely exposed, and the Navy Justice cloak flew in the wind behind him, staring at the entire white-haired pirate group without fear. Even if it was the pirate on the opposite side, he had to be impressed by Lin Tian's domineering, facing it alone, one of the world's strongest pirate group, but not the slightest fear. No loss is the strongest genius in the Navy, but with his momentum, he is enough to hold this title, a leader of the Whitebeard pirate group exclaimed. This person is the captain of the 5th Division, Foil Vista, a calm second-hand swordsman, one of the best swordsmen in the world, and his strength is equally powerful. On the side, another team leader said, I really want to fight this genius. It is rumored that he has a trick to cut off any matter in the world. I don't know if it can be broken, my body. Diamond Jaws, the captain of the 3rd team, can turn his whole body into diamonds, possessing the world's strongest physical defense body. Call. Taking a deep breath, Lin Tian shouted loudly, Whitebeard, I didn't expect that one day he would meet with the world's strongest man on the battlefield under such circumstances. Kulala. Whitebeard smiled boldly, the Navy's strongest genius, this name shocked the world, and I always wanted to see what kind of apprentice chap you had cultivated. Suddenly, his gaze fell, and Whitebeard said murderously, however, today you are the strongest genius in the Navy, but I fell into my hands. You said, what should I do? Quiet. There was silence, and everyone didn't expect the Whitebeard to change so quickly. Just now he had a bold face, and his murderous aura was instantly exposed. Father, Lin Tian is. But before Ace finished speaking, Whitebeard waved his hand to stop Ace. Although Lin Tian was strong, Ace didn't think he could beat Dad. Dad was really strong. Just as Ace wanted to continue to speak, Margot grabbed Ace and motioned Ace to stop talking with his eyes, and he didn't care about it. Even Lin Tian didn't expect that the Whitebeard would change so fast, but it was a strong man from that era. Nothing was simple. Whitebeard, do you think you will take us down? Lin Tian asked calmly. Vader did not speak, but looked at Lin Tian with a smile instead of a smile. He was obviously saying, now is there any way you can lead all the Navy out? He smiled. Before everyone understood why Lin Tian was smiling, his face suddenly changed. Whitebeard, although I am not your opponent, are you afraid that I will die? Everyone was shocked, and then burst into smiles. The smiles were full of disdain and contempt. Even the captains who thought Lin Tian was good couldn't help but shook their heads secretly. Although you Lin Tian doesn't lose the name of the Navy's strongest genius, you are far ahead of the people of the same generation in the world, and even many old people have passed, and the combat power is top in the world. But the old man was the 3 legendary pirates of the year. He was known as the strongest man in the world. His name resounded all over the world. Even the songs sung by children around the world described him as terrifying than monsters. How could you, Lin Tian, say that it was too arrogant to die with the old man? Ignoring the ridicule of the pirates, Lin Tian calmly said, Whitebeard, I am indeed not your opponent. As for the Navy of our G1 branch, it is not your opponent for the Whitebeard pirates. Hearing Lieutenant General Lin Tian's words, many Navy faces were embarrassed, but the fact is that no one can refute them, and their faces are gradually unwilling to be replaced. But on this ship are my companions and the people I like. Whitebeard, you must also understand, in your heart, do you think you can stop me? After a pause, Lin Tian showed a very strong murderous intent, and the sky seemed to be dyed red with murderous intent. Whitebeard, do you think you can block my uncompromising revenge? Silence. The world fell silent again. I don't know if it was because of Lin Tian's terrifying murderous aura, Lin Tian's amazing words, or both. But the only thing is that no one dares to laugh at it anymore, because what Lin Tian told is a fact, an undeniable fact, and there is no doubt that Lin Tian's combat power can do this. Just now Lin Tian was able to force Whitebeard back with his momentum, and he didn't need to think about his combat power. Even Ace said that Lin Tian was extremely strong. Not to mention that Lin Tian could teleport in space. Lin Tian wanted to leave, and Whitebeard couldn't stop it either. Really? Whitebeard asked back, stomping his right foot, and a gust of wind rose out of thin air. Are you so sure that you can escape from my hands? How could a strong man like Whitebeard be threatened by a few words? Of course Lin Tian knew this, but now, except for threats to push Whitebeard to the negotiation table, Lin Tian has no other way. I think Lin Tian disappeared into the void as soon as he finished speaking. Seeing this scene, Ace narrowed his eyes. Lin Tian had used this trick in the battle just now. It was so terrifying that he didn't even notice that he appeared behind him. This should be fine. As the voice fell, Lin Tian appeared, and again appeared in front of Bayard without warning, looked up at Bayard, and the two looked at each other like this. The Whitebeard was also surprised secretly. Although the Whitebeard had already appeared the moment Lin Tian appeared, he didn't even notice that Lin Tian had moved it by any means. With a puff, Margao instantly turned into a flame bird, and the flame's wind shook like a stream of light, which was forced towards Lin Tian. Wherever it went, the air was distorted, and it seemed that Margao's blue flame had a fairly high temperature. Instant. Lin Tian disappeared again, and when he appeared, he returned to the naval battleship. Margao rushed into the air, looking at Lin Tian in the distance, with an anxious expression. Just when Margao wanted to rush towards Lin Tian, Whitebeard quickly stopped. Margao, stop, you are not his opponent. Lin Tian stared at Bayard and asked again, how about it, Bayard? I don't know, do you think I can do this? Oolalala. I did not expect that my Whitebeard has been on the Great Route for so long, and I was threatened by a kid for the first time, said Whitebeard with a bold smile, but Lin Tian experienced a subtle touch in his tone lonely. No matter how strong a master is, he has a human heart, and one day he will not escape death. At that time, he will probably do the same, and eventually, become a wave of loss. Father, we have an absolute advantage, how can we? Margao said unconvinced. How could Daddy be the strongest man, surrender to this despicable threat? Some team captains on the side also said so, persuading them. Yes, father. Don't say anything, that's it, Whitebeard said firmly. Regardless of whether it is for Ace's face or Garp's face, Whitebeard would not have left them behind. He was just trying to test the Navy genius. As a result, www.com surprised Bayard. He did not expect to be threatened. After stepping slightly, the Whitebeard said boldly, Navy, although I can let you go, you must also agree to a condition. Lin Tian thought for a while and replied, okay. As long as the conditions are not too difficult, I will agree to them all. Gumlalala. Whitebeard laughed and said, rest assured, I won't ask you to do anything to kill people and arson. Your teacher is Garp, and Garp's greatest strength is that pair of iron fists. As his student, for so many years, you must have learned a lot. Lin Tian asked unsurely, could it be that you want to? Yes, how is it? A naval genius, dare to come and give me a punch, regardless of victory or defeat, I will let you go. It is good. Without hesitation, Lin Tian directly nodded in agreement, and ran into the legendary man with a white beard. To be continued. Both the Navy and the pirates were very surprised by Bayard's one-punch agreement. Lin Tian and Bayard were not on the same level. One novel. Less than. Whitebeard is known as the strongest man in the world, especially with a shocking fruit that is known as the strongest human line and possesses the power to destroy the world. How could Lin Tian be his opponent? Lin Tian. Why did you suddenly agree? The power of the Whitebeard is known to the whole world, but it is the power that can crash an island with a single punch, Ayin reprimanded on the side. In addition to blaming me, there are also worry and unhappiness in his tone. As the person close to Lin Tian. Ayin is also the person who knows Lin Tian's strength best, but there is still a gap, compared with Whitebeard. After all, that is the most powerful man, and he is still competing for power. Whitebeard has the power to destroy the world. In the Navy, only Lieutenant General Garp can compete with Whitebeard. Tina also quickly persuaded her from the side. Yes, Lin Tian. I think you still want to make it clear this fist agreement is a hit. Gently patted Ayan's extremely smooth little hands, smiled lightly on her face, and said indifferently, "You have been with me for so long, don't you know what kind of person I am? I don't do things that are uncertain. And to threaten this kind of powerhouse, you can't think of not paying the price. The strong have the dignity and bottom line that belong to the strong, and threats are very disdainful and hateful in the eyes of any strong, just like Lin Tian is the same, let alone the top strong like the Whitebeard." However, under the circumstances, Lin Tian had no other method besides threatening Whitebeard. In the face of absolute strength, any strategy was useless. On the pirate boat, Ace thought, for a while, gritted his teeth, and pleaded with Whitebeard. There is true brotherhood between himself and Lin Tian. In this case, how could Ace do nothing? "Father, by the time. I want to beg you for mercy, Lin Tian is my brother." Whitebeard smiled boldly and said, "Don't worry, Ace, you don't need to remind you. The old man also knows in his heart that he won't hurt your brother." Hearing what the old man said, a smile appeared on Ace's face, and he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The old man was a person who did what he said. With a light movement, Whitebeard looked at Lin Tian on the opposite side with a hint of caution flashing in his eyes. In fact, he didn't need to say that Whitebeard was not sure to solve Lin Tian with a punch, and he didn't even have the confidence to be seriously injured. Just now there was a momentum confrontation between the two. Although he had the upper hand, Lin Tian really pushed himself back. From this point of view, Lin Tian's strength was average. Even the terrifyingly strong Whitebeard was not sure about Lin Tian. "Whitebeard, are we here directly, or are we looking for a small island as the battlefield?" Lin Tian said loudly on board. "No, just stay here. If you want to come and continue to be surrounded by us, you won't worry about it," Whitebeard replied loudly. Without disguising, Lin Tian bluntly admitted, "Yes, as a navy, surrounded by the Whitebeards of the four emperors, no one can rest assured." Whitebeard's answer was indeed what Lin Tian hoped. After all, he was not facing an ordinary pirate. Although the world knew that Whitebeard was a promised person, Lin Tian still couldn't rest assured. In this case, let's not talk nonsense, Lin Tian. A naval genius, let me see how much you learned from your teacher Garp. Whitebeard smiled boldly, bending his legs slightly, making fists with both hands, crossing his abdomen. A powerful momentum burst out of his body, flooding the world. In the windless, extremely calm sea, a violent wind rose out of thin air. The Whitebeard cloak was blown loudly by the violent wind, and the beard on his face that looked like a full moon trembling slightly. Feeling this powerful aura, Lin Tian couldn't help but boil, showing a strong aura without showing weakness all over his body, which was also mixed with a strong fighting spirit. "Since I just came to the New World that year, I have been fighting casters battles with those new worlds, but my strength has grown. I haven't experienced this kind of taste for a long time. The world has said that each of the four emperors is a monster. Today, let me try what kind of strength the monster has." Lin Tian laughed loudly and said proudly, "I can make my best shot, and realize that there will be fewer and fewer real fighters. The entire New World can make Lin Tian unsure, and only those four emperors and some hidden powerhouses in secret. And because of his navy status, he couldn't go to the four emperors to challenge him at will. The three Red Shanks, who had friendship with him, but Shanks didn't even know where to go and who could find him every day. Lin Tian." The beast of the four emperors had already seen Kato, but since that time, Lin Tian never wanted to see him again. It was a pervert, even Lin Tian could not help it. Can fight against the legendary world's strongest man Whitebeard, but Lin Tian expects that only by fighting against this kind of strong, can he be one step closer on the road to the strong. Okay. Vader said several times repeatedly and praised it. For decades, there has never been a teenager who has said so much to me. Youth, big talk, is not so easy to talk about. Sometimes it has to pay a price. After finishing speaking, Vader stomped his right foot and directly stepped on the ship of the hundreds of meters pirate ship for a few meters, and the huge oars at the stern were all raised high. Lin Tian stomped on one foot and also rose into the sky, and the tall warship also sank. Many unprepared soldiers fell on the deck and fell on all fours. Of course you have to pay a price for talking, but it depends on who you are and why you need to pay for talking without talking. Hearing Lin Tian's domineering words, both sides had their own opinions. Of course, the pirates felt that Lin Tian was extremely arrogant. His talent was high, but genius took time to grow. Dad is hailed as the strongest man in the world. How could it be so easy to be overtaken, or how could Dad still have this title and he has not been one for decades? Needless to think about it, the Navy soldiers of course feel that they are extremely domineering. 4 years ago, Lieutenant General Lin Tian was able to resist the legendary Pluto Raleigh, and now his strength must be unfathomable. In the sky, the two have already started to meet. Vader didn't have any fancy punches, just a normal straight punch, but he possessed terrifying power enough to easily destroy an island. This is the Whitebeard boxing technique, just relying on the incomparable ability to destroy the world. A force of 10 will be the best interpretation. Lin Tian also didn't use the powerful Shenglong fist and Lushan Shenglongba. Although these two punches are extremely powerful, they still have the advantage of the unique punching method, and a lot of strength will still be wasted in the process. In the face of a man like Whitebeard, any power must be gathered at one point, and one point burst has more powerful lethality. Bang! The two fists, carrying invincibility like meteorites, slammed into each other fiercely, making a shocking sound. The people below, under the strong sound wave, their ears buzzed straight, and many people directly shook their ears with blood. They quickly covered their ears to block the sound wave, and they felt better. Immediately after that, a bright light flashed, and under the dazzling light, countless people had to close their eyes. Even if they wanted to watch the two fighting, they were not strong enough. Suddenly, the strong light disappeared in an instant, and everyone had no time to think about why, and quickly looked towards the sky. When they were in high school, the two of them had already hit their fists, but they were surrounded by darkness, with a hole in the middle, and the dazzling light was sucked in by the hole. Gazi, the items on the deck, without being pushed by no one, actually started to move, and they were all moving towards the ship. Just when everyone was puzzled, I don't know who screamed, "It's not that the ship moved, but our warship is tilting forward. The stern of the ship has been raised." It turned out that the calm sea on the surface of the sea suddenly dented a piece, forming a huge vortex, and now the entire naval battleship is planting toward the middle of the vortex. Back, fast back, take out the oars quickly. All the crew members return to their positions. Don't let the warship overturn. Tina firmly grasped the rope on the side and ordered loudly. Seeing the vortex in front, Tina's face was shocked. She didn't expect the two of them to cause such destructive power, even if they were high in the sky, and they were still so far away, they were still affected. In the sky, the 5-meter-high Whitebeard can imagine how big his fist is. Compared with Lin Tian's fist, it is like the gap between a watermelon and an apple. Little devil, I didn't expect that you are so strong. You are the only disciple of that Cap, but you have learned a lot of Cap's iron fist. Whitebeard smiled boldly and praised. Gritting his teeth, Lin Tian forkedly raised his breath and said, "Of course, as the only student of the teacher, I will not lose the teacher's face." Really? This age has such a combat power as the number one in the modern age, but now your combat power is still short of fire. It's not enough. As soon as the voice fell, the strength of Vader's hand surged, and Lin Tian, who could have been able to contend, was instantly suppressed. What? Lin Tian roared www.calm, but in front of Whitebeard's powerful combat power, he was still knocked out, fell heavily on the deck, directly penetrated it, and kept falling to the bottom of the battleship. It was Lin Tian shot that offset a lot of the impact, otherwise the entire Navy warship would be penetrated at once. Lin Tian lying below forced a sigh of relief and leaped to the deck with force. He vomited several mouthfuls of blood in succession. His face was extremely pale and bloodless. He obviously resisted the punch of the Whitebeard, but his body was not lightly injured. When he was leaning and about to fall, Yin quickly rushed over to support Lin Tian. With Yin's strength, Lin Tian kept standing. After coughing a few times, spitting out the blood foam in the throat cavity, he ordered, "Quickly, all retreat. It is not suitable to stay here, and quickly evacuate." Yes. The Navy got the order and quickly issued an order to the two ships nearby. Bang! 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 After several steps, each step caused the entire huge Mogan Dick to shake. Before the Whitebeard took off the huge force from his body, there was a trace of blood on the corner of his mouth. "Don't stop, let them go." To be continued. The Great Airway Center, the Naval Headquarters, the World Government, and the Holy Land Marijoa are all located here, which can be called the center of world power. A novel less than. Apart from the high-ranking officials of the world government and the elite of the Navy headquarters who live here, it can be said that this is the person who controls the world. At this time, Marine headquarters, Marine Vander, in that huge port, were all naval warships, coming and going. Some came back to their lives, and some went elsewhere to suppress after accepting orders. There was a busy scene everywhere. The Navy here is the elite of its headquarters, a place that countless navies yearn for, where all the high-end combat capabilities of the Navy gather. Therefore, the world also calls it, Mali Fanduo is the safest port in the world. In the eyes of most pirates, it is also one of the few restricted areas in the world. Even the four emperors in the New World dare to break into the Navy headquarters at will. In the waters, near the Navy headquarters, a naval warship that belongs to the first branch of the Navy is slowly approaching the Navy headquarters. On the deck, Lin Tian looked at the Navy headquarters, getting closer and closer, with sighs and nostalgia on his face. This is where he grew up and exercised, and it was also a place for the Navy. However, I spent very little time on my own. Except for the first year of exercise at that time, the rest of the time was spent on the Great Route or active in the four oceans. After being promoted to Lieutenant Admiral, Lin Tian immediately took the post of commander of the first branch. Although he had been there many times, because of mission problems, he stayed very short. This time, for some reason, Lin Tian was suddenly summoned by the Navy headquarters. He did not know why, but he expected it to be related to his fight with Whitebeard 2 days ago. Based on his contacts at the Navy headquarters, these news were obtained secretly, as if fighting with Whitebeard has made the Navy headquarters and the world government realize their strength. Lin Tian didn't know the details, as if everyone had deliberately kept it from him. A few days ago, I made a punch with Vader. At that time, there were thousands of people around. With so many eyes watching, the incident was violent on the day. It was secretly learned from those reporters who had great abilities and dedicated their jobs. That night, many newspapers changed their editions overnight, copied countless newspapers, and spread them all over the world. When something spreads across the world, one can imagine how powerful shocks and storms it caused, as if a stone fell into a pool and the world made waves. Whitebeard, that is known as the strongest man in the world, the legendary pirate, there were only two people who could compete with the pirate King Roger in the sea. At that time, it was already famous in the world, and the emperor among the pirates was named the four emperors in the world. Even the children all over the world knew that the Whitebeard was more terrifying than monsters. Such a legendary man was actually threatened by Lieutenant Admiral Lin Tian of the Navy, and finally flinched. In an instant, Lin Tian's name shocked the world again. Especially with Whitebeard's punch agreement, Lieutenant General Lin Tian made a hard punch against Vader. Although he suffered a lot of injuries, Vader was also injured under that punch. It can be seen that Lieutenant General Lin Tian has already what kind of combat power it has. Injury a legendary Whitebeard, there are few people in this world who can do it, and Lin Tian's ability to do it is enough to prove what kind of combat power he has. In contrast, the battle between the strongest genius of the Navy and the new Starfire Fist Ace, destroying an island, is somewhat low. On the warship, only Lin Tian came to the Navy headquarters. Ayan originally wanted to accompany him, but Lin Tian had a bad feeling about coming to the headquarters this time. Finally, after thinking about it, he decided to keep Ayan in the G1 branch. So I can rest assured. And Tina also stayed in the G1 branch for a while as one of the most potential naval soldiers in the Navy. Tina's coming to the G1 branch is actually just an exercise. From the view of the Navy headquarters, it is more beneficial for them to grow up to teach the Navy's potential naval soldiers under the same Navy's strongest genius. Now that the exercise time is over, Tina should also leave. Next, they should leave the Navy alone, sit in certain sea areas, grow slowly, and eventually become the mainstay of the Navy. The headquarters of Malin Vander, as the naval headquarters, is of course very strict. It is difficult for ordinary people to enter it, let alone such a huge naval warship. By the port, on the high observation deck, several naval soldiers on duty are holding binoculars in their hands, observing the surrounding waters. Although this is the Navy headquarters, any pirate who dares to break in here without his life, but the necessary warning is still needed. Looking at the warship, close to the G1 branch, the alert naval soldier flashed a little puzzled why the G1 branch should not be sitting in the New World, why it suddenly appeared here. Adjust the binoculars and look at the magnification. On the deck, there are countless naval soldiers in their respective positions. In the front, a lieutenant admiral is standing on it, wearing a lieutenant general uniform, and the white cloak behind it is so dazzling. Lin Tian. Lieutenant Admiral Lin Tian. The strongest genius of the Navy soldier, trembled and said with excitement as he watched the warship approaching in the distance. What? The surrounding Navy soldiers screamed out loud. I quickly grabbed the binoculars and wanted to see what Lieutenant General Lin Tian was like, the undefeated god of war in the Navy, who had repeatedly performed miracles and was known as the Navy's strongest genius. But there was only one telescope, and everyone wanted to look at it first. Suddenly, no one was allowed to fight. And the Navy soldier who had been watching before quickly dialed the phone worm on the side and informed the headquarters that Lin Tianjong was coming. The huge hull, driving on the sea, draws a trajectory, dozens of centimeters of waves scattered towards both sides. Although it is a wooden boat, but driven by the sea breeze, the speed is not slow. The news of Lin Tian's arrival had spread throughout Malifaux before long. Many navies gathered at the port to look around. They all wanted to see the true face of the legendary Lieutenant General Lin Tian. On the battleship, Lin Tian flashed a hint of surprise at the crowded people in the harbor and the many female Navy soldiers. He touched his nose and felt a little smugly thinking, unexpectedly, his charm is so great, and he surrenders to his charm. Wow, the sails tens of meters high were slowly retracted under the joint force of dozens of naval soldiers. It takes a while for a warship that is hundreds of meters long to stop. Boom! Lin Tian, accompanied by several rear admirals, slowly walked down the stairs, with a handsome face and extremely calm eyes, an unspeakable aura spreading all over his body. Some female Navy soldiers immediately hugged their hands and said with a look of idiot, "It's not a loss to be Lieutenant General Lin Tian. Not only powerful, but also very handsome. It would be nice if I could be assigned to the G1 branch." A female Navy soldier on the side relentlessly attacked. "Sister, don't daydream. The G1 branch is very difficult to enter. Even if you enter, you won't be able to get on board Lin Tian's ship. With a fiancé, you have no chance. Mary, you stinky girl, I will die if you don't hit me. I don't know, I can't think about it alone." The two beautiful girls clashed in a group, sucking all the eyes of the Navy men nearby. Past. A rear admiral stood tall and saw Lieutenant General Lin Tian come down. He hurried up a few steps and saluted Zhuangsu, "Lieutenant General Lin Tian. Marshal of the Warring States period and 3 generals are already waiting for you at the headquarters meeting." Lin Tian returned a military salute and said calmly, "Okay, then I will trouble you." Turning back, Lin Tian smiled at the admirals of the G1 branch behind him and said with a smile, "I'll go to the naval headquarters for a meeting first. You can do your own activities. Go whatever you want and give you a day off." Several people glanced at each other, their eyes flashed with surprise, and said happily, "Thank you, Lieutenant General Lin Tian." As admirals, they are often very busy at naval bases. Except for certain holidays, they rarely have holidays, let alone play. Seeing the joyful expressions of several people, Lin Tian warned a little serious, "You can play, but one thing should be paid attention to, don't go too far. If something happens, I can't be the first to spare you." "Yes." Turned around and smiled apologetically at the Navy soldier, "I'm sorry I kept you waiting, now we can go. I thought that Lieutenant General Lin Tian was a serious person. When I saw him today, I realized that there was no air and approachability." The Rear Admiral was a little spoiled and surprised and said, "It's okay, Lieutenant General Lin Tian." Speaking, the Major General turned around and led Lieutenant General Lin Tian towards the meeting room. Malinthon was so big, of course there were many meeting rooms, so it was necessary to send someone to bring Lin Tian there. Seeing the Major General lead the way, Lin Tian followed slowly and talked with him. The Major General saw Lieutenant General Lin Tian, hailed as the strongest genius of the Navy, talked to him, and he knew everything. But the Major General's authority is a bit small, and many things are still unknown. As for why the Navy headquarters suddenly recruited himself back, of course he didn't understand. But www.com, Lieutenant General Lin Tian. There seems to be a rush of news from Malin Vander recently, as if the headquarters is going to let you advance. The Major Admiral looked around and whispered, looking at Lin Tian with a look of admiration. If Lieutenant Admiral Lin Tian went further, he would be the Admiral. The 19-year-old Admiral is unique in naval history. Hearing this news, Lin Tian didn't show any excitement on his face, but moved slightly. Lin Tian also got some news about the promotion to Admiral. In his mind, Lin Tian didn't feel cold about this. In this regard, Lin Tian was a bit like Lieutenant General Garp. Although his status as a general, his power and reputation can be improved. But the Navy is a complicated place. After becoming an admiral, it is inevitable that you will get caught up in some rules and regulations, and the promotion of an admiral is not necessarily a good thing. Forget it, I'm not sure yet. It's useless to think so much. After I get to the Marshal of the Warring States period and inquire about the situation, I will talk about it. Lin Tian shook his head secretly and thought. Suddenly, Lin Tian's eyes flashed, and suddenly he saw a large group of Navy soldiers on the side, carrying a stretcher in the middle, and the people on it were covered by white cloth. To be continued. In the harbor, Lin Tian's eyes were unconsciously attracted by the stretcher, surrounded by the crowd. Greater than one novel? Equals less than. Seeing this stretcher passing in front of them, many naval soldiers around did not consciously salute them, even the Rear Admiral next to them. And from the eyes of these naval soldiers, there was a trace of grief, helplessness, desolation, confusion, and so on. Countless feelings merged together, as if there was a shocking secret behind this man's death. It stands to reason that as one of the world's high-risk occupations, there will be no shortage of Navy soldiers passing through this port every day, but this has never caused such a situation. What Lin Tian was attracted to was not the secret behind it, but, seeing this stretcher, Lin Tian had a bad feeling in his heart that was instantly intense. At the same time, there was an inexplicable feeling of heartache in my heart, and that feeling could not be described in words, as if my heart had been dug away, that kind of pain. Within a few seconds, cold sweat was flowing on Lin Tian's forehead, his clothes on his back were also soaked with sweat, his chest pain was unbearable, and a trace of blood shed from the corners of his mouth. The body bends unnaturally, as if severely injured, but this kind of pain is several times more serious than that, and Lin Tian can't bear it. Lieutenant General Lin Tian. What's wrong with you? I'll call you a military doctor immediately. Lin Tian made such a big move, how could the Major General fail to notice? When he looked down, he saw that Lin Tian's straight back was bent at this time, and a trace of blood was still showing at the corner of his mouth. Seeing this, the Major General was shocked. How could Lieutenant General Lin Tian be like this? He hurriedly asked. No need, I'm okay. Lin Tian waved his hand to stop the Major General's movements, pointed to the stretcher, and asked in an anxious tone, who is the person lying on that stretcher? Seeing Lin Tian's situation at this time, the Major General didn't believe it, but Lieutenant General Lin Tian said so and could only obey the order. Although he didn't understand why Lin Tian asked this, the Major General immediately replied, the man on the stretcher is a Major General of the headquarters. Today is the day to send him back, and many Navy soldiers came to greet him. As he said, the Rear Admiral's face was angry, but his tone revealed a sadness. He didn't die in the hands of a pirate, but he died in the hands of his own celestial dragon. Suddenly, the Major General realized something. He glanced at Lieutenant General Lin Tian with a panic on his face and cold sweat on his forehead. This was frightened, as if he had said something wrong and said something that should not be said. Lieutenant General Lin Tian, Marshal of the Warring States period, and the three generals must be in the meeting room in a hurry. Let's go first. He quickly changed his words, pretending to be calm, but Lin Tian could still feel the panic in his tone. What is this Major General hiding? It is still related to me and I don't want to let myself know. At this moment, the first thought came to mind. Without continuing to look at the Major General, Lin Tian's figure flashed, and he caught up with the escorting navy in the blink of an eye, and shouted directly. Stop! Lin Tian shouted with all his strength. The sound was really deafening and could be heard throughout the port. Countless navies turned around and looked at Lieutenant General Lin Tian, especially the bloodstains at the corner of his mouth. They were shocked and whispered. Without time to deal with this, Lin Tian walked directly towards the stretcher and asked, let's talk about it, who is lying on the stretcher? Hearing Lin Tian's question, countless navies on the side with the same expression on the face of the Rear Admiral, the navy next to the stretcher quickly approached and blocked the stretcher. Step aside. This time Lin Tian didn't speak loudly, just said calmly, but as long as people familiar with Lin Tian knew, the calmer the Lin Tian, the more angry, and Lin Tian was very angry in his heart. Don't look at Lin Tian smiling and laughing at ordinary times, but no one can bear his anger. Countless people can't do it. Even close people such as Ian, Hancock or Ace cannot stop the angry Lin Tian. Seeing that everyone was still not letting go, Lin Tian whispered again, let go. At the same time, a very strong murderous aura burst out of Lin Tian, and the entire sky seemed to turn into a bright blood red like blood, and everyone's eyes showed a world of dead mountains and blood. Many Navy soldiers fainted directly by this murderous intent, and their faces were full of horror. Under Lin Tian's beast-eater eyes, the Navy involuntarily moved a passage. When everyone was panicked, they accidentally shook the stretcher, and one arm fell out. Although it was quickly covered back, Lin Tian still saw it clearly. It was a right arm with a red thread tied to it. The red thread was wearing a golden-colored special bell. Lin Tian walked in step by step, and the scene of seeing this bell slowly emerged in his mind. Lin Tian. How about it? My bell is not bad. Jingle bell. Roberts, are you kidding me? You are a big man wearing a bell that only a child can have. Boy, what do you know? This is a birthday gift from someone else, very precious. It's the sister-in-law, but the sister-in-law is also very awesome and actually gave you such a unique gift. This is my most precious gift. I will wear it all the time and never take it off. Unexpectedly, Roberts, you are so boring in your heart. Walking to the stretcher, Lin Tian trembled and stretched out his right hand, carefully uncovering the white cloth on it. That familiar face appeared in front of his eyes, some pale and calm, his eyes still tightly open. This was a dead end. But the guess in his heart confirmed that Lin Tian's figure immediately trembled, and then with a bang, Lin Tian knelt directly on the floor, and the ground, made of bluestone, shattered directly. The Navy, on the side, watched this scene and quietly lowered their heads. All the Navy knew that Lieutenant General Lin Tian and Major General Roberts were close friends, but they were better than close friends, like brothers. Major General Roberts usually has a good reputation in the Navy, but such a Major General did not die on the battlefield, but died in the hands of stopping the dragon, but tightly, because he stopped the dragon. This is why, even if everyone offends Lieutenant General Lin Tian, they have to block the news of Robert's death. They just don't want Lieutenant Lin Tian to know, but they still know it. Ah, Roberts. Suddenly, Lin Tian roared at the sky, an unwilling roar, like the roar of God's inquiries, a sorrowful roar. Bang, bang, bang. A series of explosions sounded from the ground and went out continuously. There was also an explosion on the bottom of the sea, and countless sky-shattering waves rose. The entire island of Malafando was shaking violently, as if experiencing an earthquake. The ground cracked and cracks appeared. Numerous navies were unstable and fell to the ground. The roar stopped, the world calmed down again, and many naval soldiers had been shocked. Is this the strength of Lieutenant General Lin Tian? Lowering his head, Lin Tian said softly next to Roberts, "Roberts, rest assured, I will take good care of my sister-in-law and my nephew, and I will not let it happen." After speaking, Lin Tian stretched out his palm and gently brushed Roberts' face. The opened eyes finally closed. Ignoring the gaze of the rest of the Navy, Lin Tian lifted the white cloth hard, lifted Roberts on his back, and walked towards the town. "Go, let's go home." As the headquarters of the Navy, Malafando is also home to many elite naval forces. Of course, there will be a town which is still an extremely prosperous town. On the street, countless people are still talking about the scene just now, a neuropathy carrying a dead person walking down the street without regard to their feelings. At this time, in a prosperous hut, as a Rear Admiral, Roberts' environment is of course much better than that of the ordinary Navy. A beautiful woman is crying while possessing Roberts. This is Roberts' wife, a virtuous teacher. Lin Tian was sitting on the side chair, watching all this quietly, holding a 3-year-old child in his arms, still Robert's son and Lin Tian's nephew. The child was only 3 years old and didn't know what death was. He just watched his mother leaning over his father and crying, and he couldn't help crying. Riding the nephew in his arms, Lin Tian gently touched his tears and whispered, "Ward, your father just went to a very far place. It may be difficult to see you. That's why your mother is like this. Cry." After thinking about it, Lin Tian still felt that he couldn't tell him this, and revenge should be left to his brother. As a child, he could not grow up with hatred. That's right, after thinking about it for so long, Lin Tian has made a decision. Roberts can't just die like this. Since the Navy headquarters swallows, he can only seek justice for Roberts himself. His brother couldn't die in vain. If he died on the battlefield, Lin Tian wouldn't do anything, he would only kill the pirates, but he died so aggrieved and unwilling. Ward stopped crying and touched the tears on his face. The milk voice said with a grin, "Uncle Tian, one day I will become stronger. I will get my father back and stop my mother from crying." Lin Tian smiled slightly and said in a deep voice, "Ward, remember, you have to become stronger. Only by becoming stronger can you protect your mother." Ward was still young and didn't understand what Lin Tian said. But when he heard protecting his mother, Ward nodded vigorously. He could do this. Standing up, Lin Tian hugged Ward and walked towards the woman and said in a low voice, "Sister-in-law, the sorrow and change Roberts is the most relieved after death is you and Ward. Ward is still young and needs someone to take care of you. Pay attention to your own body. Under Lin Tian's persuasion, the woman slowly got up, took a ward from Lin Tian's hand, hugged her tightly, her cheeks pressed against Ward's face, unable to stop the tears. Sister-in-law, I promised Roberts to take care of you two. You two of the naval headquarters can't stay longer. I will send you to a safe place, Lin Tian whispered. The woman was a teacher, extremely intelligent, and instantly understood what Lin Tian meant, and quickly said, Lin Tian, what do you want to do? That's a Tianlong person. Roberts has already done this, just forget it. His tone was full of resentment and helplessness, but the opponent was a Tianlong, the ruler of the world. Lin Tianjin did it, but he was an enemy of the whole world. As Robert's best brother, you, reading www.kanshu.com, must seek justice for him, Lin Tian glanced at it and said firmly in his tone. The woman knew what kind of person Lin Tian was, and it was useless to say more, so she nodded and said, well then, Lin Tian, you have to be careful. Touching Ward's head, Lin Tian took out a devil fruit and placed it in the woman's hand. This is the gift I was going to give Ward. Let him eat it. When he has the strength, he will tell him what happened today. At this time, the woman did not postpone it, but took it directly. In this chaotic era, only mother and child are left to live on each other. Both the future and the present are good for Ward. Immediately afterwards, Lin Tian took out a few letters again and explained some things. After all, if I did that, I don't know how much trouble it will cause. Some things must be explained. After finishing speaking, Lin Tian took the mother and son to leave directly. It is better to leave early, otherwise it will change later. Opening the door, Lin Tian had not yet stepped forward, looking at a piece of white navy clothing outside, with a smile on his face. The Marshal of the Warring States period really value me. To be continued. As the Navy headquarters, Marin Vando's alertness and responsiveness are not comparable to anywhere else. One novel equals less than. After Lin Tian learned about the death of his close friend Roberts, the surrounding naval soldiers quickly reported to the Marshal of the Warring States period. Only the Marshal of the Navy could handle this kind of thing. At that time, the Warring States period was discussing with the other three admirals about Lin Tian's promotion to admiral. Needless to say, Green Pheasant, as Lin Tian's friend, of course agreed. Even the Red Dog in the Navy, who has an upright character but is cruel and indifferent, agrees with this. Because Lin Tian is very similar to the Red Dog in some aspects, he is also merciless and cruel to kill countless pirates. But Lin Tian is different from Kai Inu. Lin Tian does things right and wrong to people. He has his own standard of measurement in his heart. Only those who deal with the vicious and evil will do this. Kai Inu insists on absolute justice and cannot tolerate a trace of evil. Although Wang Yuan didn't have a deep friendship with Lin Tian, the two of them were considered friends. With Wang Yuan's character, he didn't care if he agreed with everyone else. Needless to say, the Marshal of the Warring States period, this is what he proposed, but at this moment, Lin Tian knew of Robert's death. This news came. Immediately afterwards, there was a shock and Lin Tian's roar, which made the Navy leaders present look ugly, with a cautious look. The Warring States slapped both hands hard and made a bang. The glass on the table fell to the ground, holding back his anger, and whispered, "What's the matter? Hasn't it been given a seal?" The death of Major General Roberts. Don't let Lieutenant General Lin Tian know. I will explain at that time. At this time, the silent Admiral Green Pheasant said, it should be when Lin Tian arrived. He just collided. This time, for some reason, Lieutenant General Lin Tian arrived early. With a bang, the Warring States patted the table again and said angrily, "How can I not be notified of such a big thing? What is the naval staff doing?" As a lieutenant admiral, it is generally difficult to get their position. I am afraid that the general staff did not expect such a thing. After all, I just learned that he was here. Even if he doesn't try his best, he speaks funny. Wang Yuan is also very heavy. Everyone understands that Lin Tian knew about this matter and what the consequences would be. Otherwise, the Warring States Marshal would not issue the seal of the entire Navy headquarters. Everything was just to prevent Lin Tian from knowing. The Red Dog lightly hammered down the chair and whispered, "Now Lieutenant General Lin Tian already knows about this. We said it would be useless if it is too many. It's better to think about the consequences now. With his extreme, compared with his friendship-oriented character, he will not be arrogant." Hey. The Warring States side stepped back, rubbed his brows, and looked helpless and tired. It was precisely because of this that the Warring States would issue the seal. It is true that Lin Tian is too popular in the Navy and even a little bit of himself as the Marshal of the Warring States period. Many naval soldiers worship him and regard him as a goal to advance. In addition, Lin Tian has a very good relationship with many senior Navy generals. Many lieutenants and major generals are friends with Lin Tian. They have received help from Lin Tian. And even the generals are the same. Among them, the best sentiment is the General Green Pheasant. Now, the Green Pheasant still does not know how many meals he owes Lin Tian. Every meal is a favor. Not only the Green Pheasant, but most of the Navy once owed Lin Tian a favor. At the same time, many of those old guys are also very optimistic about Lin Tian. Like Zephyr, the Gapunk. These people are very familiar with Lin Tian. In particular, Zephyr recognized Ayan as his goddaughter, and Lin Tian and Ayan all knew about it. The old man Gapunk used Lin Tian as his confidant, calling him a little friend all day long, and finally the Garp, who was Lin Tian's teacher. Therefore, if Lin Tian did anything, it would be a big shock to the entire naval headquarters. Even if the Warring States period did not know what the consequences would be, it would be unbearable. Those bastards, it's enough to live a comfortable life with Mary Jo honestly. Your mother still has to go out and do evil from time to time. Usually the Navy headquarters closes one eye, but now they even have a major general dead. Your hands. Warring States angrily said in his heart, "Do you want to know how bad this incident has caused the Navy headquarters?" Those high-ranking generals in the Navy were in danger, impetuous, and plunged into storms. Thinking of it, the Warring States became angry and patted the table again. The table could no longer stand, cracks all over it, and it collapsed. Looking at the broken wooden table on the ground, the Warring States period asked, "Let's talk about it. What should we do to deal with this matter?" Lin Tian has too much influence in the Navy. I think he should be arrested first, and then it depends on the situation, Akadog said in a deep voice. The Green Pheasant immediately rejected the Red Dog's proposal. "No! Lin Tian is very powerful. Let's talk to Lin Tian first to see what he says, and then make a decision." HMPH, the Red Dog snorted coldly and hammered the chair. It is because he is very powerful, so he has to catch him. Otherwise, if something happens, it will be too late. It's annihilation. I won't agree. Compared with a quarrel between the Green Pheasant and the Red Dog, Wang Yuan didn't say much, just shaving his nails on the side, smiling while watching the two quarrel. Okay. Don't quarrel with the two of you. I have made a decision. Let's rush there before talking. In the end, the Warring States decided it. Then came the present scene. When Lin Tian led the woman and ward out, the Navy was outside, and countless naval soldiers surrounded the house. The busy streets were already empty, and they were covered with countless navies. Even the roof on the side was filled with countless navies. The Navy even moved its powerful naval guns to the houses. Not only did countless naval soldiers arrive, but at this time all the high-ranking generals at the naval headquarters were all present, including the Warring States Marshal, 3 Navy generals, several lieutenants admirals, and more than a dozen rear admirals. As for the rest of the Navy, the officers are countless. It can be said that all the navies have come here except for the Navy in some necessary positions. Tens of thousands of Navy groups have surrounded here, and so many people have come for Lin Tian. Seeing Lieutenant General Lin Tian, many navies suddenly sighed. For the Warring States Marshal suddenly gathered all the elite Navy headquarters and surrounded here. He thought it was a powerful pirate who broke into the Navy headquarters. Now that General Lin Tian came out, that pirate should have been wiped out, said with joy. No loss is Lieutenant General Lin Tian, who solved the pirate so quickly. With Lieutenant Lin Tian here, we don't need to act. Ha ha ha. But at this moment, Lin looked up to the sky and laughed. After a few seconds, he stopped smiling, his face was angry, and he smirked. Marshal of the Warring States, I didn't expect you to really see me, and actually dispatched the entire Navy headquarters. But then why didn't we see our Marshal of the Warring States come out to maintain justice, only to shrink in his office? When Lin Tian said this, the face of the Warring States period turned blue from time to time, and was extremely ashamed. Lin Tian meant that the Warring States would not know, but the Warring States did not know how to refute it. In that matter, I did not do well, but the Warring States had nothing to do. It was not that the Warring States had never quarreled with the 5 old stars, but the opponent was a dragon. No matter how the Warring States is going, there is no way, just because they are Tianlong people and they are called gods. No one in this world can judge them. After taking a deep breath, the Warring States period said with some guilt, Lin Tian, I don't need to say more about what is behind this matter. You should know better than me that those people are not what we can move. Of course Lin Tian understood what the Warring States said, but what the Warring States did was really too much. Instead of publicizing this matter, he hid it and kept himself from knowing it. Really? Our Marshal of the Warring States period really worked hard. He used his subordinates to die and put them on the negotiation table as a bargaining chip. Lin Tian didn't care about the face of the Warring States at all, and there was no mercy in his words, and the irony was undoubtedly exposed. After staying in the Navy for so long, some things in the Navy secretly knew clearly. Feeling the suspicious eyes of countless naval soldiers around him, the complexion of the Warring States period was so ugly, he did not expect Lin Tian to reveal the darkness in the Navy like this. He asked, Lin Tian, are you sure you want to do this? Have you thought about how Garp feels after knowing it? You have been in the Navy for 10 years. You should know the impact of doing this. What the Warring States period said, Lin Tian didn't know how, once he did it, he would really not be able to look back. He would also go against the world government, and his life would take a huge turn. It is conceivable that Roberts was the first one to talk to himself, and he was the one who was in a scapegoat for himself. During the battle, to save his life, he almost threw himself in a miserable death. That scene reverberated in front of Lin Tian. www.com. How did Lin Tian endure it? Since the world is so unfair, it is up to him to promote justice for Roberts. Lin Tian slowly stretched out his right hand, removed the navy cloak behind him, grabbed it with his right hand, and let it droop naturally. The cloak flew with the wind, and the word justice appeared in front of countless navies. Seeing this scene, all the faces of the navy below were shocked. As for the generals who are Lin Tian's friends, their faces were shocked and worried. Marshal of the Warring States period, thank you for taking care of you for so long. Today I have to seek justice and help me say something to the teacher, sorry. Lin Tian, do you know what you are doing? Put the cloak on me and I can pretend not to see it. At the last step, the Warring States period still did not want to give up Lin Tian. Lin Tian was too important to the Navy, and the Warring States period did not want to. Saw Lin Tian walking towards the opposite side of the Navy. With a bang, the Navy cloak that wrote justice instantly shattered into countless pieces and floated in all directions under the blow of the sea breeze. Lin Tian had already demonstrated his determination by action. Even if the Tianlong people claim to be gods, today I will go against the sky and slaughter the gods. To be continued. Starting today, Lin Tian has rebelled against the Navy and has nothing to do with the Navy and officially faces the opposition of the government. This statement is no less than a blockbuster bomb thrown into the Navy, shaking the tens of thousands of naval soldiers on the side. Suddenly, tens of thousands of Navy members were all shocked. After reacting, they still couldn't believe the news was true. How is it possible? How could this happen? Lieutenant General Lin Tian retired from the Navy. What happened? Why did Lieutenant General Lin Tian do this? A Navy soldier whispered to himself, his tone full of incredulousness, and he had not yet reacted from the shock. The headquarters is not going to be promoted to General Lin Tian John, but now Lieutenant General Lin Tian has rebelled against the Navy. What is hidden behind these? After finishing speaking, his eyes unconsciously looked forward to the Marshal of the Warring States period. From the conversation just now, it was obvious that the Navy headquarters did something that made Lieutenant Lin Tian chill him. With a wise and well-informed Navy, he immediately thought of what had happened on the square. Could it be that Lieutenant General Lin Tian did this for the dead Major General Roberts? By the way, Major General Roberts and Lieutenant General Lin Tian's close friends. It must be something hidden behind the death of Major General Roberts that will induce Lin Tian to do that. Only a few high-ranking officers knew about Roberts being killed by the Draco. Most naval soldiers only knew that Major General Roberts was dead, but did not know why. Although the Navy's voice was extremely small, it was still heard by the naval soldiers on the side. The whole Navy was talking in a flash. Seeing the elite, well-trained in the headquarters, under Lin Tian's words, an instant mess where there are elite shadows. The many admirals in front were a bit ugly, but in their hearts they had to admire the influence of Lieutenant General Lin Tian in the Navy. Even the Marshal of the Warring States period could not match. Regarding Roberts' death, many Navy generals who knew the truth also felt a sense of sorrow. A rear admiral who had a great military exploit was killed in this way. In order to prevent the slaughter of the Dragonites, many navies couldn't help but doubt. They insisted that justice was right. Is wrong. Be quiet. The Warring States Marshal let out a low roar, and the many noisy navies immediately calmed down. After all, the Warring States Marshal, for so many years, is still very majestic in the Navy. Seeing everyone calm down, the Warring States period took a glance, only to see all the Navy underground heads. Just now their actions did lose the dignity of the Navy. After a while, the Warring States period said, all rear admirals and the rest of the naval soldiers will evacuate from here. No matter what happens, you do not need your participation. After a pause, the Warring States period continued. From today, Lin Tian is no longer a lieutenant admiral, but a Navy traitor. He is the enemy of the entire Navy and the world government. Any Navy is obliged to arrest Lin Tian. Yes. Lin Tian's betrayal of the Navy shocked all the Navy soldiers. They now have no intention to fight, and it is useless to stay here. Besides, their strength is useless in the next battle. In his heart, the Warring States Marshal also wanted to save the face of the Navy for the last time. As a Marshal of the Navy, these things must be done, although the face of the Navy will be lost almost. Under the command of many rear admirals, the tens of thousands of navies on the side retreated from the side quickly and orderly, and in a blink of an eye, here was all in the air. All the Navy soldiers retreated, and only the Warring States Marshal, the three Navy generals, Blue Pheasant, Red Dog, Yellow Ape, Lieutenant Mole, Lieutenant General Garcimal, Lieutenant General Jonathan, Lieutenant General Ghost Spider, Fire Mountain General, Lieutenant General Dalmatian, Lieutenant General Astle, Lieutenant General Menard. The other lieutenants were not in the Navy headquarters, some guarded their own territories, and some went out to perform missions. Therefore, Lieutenant General Garp and Crane were not there either, otherwise Lin Tian didn't know what to do. When the Warring States returned home, he couldn't bear to say, Lin Tian, can't you bear it? Even if you want revenge, you can do it in secret. Why do you want to be so well known? Do you really want to leave the Navy that way? Hearing the words of the Warring States period, the many admirals who stayed behind were immediately blinded. Is this still the Warring States Marshal? When he said such a thing, he secretly killed the Tianlin and also said it. Afterwards, some of the admirals on the scene looked at the sky, some stared at the underground, and some even closed their eyes. behaving differently, but everyone's meaning was very clear and we didn't hear them. In fact, the warring states heart really hated these Tianlong people to death. I don't know how many admirals were killed by that incident. Now this kind of influence is still in the hearts of the Navy. I am afraid it will be difficult to eliminate. Haha. Marshal of the Warring States period. I don't need to say more about the situation in the Navy. You must know it better than me. Don't look at the elites in this department, and those elite branches and navies still insist on justice. But in the four seas, there are still some remote places on great sea routes where the Navy is squeezing ordinary people and even colluding with pirates to cover the pirates. After stopping, Lin Tian looked at those admirals with ugly expressions and shouted, "Moreover, what kind of justice is the justice maintained by the Navy?" After that, Lin Tian didn't say much, and that was enough. If we continue to talk, it would be a waste of time, and there are more important things to do. At this time, the silent red dog suddenly spoke. Lin Tian. No matter what you want to say, if you rebel against the Navy today, it means that you are on the opposite side of justice, and you are an evil existence, or an extremely evil existence. As the Navy, it is our responsibility to eliminate evil. As soon as the voice fell, the red dog's feet stomped, his figure flickered, disappearing into the void, and when he appeared, he was already in the sky above the forest, and there was a rush of heat all over his body, and the temperature between the sky and the earth seemed to rise a lot. Seeing that the red dog shot without warning, Lin Tian showed a prudent expression on his face. It is true that the three generals known as the highest combat power of the world government are very powerful, and the combat power can indeed bear this reputation. The title of the highest combat power of the world government is not given to them by themselves, but by relying on their decisive strength to fight step by step. Maybe they are almost better than the four emperors, but there is no difference between the two. How big? Spitfire! The red dog's right hand turned into a ball of molten lava, and he swung it out suddenly. In the blink of an eye, the lava arm had become a giant fist of several meters. The whole body was composed of fiery red flowing lava, possessing extremely powerful damage force. Seeing that the red dog didn't say anything, he took action. Warm and anger flashed across Zangali's face. Before he could even speak, he started to attack, whether he had regarded himself as a marshal in his eyes. Arm color domineering, the light flashed, Lin Tian's double fists turned into jet black, glowing with metallic light, stomped with one foot, his body burst out, and he rushed towards the fiery red fist above. Physique uprising. Iron fist. Compared with the red dog, the giant molten fist a few meters in size, Lin Tian's fist is small and cool, but it has unparalleled attack power. With a bang, a shock wave that was visible to the naked eye dissipated, and the dust underneath it was blowing, and it had no effect on the people watching the battle below. They were all high-end combat power in the unit. High in the sky, Lin Tian directly blocked the Chihound's huge molten fist with a fist. The heat and pain from the face of the fist caused Lin Tian to take a few breaths of cold air. Retreat. With a low drink, Lin Tian's right hand increased in strength, and he knocked the red dog out like a cannonball, slamming it towards the ground and crashing into a building more than 10 meters high. There was a loud noise, the ground trembled, and the building collapsed under the impact of the red dog, stirring up countless smoke and dust, covering the scene inside. Armed look domineering dissipated. Lin Tian looked at the back of his right hand. It was already blackened, and there was a tingle of heat, and there was a sharp pain. That is a fist made of molten metal. Even if it is armed with domineering protection, it is still difficult to isolate the high temperature. You must know that even if the steel falls into the molten metal, it will instantly melt into molten iron. Step on. There was a sound of footsteps, and a figure came out in the smoke. The red suit was not damaged at all, and even the navy cloak at the back was not damaged, but there was still a trace of blood on the corner of his mouth. After all, Akadog is the admiral of the navy, the highest combat power of the world government. The combat power is extremely strong. Just a move, the two injured each other a little. Wiping the blood stains off his mouth, the Red Dog said in a deep voice, "It's not a loss to be the strongest genius of the Navy. Lieutenant General Garp's strength and combat skills have been perfectly inherited. In this way, I can't forgive you. If you are a genius like you, if you give it back to you for a few years, I don't know how far you will grow then it must be a big trouble for the Navy and you must stay here today." Just as the Red Dog was about to continue his shot, Lin Tian suddenly stopped. "Wait." Regardless of the Red Dog, Lin Tian turned around, brought out Robert's wife and his nephew, and said while looking at the Warring States Marshal, "Marshal of the Warring States period, I still need to ask you for one thing. Now they are the mother and the son. The two of them are innocent. I hope you can let them go. Don't be embarrassed. Let them find a peaceful place to live, Naval Headquarters. It is no longer suitable for them." After thinking about it, the Warring States finally nodded and agreed. Roberts did not do well in his own right. Protecting their mother and child is what he should do. Just treat him as the last compensation. The Red Dog, walking by the side, seeing the agreement of the Warring States period, quickly objected, "I don't agree. He is Roberts' son. When he grows up, he knows what happened today and will definitely come to the Navy for revenge. Although this child is extremely small, he is also evil. As long as it is evil, he must never be allowed to exist." Ignoring the faces of the other Navy generals, the Red Dog, who pursued absolute justice, did not allow a trace of evil to exist, and the Red Dog shot the two mothers and children. Dog Red Lotus. On the lavished arm, a giant magma appeared, turning into a huge red dog, full of flames and exuding high temperature. The open mouth can clearly see the magma flowing like a liquid in it, and with extreme speed it swoops down towards the mother and son who have been frightened by this kind of battle. Aka Inu, you don't even let their mother and child go. With a slip of his right foot, Lin Tian stood in front of the mother and son, with anger on his face. Unexpectedly, the Red Dog, as a general, would actually attack the mother and son who were ordinary people. Without thinking, he gathered all his strength and punched out. El Dragon Fist. Roar! A huge dragon head emerged from Lin Tian's hand, and a long roar was raised up to the sky. A sound wave was emitted, an explosion sounded around, and houses collapsed. 8. Grav Grav. What? This is the dragon of the sacred beast. The humming sound in the ears was forced under pressure, and many admirals were shocked. Straightening the huge body, looking at the giant flame dog rushing from below, the dragon was like a spirit, swinging its huge dragon claws, showing a trace of disdain. The huge head lowered down, directly towards the magma dog below, swooping down extremely fast, and came in front of the magma dog in an instant. With a bang, a group of fire suddenly appeared, and then a mushroom cloud slowly rose up after hiding, and the shockwave visible to the naked eye was vented in all directions. The rows of houses were like standing pieces of paper. Under the shockwave, they collapsed instantly and turned into rubble. The earth trembled, and several meters-long cracks appeared on the ground, spreading towards the surroundings. The shockwave carried countless smoke and dust, as well as countless rubble and debris, silently watching the battle to the side, and did not attack the admiral. Ice Age. The green pheasant shot, waved with one hand, and exhaled a white breath. Those smoke, dust and debris in the air were all sealed by ice. An ice wall more than 10 meters high, but not sure how thick, appeared in front of everyone, and those shockwaves were also blocked by the thick ice wall. But such a powerful energy, trapped in such a small place, superimposed and exploded with a stronger power. Before the ice wall lasted for a few seconds, cracks appeared, and a sound of cracking cracked. In an instant, the ice wall was covered with cracks, which would collapse at any time. But Kyuzen did not intend to strengthen the ice wall at all, but slowly exhaled a breath of cold air and stared at the ice wall. Finally, the energy storm inside the ice wall stopped raging and gradually dissipated between the heavens and the earth, but the ice wall did not collapse and still stood. But looking at the countless cracks on it, there is no doubt, just a light bump, compared to this ice wall will collapse. 8. Grav Grav. The energy storm raged, but the movement inside had not disappeared. A loud noise came from the inside, and the earth shook from time to time. The entire town was under the waves of the two fighting, and there were ruins everywhere. Although there is an ice wall blocking it, I don't know what happened inside, but the vibration from under my feet can feel the fierce fighting inside. After a while, a figure flew out of the ice wall and directly knocked out a big hole in the ice wall. The speed did not decrease. It still flew tens of meters away, crashing dozens of buildings along the way, and finally there was a loud noise. It stopped. As soon as the red dog hit the ice wall, couldn't support it and collapsed suddenly, but a stream of light hurriedly flew out of the falling ice. In the stream, it was Lin Tian who took Robert's wife and ward out of the battlefield, and the figure that flew out was the red dog. Obviously, the red dog was defeated in the battle just now. The red dog was very powerful, and Lin Tian did not pay the price. Many parts of his clothes were destroyed, showing signs of scorched burns, and a lot of hair was burned, but fortunately it was just a skin injury, not seriously injured. A few meters away from the navy, Lin Tian took the mother and the son, and quickly explained some things, not only about the future life of the mother and son, but also some things about himself. After Lin Tian finished his explanation, the Warring States period sent Lieutenant Mole to bring the mother and son. Lin Tian has rebelled against the Navy and is already an enemy of the Navy. Taking the mother and child away when passing by Lin Tian, Lieutenant Mole reminded in a low voice, Lin Tian, "Be careful." Regarding Lieutenant General Lin Tian's rebellion from the Navy, most admirals understood and agreed, not only because many of them were friends with Lin Tian, but also because this incident really hurt everyone's hearts. Marshal of the Warring States, I don't agree. The mother and son can't let them go. If one day they become powerful, it will definitely affect the Navy. I don't think such evil exists. Underline. Greater than equals, Grav. Akadog walked out of the smoke and still disagreed. Looking at the mother and son on the edge of the Warring States period, he didn't care about the views of the Warring States period at all, and did not hide his murderous intentions. The clay figurine will be three-pointed angry, not to mention that the red dog is only opposed here, and the other admirals' faces are also a little ugly, looking at the red dog. The Warring States angrily said, "Okay, don't talk about the red dog. I will order you as a Marshal of the Navy. You can intervene in this matter. For mother and child, I have already decided." Hearing that even the status of Marshal of the Navy had been moved out of the Warring States period, Akadog opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. His murderous intent had not disappeared. "Akadog, for the sake of my colleagues, I have been patient, but you have been aggressive. If you are so, then I will be blamed," Lin Tian said. The red dog snorted coldly and said with a murderous face, "Colleagues, that's just the past. Now you have rebelled against the Navy and stood opposite justice. Don't worry, I won't let you leave Malenvander this time. The red dog will kill all the seeds of evil and possess extremely harsh and strong beliefs. The pure Navy, which has lived as an elite Navy force since the beginning of the era of the great pirates, has no mercy on crime and completely eliminated it. Therefore, many in the Navy fear him and respect him. However, his extremely cold personality and behavior in order to carry out justice is a major shortcoming of the Kaji. However, as a Navy, few people can do better than him." Looking at Lin Tian and Kai Dog, who were facing each other, the Warring States whispered, "Lieutenant Mole, you and the other lieutenants will cast the mother and child away first. Give them a vote and let them leave by themselves, no one track." "Yes." Most of the lieutenants in the Navy have fought or cooperated with Lin Tian, and they are considered friends. From their expressions, it can be seen that they do not want to join the battle. It is better to let them leave and deal with Lin Tian. Lieutenant General may not be enough. At the same time, it was time for a real battle. No matter what, Lin Tian had now betrayed the Navy and stepped onto the opposite side of the Navy. Lin Tian's talent and combat power were so high that even the Warring States period was shocked. Therefore, Lin Tian must not escape from Malinfanduo today, otherwise it would be a big trouble for the Navy and he would lose face. Of course, the Warring States period did not execute Lin Tian. He could only be locked in Push City and let him be quiet for a while, and when his heart calmed down, he was deciding what to do. Seeing that the Warring States period wanted all the lieutenants to leave, Lin Tian understood that the Warring States had already made a decision in his heart, and he was determined to keep himself today, and immediately stretched out his palm and shouted, "Chasing the wind." Chirp. Out of thin air, there was a sound of an eagle, and everyone's eyes flashed with puzzlement. There was no cloud in the sky, let alone the eagle. There were no clouds, so where did the eagle call? Chirp. There was another eagle cry. This time, everyone heard that the sound actually originated from the place where Lin Tian and the Red Dog were fighting, and it was now covered by countless ice blocks. Warring States seemed to think of something, and a nasty expression flashed across his face. No, it's that thing, it's a bit troublesome. Boom! Boom! The huge ice block on the side vibrated violently and kept being arched, as if something was suppressing under the ice block, and now it was about to break through these ice blocks. Bang! Several ice cubes several meters high were lifted out, and then a creature flew out of the ice cube at an extremely fast speed and appeared high in the sky in the blink of an eye. The next three admirals were surprised at this scene. This is the chasing wind. I saw that in the sky a giant eagle was flapping its wings, flying in circles, and it made a sharp cry from time to time. The whole body of the giant eagle is white, and the white feathers reflect the light like metal under the sunlight, which is very strange. The wings stretched out, at least more than 20 meters long, and the body was as long as a meter, showing a huge shadow on the ground. Lin Tian and others below were all deep in it, showing how big this eagle is. The most powerful part of an eagle is its claws. Those sharp claws are golden yellow, like metal, hard and sharp. Suddenly, the giant eagle made a long cry to the sky and slapped its wings like a sharp arrow swooping down, exploding around the giant eagle with a bang, forming a white cloud. This is a sonic boom phenomenon that is fast enough to exceed the speed of sound. And the direction of the rush is the position of the Red Dog. Obviously this giant eagle that suddenly appeared from the ice is rushing towards the General Red Dog. Seeing that this eagle attacked himself alone, the Red Dog was furious and shouted, "Naughty animal, dare to attack me, see if I don't put you in the magma and ruin it and turn it into a piece of scrap iron." Pluto Dog. Stretching out the magmaized right hand, it was a shot at the giant eagle flying above. A pillar of magma instantly slammed into the giant eagle. When the black magma hits, even the steel has to melt. With a slap of his wings, the giant eagle, which was originally extremely fast, stopped in an instant, completely contrary to common sense. His eyes moved slightly, and his wings slapped again. There were actually two light blue shades, visible to the naked eye, a huge air blade several meters long, www.com, suspended in midair shaking slightly and swept towards the magma column below. The red magma column and the light blue air blade, the two sides like a meteorite, collided heavily, making a loud noise, and a mushroom cloud rose in the sky. The magma column and the wind blade dispersed at the same time, and the giant eagle flew out, flapping its wings a few times before regaining control of the body, and the Red Dog did not move a bit. The giant eagle actually blocked the Admiral's attack. Countless magma fell from high school like rain, but fortunately they stayed here in the Warring States period, and the others, who are very powerful people, they dealt with these magma rain with a little hands, and their faces were full of heavy weight. Color. The chasing wind has become so powerful that even the Red Dog's Dark Dog can block it. It hasn't appeared for a year. What kind of change has it changed, and how powerful it is now? Chasing the wind, come back. Lin Tian casually moved, smiling at the giant eagle above. Hearing Lin Tian's call, the giant eagle screamed and rushed towards Lin Tian. Just as it was about to hit Lin Tian, the giant eagle changed and fell firmly into Lin Tian's hands. To be continued. In the field, the giant eagle that could only emit a light blue air blade, blocking the red dog and the dog, turned into a sword and fell firmly in Lin Tian's hands. Underline. Greater than equals, Grav. Seeing this scene that was enough to scare everyone, the warring states and others did not show any shock, but instead looked cautious. Obviously, everyone knew about the giant eagle turning into a sword. Gently stroking the smooth and hard blade of something, Lin Tian smiled and said in a low voice, "I haven't seen you in a year, and I'm going to fight you again today." The long sword is a psychic. Hearing Lin Tian's words, it trembles slightly. The sword body emits a light blue light, and the sound of the sword humming is very crisp. Chasing the wind. It is 1.1 meters long and 12 centimeters wide. It is undoubtedly a wide sword, with a total weight of 6,800 kilograms. It can be said to be extremely heavy in terms of importance. Apart from Lin Tian, few people in the world can handle it. Different from other famous swords, the blades are sharp on both sides of the chasing wind, and the blade is straight without bending. The tip of the sword is like a thorn, and the blade is extremely white, giving off a hint of chill. On one side of the sword body is a pattern of a dragon spitting beads, and on the other side is a long groove with many strange patterns inlaid on it. Except for the white blade of the whole long sword, the blade is dark green, but as long as it is used to fight, it will emit a faint cyan light, superimposed on the blade. It is very beautiful. It was Lin Tian's second saber, but it was forged on the basis of the first long sword. Back then, Lin Tian defeated the world's first swordsman Hawkeye Mihawk. Not only was the whole body severely injured, but at the same time, the sword in his hand was chopped off several pieces at night, and the sword was chopped off, which was a shame for a swordsman. For this reason, Lin Tian asked the Gapunk and the casting master who helped Lin Tian cast the first long sword. Legend has it that his ancestor once cast the supreme sharp knife, and it took a year to finally cast the chasing wind. The chasing winds are all cast from the exotic metals that Lin Tian paid a huge price for. The worst material in the casting process is iron essence worth millions per caddy. 8. Greater than Grav equals the essence of iron essence extracted from steel can only be extracted from a ton of steel. At the same time, it costs millions of dailies. At the same time, the only thing that can be extracted in the world is Vegapunk. There are many strange metals left, some are meteorites in the sky, and some are strange metals born in strange places, each of which is extremely precious. Fortunately, Lin Tian snatched the gold from the sky, and after secretly searching by the Revolutionary Army and collecting enough metal from the Navy's treasury for many years. Just like this, with the addition of many exotic metals, the weight of chasing wind only reached 6,800 kilograms, which is one of the heaviest weapons in the world. With so many exotic metals, it is not easy to melt them. In the end, the Gapunk made the shot and used the laser to melt all the metals. In the end, it took several days for the sword master to cast the sword together with several disciples. As soon as the long sword was born, it caused a lot of turmoil and was hit by thunder. Lin Tian was beside him at the time. He thought he had crossed into the fantasy world. The Excalibur was born and experienced thunder, and finally Vegapunk explained that there should be thunder metal in it. Fortunately, at the time of casting, it was on an island specially used for experiments. There were no people. After asking everyone to leave, only the three of them stayed alone and saw the whole thing. When the long sword was born, it was extremely psychic. The body of the sword was covered by a light blue light, and it was inserted on a piece of gravel, trembling slightly, making a buzzing sword spirit sound. During the casting process of the chasing wind, Vegapunk had also made breakthroughs in the research on the ability of the devil fruit at that time, so Lin Tian specifically asked for an animal devil fruit that changed into an eagle. However, due to the use of a lot of exotic metals and the final lightning strike, the matter was beyond everyone's grasp. The long sword is psychic, as if it has evolved a sense of wisdom. It can actually be as well thought out as Lin Tian. And it can also use and develop the devil fruit ability like a human, and use it. Greater than equals Later, the Gapunk also succeeded in several cases of devil fruit being compatible with dead objects, but none of them could chase the wind using devil fruit energy to develop. In the end, the old man Vegapunk studied for a long time and only got the 2 words, miracle. This is a miracle that cannot be replicated. It used so many exotic metals and was struck by lightning. Who knows what kind of one was created? The pervert. Oh, it's terrible. It turns out that this giant eagle is chasing the wind. I have always heard of the famous sword chasing the wind, but I have tried it. I have to try it today, to see if it is just like the legend. The General Wang Yuan, who had been observing the development of things, sitting on the mountain and watching the tigers fight, stood up unexpectedly and wanted to attack Lin Tian. Among the 3 generals, Wang Yuan's character is the most incomprehensible. Sometimes he likes to sit on the mountain and watch tigers fight, look at problems as a bystander, and sometimes take the initiative to take action, but his combat power is indeed extremely strong. Laser Ray. Wang Yuan stretched out his finger gently, compressed the beam particles on the fingertip, and emitted a laser beam to Lin Tian. Everyone knows how fast the speed of light is. For light, a distance of tens of meters is an instant. Even without time, it has appeared in front of Lin Tian. But you can't just turn a corner. As long as you pay attention to Wang Yuan's movements, you can predict the direction of the next attack. Of course, this can only be done for a strong person with a certain level of combat power. Without Lin Tian's control, chasing Wang suddenly appeared in front of Lin Tian and turned the sword back to reflect the laser light, turning around and shooting towards Wang Yuan. Although the laser has a powerful attack, it is still light, and it still has the characteristics of light. As long as it hits something similar to a mirror, it will be emitted back. Wang Yuan hurriedly fired a laser, and the 2 lasers collided with a loud bang and a strong explosion appearing between the 2. Before Lin Tian's figure appeared, Wang Yuan felt a murderous intent coming from the right, and his cold hair was erected. Without much thought, he immediately turned into a light speed particle. In the void, Lin Tian's figure also slowly emerged. The chasing wind in his hand was covered by the domineering arm color, and there was a faint blood stain on the blade, but it was a step slow. In midair, Wang Yuan looked at the wound on his arm and frowned slightly. He didn't expect Lin Tian to attack so strangely. If he hadn't reacted quickly, it wouldn't be a small wound. Yellow Ape, don't you want to try chasing the wind? How do you feel now? Is it very sharp? Lin Tian sarcastically looked at the Yellow Ape above. Faced with Lin Tian's sarcasm, Wang Yuan smiled. I really understand it. It's sharp, but there is still no weird way of attacking Lin Tian. Really? Thank you for the compliment, Wang Yuan. 8-foot mirror. The hands were facing up and down, and a mirror-like light was accumulated in the hands, and the beam was emitted and then bounced off the surrounding targets to form a light track, and Lin Tian was in this light track. Not good. Lin Tian was still familiar with Wang Yuan's fighting style. Seeing this, he suddenly felt uncomfortable and immediately prepared to teleport out, but it was too late. Wang Yuan had already changed. Without a light source, the orbit of light cannot be maintained for even a second, but this short period of time is enough to reflect countless times. Before Lin Tian could make a move, Wang Yuan's figure appeared behind Lin Tian. With his hands in his trouser pockets, his right foot suddenly kicked Lin Tian's back, kicking Lin Tian away. Light speed. Kick. The kicked right foot didn't retract, and gathered the buttons on the calf, kicked the leg out at the speed of light, and shot a laser beam towards Lin Tian's back. If this is accurately hit, Lin Tian will definitely suffer extremely serious injuries. Anti-virtual. Bang! A huge explosion sounded. Lin Tian's figure was completely covered by the explosion, and the red dog, who was about to shoot, stopped when he saw this. When Lin Tian was hit by the laser, Wang Yuan did not relax, but became more vigilant. Wang Yuan didn't believe that Lin Tian could be solved so easily. Sure enough, the smoke from the explosion had not dissipated yet. A figure had already rushed out, with a trace of blood still on the corner of his mouth, and the chasing wind in his hand exuded a green light. Cut. The long sword was lifted up, and a light blue slash of several meters long burst out from the tip of the sword, and a huge crack was cut in the ground wherever it passed. This time, the yellow ape did not turn into light speed particles to avoid, and folded his hands while gathering the beam particles. A sword of light emerged. Sky Cloud Sword. Holding the sword of light tightly in his right hand, Wang Yuan raised his hand and smashed Lin Tian into pieces. With a flash of figure, he appeared on top of Lin Tian's head. The sword of light burst out with a metal-like light towards Lin Tian. Come. With a slip of his right leg, Lin Tian quickly turned sideways, easily avoiding the blow. Holding the chasing wind with his left hand, the light cyan light disappeared, replaced by an arm-colored domineering covering it, and he slashed toward the yellow ape diagonally. With a whistle, Wang Yuan suddenly withdrew the sword of light, blocking Lin Tian from chasing the wind. The two swords intersected, and with a bang, the two swords kept shaking, buzzing, and deafening. Wang Yuan was condescending and smiled slightly. It seems that your wind-chasing sword is not as sharp as the legend. It has cut off a supreme sharp knife with 12 skills. The rumors are rumors, which are a bit exaggerated. There are only 12 supreme sharp knives, and the wind can become the supreme sharp knife. The main reason is that the wind once cut off a supreme sharp knife and shocked the world. This is the most famous sword in the world. A seat of high ground. Really? Are you sure? In Lin Tian's rhetorical question, Wang Yuan's hand of the sword of light made a creak, and cracks appeared on it. Tell me who come what? Even light can cut it off. Wang Yuan at this moment there was no smile, and was shocked by the cracked light sword in his hand. Wang Yuan, don't get distracted when fighting, don't you know? Seizing the opportunity, Lin Tian suddenly punched his right fist, and Wang Yuan flew out, spit out a mouthful of blood, and fell to the ground with a bang, causing countless smoke and dust. Nether Dog. A column of magma hits from behind at an extremely fast speed. Lin Tian turned back and raised to chase the wind, which was a powerful slash to split the column of magma in half. The red dog had to make a move, but Lin Tian's figure had disappeared, completely disappeared, and the red dog still didn't feel it after using his domineering look. No, Lin Tian is delaying time. He has gone to Tianlingren. The marshal of the Warring States period, who hadn't made a move, preventing Lin Tian from escaping, changed his face dramatically. Unexpectedly, the three admirals, with their own marshal, would have been led by others. To be continued. At this time, on a small island near the Holy Land Mary Jioya on a beach around it, with a flash of white light, Lin Tian appeared. Grov. The marine headquarters, Marine Vendor, is located in the first half of the Great Route, and the Holy Land Mary Jioya is located in the middle of the Great Route. Although the two places are not far apart, there is still a distance. It also takes a lot of time to pass this sea area, so in this sea area there is a small island with a very luxurious holiday and rest center. Apart from the Tianlong people, there are only high-ranking officials of the world government who can enter and leave the Holy Land of Maria Joa. These people have one thing in common, that is, they have great power and not bad money. Someone saw the business opportunities, and a luxury holiday and rest center was completed. Although there are few people who can enter into consumption, they are all extremely wealthy, and they can be regarded as making money every day. The boss behind it is Doflamingo. Although he was expelled from the Holy Land Mary Joa, he is undeniable as a dragon, and only by virtue of this identity can he dare to receive money from the dragon. On the beach, Lin Tian flashed out of thin air, discerned the direction through the chasing wind to the sky, and suddenly turned into a giant eagle, crowing up to the sky. He flapped his huge wings, fanned countless smoke, and leaped gently, standing firmly on his back. Pointing his finger to the southeast of the island, the chasing wind spread out, and a sonic boom sounded and flew away at a speed beyond the sound. The violent gust of wind cut through Lin Tian like a knife, and was blocked by the hard space shield. After 10 years in the Navy, Lin Tian relied on his extremely high status and spent many years on the Great Sea Route. Even Lin Tian himself did not know how many strong contacts he had accumulated. Because of these, Lin Tian was able to know everything that happened that day, why Roberts died, how to die, and to transfer where those Tianlong people were. But Malin Fanduo is a little far away from here. If he dared to go straight here, the Marshal of the Warring States period would understand his intentions and inform the Tianlongren at that time. Underline 8 == Moreover, the Tianlongren also have some strong men, and there are many strong men under them. The strongest espionage department CP0 in the dark is very strong, and Lin Tian must also treat it with caution. Therefore, Lin Tian had a brief confrontation with Red Dog and the Yellow Ape in the Navy headquarters. Each was injured, in fact, to delay time. To let people investigate where those Tianlong people are, and to use their spatial ability to move such a long distance. Of course, some medium is needed, but this short instant movement cost Lin Tian tens of millions of dailies. At the same time, Lin Tian paid some favors, but these were all worth it. If these Tianlongren were not in the Holy Land Mary Joa, then they would be dead today. The island on the southeast corner. A huge resort and entertainment center is located on the edge of the beach, a continuous complex of buildings occupying the entire beach, extremely luxurious. Inside and outside the center, hundreds of Tianlong people are guarding them, hiding in the main roads, observing the surroundings closely, and guarding the safety of several Tianlong people inside. Compared with a tense atmosphere outside, the inside is rotten, drunk and old fans. In this large courtyard, there is luxury and luxury everywhere, with gold and gleaming gold, and beautiful gems of various colors and colorful colors. Reduced to the most common architectural decoration. And in one of the luxurious huge courtyards, there is a man-made beach and man-made sea area in the middle, but tens of meters away is a huge beach. The beach is not ordinary sand, it is all golden sand, made of crushed gold. In the golden sand, under the impact of seawater, a few precious gems outside are occasionally exposed. There were a total of 5 celestials staying here. Around the courtyard, countless guards guarded here, surrounded by groups of slaves, not only human slaves, but also slaves of other races. These were the slaves of the 5 celestials. One of the 5 celestials was in the man-made sea, pulling several female slaves, preparing to have them swim in the water with him. The 3 are playing cards in the shade of the trees on the side, others are blocking money, and their betting is behind their slaves. Greater than Windla. Grav == Grav. The last one is sitting in the side wicker chair, eyes closed, while his hands are holding 2 slaves who are crawling on the ground like dogs. The speed of the chasing wind surpassed the speed of sound, and whether the entire island was too big, Lin Tian had already arrived here in more than 10 seconds. In midair, Lin Tian stepped on the broad back of the chasing wind, standing tall, looking at the cluster of buildings below, closing his eyes and feeling it carefully. His eyes opened, a brutal smile appeared on his face, his fingers pointed in one direction, and his tone revealed a strong murderous aura. Chasing the wind, let them know we have come, let them come out to meet. With such a huge lobby, the guards below didn't notice it, and it scared a lot of people. Before they could move, the half-meter-long mouth was opened. Chirp. In the direction Lin Tian pointed out, there was a scream. Suddenly, a physical sound wave visible to the naked eye was cylindrical, expanding in circles toward the surrounding void. Rumble. Bang. A series of explosions sounded in the upper right corner of the building complex. Dozens of explosions produced plumes of smoke rising into the sky, tens of meters high. The luxurious building instantly collapsed in half and turned into rubble. Quiet! There is silence between heaven and earth. The guards below were so scared that someone actually attacked the Tianlongren. This kind of thing that hadn't been realized for hundreds of years happened before their eyes. Quickly, everyone rushes over and protects Lord Tianlongren. A captain of the guard team who reacted looked at the explosion into a panic, and hurriedly shouted at everyone when to support. If there was an accident with a dragon, then they would all be dead. At the same time, I didn't forget to press the sirens I carried with me. In an instant, all the sirens all over the resort went off, and sirens sounded everywhere in the sky. In fact, there is no need to ring the alarm. All the surrounding guards have already rushed over there. If such a big movement has not been discovered, it will really be over. As for Lin Tian in midair, no one is in charge. The most important thing now is to protect the Tianlong people. If one of the Tianlong people dies, then they will be finished. Call! The winds of the chasing wind swung, and they came to the sky above the attacked building in an instant. As soon as they approached, they heard the sound of gunshots, followed by countless orange bullets. Clang clang. The bullets hitting her body as if hitting steel. The bullets, made of steel, cracked and fell towards the ground, not even a feather from her. Although these bullets were like itching and didn't hurt a bit, the chasing wind was extremely psychic, and when someone beat them like this, they immediately became angry. Chirp. With a long scream up to the sky, his wings faced the area below, and countless light blue air blades of more than 10 centimeters overwhelmed the sky and headed towards the guards below. Puff. Puff. Blood spattered where the air blade passed. Even the big tree, surrounded by several people, was cut off, let alone people. Countless severed limbs flew into the sky, blood spattered, and the ground was stained red with blood. The bright red blood flowed across the ground. The emerald green grass turned into a slaughterhouse. There were corpses everywhere, and hundreds of elites were instantly destroyed. Looking at the horrible situation below, there was no change in expression. These people acted like a tiger and died a little bit more. They turned their eyes and looked into the courtyard. In the courtyard, the luxurious and chic building was already in bad condition. There were broken marks everywhere. The walls were also covered with cracks, and there were large pits on the ground, all traces of the explosion. Except for the pits, there are fallen figures everywhere on the ground. Most of them are slaves. There are also a few members of the guard who passed out in a coma, rolled their eyes, and had blood in their ears, which shows that the chasing sonic wave is extremely powerful. And those Tianlong people, because of the bubble hood on their heads, coincidentally escaped the attack of the sonic wave, but it doesn't mean that they were not injured. The Tianlong in the sea was hit by the explosion head-on and flew to the shore. He rolled several times on the ground, and his whole body was covered with scars. Now he has passed out in a coma, and his life is unknown. Those playing cards on the side were almost killed by the big tree on the side, but one still pressed his thigh and let out a scream. Only the Tianlong man, sitting on the wicker chair, had nothing to do, but seeing the miserable image in front of him, he was extremely angry and clenched the iron chain in his hand. But the iron chain had changed. Numerous spikes emerged from above, and the female slave who was Casters died instantly, and her head was chopped off by the spikes, which was extremely miserable. This is what happened. Someone dared to attack the Tianlong. We are gods. Don't let me catch who it is, otherwise I must let him survive and die. Really? You don't have to look for it, I'm already here. A voice sounded from a high altitude, and the Tianlong quickly looked up, only to see a giant eagle appeared in the sky above, and a figure stood on the giant eagle. Seeing the sneak attacker, he actually came to the door by himself. The Tianlong didn't think much. The curved iron chain in his hand connected and turned into a spear. He threw it hard and cut through the air. Obviously he wanted to hit the giant eagle in the sky. Chill. Unexpectedly, you actually brought it to the door by yourself. Die, rubbish. Seeing the spear hitting, Lin Tian stopped the chasing wind that was about to shoot. His figure flashed and appeared in front of the spear and he stretched out his hand and grabbed the spear. The Tianlong looked cautious. That spear was still shot with full strength by himself, and was caught so easily by the incoming person. This is a master that he can't beat. He squeezed the bizarre spear in his hand. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and said in a low voice, "Interesting ability. It seems that not all of the Tianlong people are some strange work and waste." Grasping the abandoned iron spear, Lin Tian showed a ferocious smile on his face, and threw it towards the screaming heavenly dragon who was crushed by the tree below. Puff. The sharp spear pierced the bubble cover on the head of the Tianlong directly and then penetrated the head. The sharp spear tip revealed a strand of gray-white substance. After a heavy fall, Lin Tian's right foot directly stepped on the head of Tianlong, whose head was pierced by a spear, and he held the sharp iron spear in his right hand. Unfortunately, none of you can leave today. It would be nice to be buried here. Today, I want to kill God. To be continued. Boom. The wall full of cracks collapsed, and hundreds of guards appeared in front of everyone, but they were indeed shocking. 8. Known as the World Nobleman, professed to be a god, possesses the noble blood in the world, treats all races as slaves, sits in the holy land of Mary Jioya, the celestial man who rules the world high. At this time, someone was pierced from the head with an ordinary spear and died, and he was stepped on the head with his foot. Everyone's eyes moved upward, and suddenly an exclamation sounded. Lieutenant General Lin Tian is actually Lieutenant General Lin Tian. How is this possible? Lieutenant General Lin Tian actually killed the Tianlong. As the casters of the Tianlong people, they are also very elite soldiers. They are selected from the military, from all over the world. Most of them are the Navy. After all, the largest force in the hands of the world government in this world is the Navy. No government agency has a Navy comparable to it. The power of course, many of them knew Lin Tian. But Lin Tian had a very high reputation in the Navy, and some even worked under Lin Tian. What? This person is actually the strongest genius in the Navy. That is Lieutenant General Lin Tian. Isn't he a Navy? How could it? In addition to shock, there was also a deep puzzlement in his tone. There are many members of the espionage agency directly under the leadership of the world government in the guards. They are also subordinates of the world government and are spies. Which one has never heard of the famous Lieutenant General Lin Tian? The guards who came to know Lin Tian's identity were filled with puzzlement. Why did the Navy's strongest genius kill the Tianlong, and what happened here? Although puzzled in their hearts, everyone still understood their identities and their responsibilities, and immediately surrounded Lin Tian without any action or attack. It's not that these guards didn't want to, but besides the dead Dragonite, there were 3 other Dragonites beside Lin Tian. They were afraid that if they attacked, Lin Tian would kill the rest of the Celestials, and die 4 Celestials at once. No one would dare to shoot the first shot who could bear this kind of responsibility. 8 equals, the only one who was not in Lin Tian's hands, heard the words of the guards around him, frowned, showing a thoughtful look. Sweeping a circle around his guards, Lin Tian pulled out the spear, covered with the rings of the heavenly dragon, and swiped the rings off with a light wave. Unexpectedly, there are some old subordinates in it. Today, they are actually surrounded by them. Hearing Lin Tian's words, some of the guards' complexions changed slightly, and they lowered their heads a little, not daring to look directly at Lin Tian's eyes. I didn't even look at it. Lin Tian took the spear and thrust it back, and a scream sounded. What? I saw that the place where the spear was inserted was the thigh of the celestial dragon who fainted on the ground. The celestial dragon had already woke up in secret, but he never woke up and just wanted to escape secretly. The sharp spear pierced the skull directly, not to mention the thigh, which was nailed to the ground severely by the spear and could not move. Seeing this scene, the surrounding guards took a breath of air, and without blinking their eyes, they directly stabbed the Tianlong. How much hatred was there? The Tianlong man's face was extremely ugly. This spear was his own, but Lin Tian was holding it in his hand, killing a companion and stabbing another in the thigh. Asshole, you low-grade rubbish, you dare to stab me, quickly let me go, I am a god, the highest blood, I must put you to death, treat all your closed people as slaves, and torture them for life. Is it? A flash of cold light flashed from his eyes, and a thick murderous aura came out. Without waiting for the Tianlong to speak, Lin Tian pulled out the spear directly, and a scream sounded again. Without stopping, he grabbed the Tianlong and mentioned to him, no matter how struggling, Lin Tian said in a deep voice, his words full of murderousness. I hate being threatened by my relatives the most. Why are you so ignorant of current affairs and wanted to kill you later? Since you want to die, so I will fulfill you. Stop, what do you want to do? I don't care if you are the strongest genius in the Navy, kill our Dragonites. Even if you are a Navy Marshal, you have to face the world government. Greater than, Grav, equals, Grav, equals. The threat of the Tianlongren was of no use to Lin Tian. He didn't stop his hands, and held the Tianlongren in his hand and threw it into the sky like a pig flying into the sky. The spear in his hand shot forward with all his strength, towards the sky dragon in midair. The powerful force directly gave the spear extremely fast speed. Iron wall. Landfoot. Cut. In an instant, an iron wall rose from the ground out of thin air, blocking the Tianlongren's body, and several slashing feet and slashes slashed towards the spear, trying to cut it off. But who is Lin Tian? Is one of the few strong men in the world, and the Admiral is not Lin Tian's opponent. Even if it is an ordinary iron spear, it has an unimaginable terrible power. These attacks and defenses had no effect at all, and they didn't even change the direction. They accurately shot the Tianlongren's neck and stared at a big tree. There was no scream. Another Tianlongren died, and he was stuck in the tree by the same ordinary spear. The breeze blew the body, and the body swayed slightly. The second. Hearing these 3 words, everyone felt as if a gloomy wind blew through their hearts, and they trembled from the inside out. These are 2 Tianlong people, called gods, who have the most noble blood in the world. 2 of them died today. Everyone seems to have seen the world shake tomorrow. Good. The Tianlong said 3 times in succession, but he wondered how angry he was. Instead, you must die today. Even if you are the strongest genius in the Navy, you have to give it. I die here. No one in this world can save you. Go, give it all to me. Kill this Navy. Even if he is a Lieutenant Admiral, he will kill me today. I will kill all the major generals. I am afraid that I will kill a lieutenant. Hearing these words, Lin Tian couldn't help clasping his hands tightly. His heart was extremely angry, and his murderous aura became more and more serious. Today you will die. But when the Tianlongren's voice fell, after a few seconds, the guards on the side remained motionless, standing motionless. What? What are you doing? The Navy is killing the Tianlongren. Do you also want to defect? I want to turn all of you into slaves, the male Tianlongren shouted angrily. My lord, it's not that we don't want to move, but that we can't move. We seem to be imprisoned by something, a team leader explained with a bitter face. They had just wanted to move before, and they felt that something had locked them up. They couldn't move all over and could only speak. Oh, this is what I did just now. At this time, Lin Tian spoke, but for the Tianlongren so irony and disdain, he jumped up and down like a clown. Many years ago, Lin Tian was able to imprison more than a dozen pirates, and now his combat power has reached the general level. Imprisoning hundreds of people is a trivial matter, although they are all elite soldiers. By the way, there is one more thing I forgot to tell you. I am no longer a Navy. In order to kill you, I have rebelled against the Navy and walked on the opposite side of the world government. As for what you said earlier, to offend the world government, you will be hunted down by the world government. I'm sorry, I have already started it. This threat is useless to me. He hid his face fiercely again, and the clattering sound made Tianlongren's expression increasingly ugly. Don't use these rubbish, I can kill you too, take it to death. The lower class, the furious Tianlong roared and shot towards Lin Tian. I saw small black dots popping up from all directions, all gathered around him, merged together, and turned into a black long sword more than 1 meter long, with hundreds of long swords suspended around it. Although there is a little iron on this island, it can only form hundreds of swords, but it is enough to deal with you. Really, I'm so scared. His tone seemed terrified, but his face was mocking and disdain. I can do this too, much more than you. As soon as the words fell, in a blink of an eye, there were countless black long swords around Lin Tian. Roughly several thousand, and the entire sky was covered with these long swords, enough to describe it as overwhelming. Seeing this scene, Tian Lindgren's expression of pride and smile disappeared completely, and then there was panic and fear. Just listen to Lin Tian said again, actually, I have always understood that you Tianlong people claim to be gods, creators of the world, with noble blood, but they are all weird and rubbish. Could it be that the world has become rubbish? Lin Tian did not conceal the contempt and ridicule in his tone, and completely ignored what the Tian Lindgren said was worthless. Although this was a fact, they did not agree with him, and he was extremely angry. Really? Since you don't believe me, then I will let you see. Kneel down. With two bangs, as Lin Tian said, the two surviving Tianlong people behind them knelt heavily on the ground. Get down. There were two more bangs. This time it was not the feet, but the hands. The two celestials were crawling on the ground as if they were on all fours. www.com. Put out your tongue. The two Tianlong people spit out their tongues like a dog. Next, every time Lin Tian said an order, these Tianlong people would follow it, completely like an excellent dog trained by the owner. After seeing enough, the Tian Lindgren was not angry anymore. He just snorted coldly and looked at the two accomplices who had been playing more like dogs in Lin Tian's hands. Disdain and contempt appeared in his eyes. They are just forced. We are still the noblest bloodline in the world, the creator of the world, and we are the gods of the world. Without us, there would be the world now. And you are all inferior people, born to be our slaves. Hearing this, Lin Tian didn't say much. His face was full of disdain, and he spit out a word gently. Kill. With a word, the sky full of swords trembled slightly, and the sound of the swords tremble and sword echoed from the sky and the earth. In an instant, thousands of swords headed towards the sky dragon. The scene was truly spectacular. To be continued. Booming. Thousands of long swords came out. What kind of scene was that? The entire sky was covered with long swords, the ground was full of sword shadows, and the hot sunlight was covered by the countless black long swords, as if returning to the night. The guards who were imprisoned below opened their mouths, their faces were shocked, and they didn't even make a sound of surprise. Thousands of black swords came out together. The feeling can only be felt by being in the mirror. Is this the real strength of Lieutenant General Lin Tian? It's really too strong. The rumors are not wrong. Lieutenant General Lin Tian injured Whitebeard with a punch. There are rumors that Lin Tian is extremely powerful, but it is only rumors. That how many people have actually seen Lin Tian take action, and now that they have seen it with their own eyes, can they understand how strong he is and live up to the name of the strongest genius in the Navy? Seeing Lin Tian attacked without hesitation, the Tian Lindgren became scared, and the calm disappearance of his face was all fear and fright. I thought that my move was extremely powerful before. I didn't expect that in a blink of an eye, the opponent would use the same move, and it was countless times stronger than himself. This was Kai Lulu's face slap. Facing the coming threat of life and death, the Tian Lindgren have no time to care about so much. They have to survive before talking about how to slap their faces. File climb. Thousands of long swords collided with hundreds of long swords. It was completely crushed, and there was no stopping power. Only a metal collision and a scream of swords were heard. Then, countless pieces of iron fell on the ground, and the ground was covered with black fragments. The incisions were extremely sharp, and there was a hint of cold light. One can imagine how sharp Lin Tian's sword of space is. Stepped forward and cast the long sword, innovated it as if it was spiritual, slightly offset, and rushed towards the Tian Lindgren who was about to escape. Hurry up, what are you doing? What are you low-level people doing? Quickly help me block these swords. Tian Lindgren pulled the guard next to him. His face was full of fear and fright, and said crazy. It's a pity that no matter how hard it is, it can't pull a person. Lin Tian's imprisonment is not just pulling, but the endless void blesses it. In this regard, the guard's eyes are full of contempt. The Tianlong people are rubbish. This is something that the whole world agrees with. Even as their guards, only casters will feel good about themselves and call themselves gods every day. The long sword was like a torrent, sweeping towards the dragonite. With 4 puffs, 4 long swords directly pierced his limbs, and the remaining long swords disappeared in the void. With huge power, he slammed into the wall with a celestial dragon, thrusting his sharp sword into the wall and nailing it firmly to the wall. Ah! A tragic scream sounded. Irritation! Lin Tian shouted in a low voice, and suddenly a black slap appeared in the void, slammed his face, and the bubble mask on his head shattered directly. Snapped! Slapped his face with a scream, and suddenly a bright red thumbprint appeared on his face. The teeth in his mouth fell to the ground and blood was flowing. Ah! Vomiting the blood from his mouth, the Tianlingren said cruelly, "Who are you? What do you want to do here? No matter what you are doing today, you are dead." Until now, the Tianlingren still don't understand. Lin Tian is playing with them at all, playing him like a monkey. "I don't know, do you remember the name Roberts?" Lin Tian asked calmly. "Roberts?" The Dragonite thought for a while and said disdainfully, "It turns out that it is the Navy trash, as if he is still a Major General. Even if it is the Major General, he still has to die if he offends us Dragonite. The Navy headquarters dare not even fart." "Really?" Lin Tian had a murderous look on his face, with a brutal look, without saying much, his palm facing the Tianlingren, slightly clenched. The 4 long swords started and moved toward the middle. The sharp blades pierced the muscles without any obstacles. A wound of more than 10 centimeters appeared on each of the limbs, and blood flowed out like water. The 2 Celestials in the back, seeing this scene, had already shaken all over their bodies with fright. They, who were above them, had never thought that this kind of thing would happen to them one day. Devil, at this time Lin Tian was more terrifying than the devil in their eyes. I only heard Lin Tian say, "Roberts, my best friend, that is a real soldier. He did not die at the hands of a pirate, but died at the hands of casters like you. It is really unfair. Since God is unfair, then I will seek justice for it. Today, all 5 of you Tianlong people have to die here. It's just the beginning. I won't let you die so easily." Even if death is imminent, Tianlong people still think that their high bloodline is critical to the casters, who is above life. Haha. You are all just low bloodlines, casters, graces, you would not exist without us, you were born to serve us as slaves, since you dare to violate my orders, then die. Lin Tian's palm rose backwards, grabbed the 2 dog-like dragons out of thin air, and placed them quietly in front of the dragon on the wall. "Since you claim to be the noble blood, then today I will deprive you of the noble blood." Hearing that, no matter the guards who were imprisoned or the remaining 3 Celestials, they were shocked. They think that they are gods and are not humans except for them. The foundation of all this is their boasting noble blood. If Lin Tianjin did this, it would be tantamount to breaking the myth of the dragon people and tearing up their outer coats that they thought were superior to ordinary people. The impact behind this would be very great. Just as he said, Lin Tian's left hand was exposed, 2 faint lights flashed, and 2 sharp black knives appeared between Lin Tian's fingers and clamped tightly. With a random wave, 2 black knives, followed by flying out without any sound, gently slid through the upper wrist arteries of the 2 heavenly dragons and returned to the void. Twice. In the eyes of the surrounding people, they were terrified, shocked, stunned, looking forward to. 2 blood squirted directly from the wound. Under the strong pressure inside the human body, the blood flowed out very quickly. It didn't take long for the 2 heavenly dragons to turn tail. With a loss of blood, there was strength. As the blood flowed out more, they felt weaker. This way of death not only tortures your mind but also tortures your body. There is no pain when you die. and this allows you to carefully feel how you are going to death step by step, and you have spent your life in a short time, but you can only watch it quietly and can't do anything. The most important thing is that the blood runs out, which means that the blood has disappeared. This is something that all Tianlong people dare not face or imagine. They think that they are above all people, the supreme gods are all in their noble blood. If there is no blood, then they are ordinary people, and Lin Tian wants this. The Tianlong man who was stared at the wall and killed Roberts was slowly frightened in his eyes and on his face. It was a fear of death, and even a fear of Lin Tian's way. He was afraid that Lin Tian would use this way on himself. Bobby. Don't worry, I won't abolish your blood. Seeing his face change, Lin Tian immediately understood what he was thinking, and said aloud. Hearing Lin Tian say this, for some reason, the Tianlong breathed a sigh of relief, and then a trace of shame flashed in his heart. How could he be scared by this low-level person? HMPH, low-class person, you think you can scare us just by doing this? I advise you to let me go as soon as possible. The Admiral may also be over after so long, and you will definitely die by then. Seeing this, Tianlong dared to threaten himself. Lin Tian did not hide his disdain. He really didn't see the coffin without crying. Even if the three generals really arrived, I had tried it long ago. I won't kill you. Lin Tian smiled when he said this. However, I will use my unique method to make your death extremely painful. After finishing speaking, the smile on his face disappeared. Instead, it turned into a thick murderous intent, which filled the sky, so that everyone present could not breathe, as if entering a world of corpse mountains and blood. Dark Blade. As soon as the voice fell, a lot of black knives appeared in the void. There was not the astonishing number of the previous thousands, but there were more than 100 around the Tianlong. What do you want to do? Let me tell you that I am a Dragonite, the noblest race in the world. If you dare to kill me, you will be against the whole world. There is no way to escape the world. Oh, I'm so scared. Killing one is also killing. I have already killed 4. I have already stood opposite the world government. Are you afraid of killing one more? Lin Tian said flatly. While speaking, Lin Tian slowly raised his hands. The black knives tremble slightly with Lin Tian's movements. Each time they tremble, they leave a small black line in the void, which disappears instantly. Do you know what title I have in the mouth of the pirate? Killing God. This is the title the pirate gave me. Lin Tian suddenly asked himself and replied. Do you know why there is such a title? Because I have imprisoned a few vicious pirates, and then cut 3,600 knives on them. Lin Tian said that he was very calm, as if he was just telling a trivial matter, but the person on the side was trembling involuntarily, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Tell Neville, calm, stop. Don't say it, I beg you. Don't tell me. Let me go. As long as you let go, I will promise you everything you want. As long as I have everything I have, I will give you everything. Just let me go. Finally, the Tianlong couldn't hold it anymore, crying and begging, where there were those arrogant and self-righteous gods in front, and the lower body was scared out of control, and a strange smell was floating in the air. It's too late. When you do it, it's already too late. Die. Squeezed hard with his right hand, and the slightly shaking black knives quickly turned around the Tianlong, leaving only a black light. Every black light flashes, it means that a piece of meat, stained with sinful blood, falls on the ground, and it is cut with hundreds of knives, which is extremely fast. In just a few seconds, the Tianlong became a skeleton visible to the naked eye, first with the limbs and then the upper body. In the end, only a complete, very clean white skeleton, meat and internal organs of the same size were left. In the process of, the miserable cry did not stop until he died. It was accompanied by severe pain every moment, that is, he passed out in a coma, but was immediately awakened by severe pain. At this time, in the area of Shanghai near the island, an earth-shattering explosion sounded, and the shock waves produced by the explosion could even be felt here. Then, on the ground, on the tree, on the wall, the whole island was covered by ice in a few seconds. Everything was frozen, and the temperature dropped suddenly. To be continued. End of chapter. Thank you for listening to this novel and please subscribe so that we continue to grow on the channel.